Senate will come out of recess. I call the Senate to order. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. Without objection, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-33, Senator Rosenwald will participate remotely. Senator Rosenwald, can you please state your location and identify anyone present in the location from which you are participating?
Thank you. Cindy Rosenwald. I'm at home in Nashua, and I'm alone in the room.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will be attentive to our Senator Guida for a prayer.
Heavenly Father, we join together today on this beautiful day that you've given us to deliberate the many issues that come from the people and businesses of our state. We ask you to guide us with your wisdom, with compassion, and with firmness in pursuing justice and pursuing righteousness in all that we do today. We ask that we join together peacefully with the best of intentions for the people of our state, that we serve honorably, and we complete this day in friendship and with resolve to continue the greatness of our state. We ask this in your name. Amen. Amen.
Senator Rashadi, will you state the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Introduction of guests, Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senate colleagues, May is both National Trauma Awareness Month in our country, here in New Hampshire, as well as the first Saturday of May has been recognized by this legislature as EMS Provider Day. Today I'd like to invite you to join me in welcoming members of New Hampshire's trauma and EMS system, and they are all of our guests because we have representatives here from different parts of the state. These are the men and women that work from injury prevention through to we have a trauma survivor who's joined us today, and they work to provide the best care possible in the most complicated of circumstances to our Granite staters and our visitors. Trauma remains the leading cause of death between the ages of 1 and 34. Okay, so that's injury in the state of New Hampshire. I honor the work that they do each day, and I don't often get to see them outside of chambers anymore, but I'd like to have them stand, and I'll introduce them, starting with Julie Phelan from Injury Prevention from the Elliott Hospital in Manchester. We have 3 trauma surgeons with us today. Dr. Eric Martin, who's the chair of our Trauma Medical Review Committee from DHMC. Dr. Lisa Patterson from Concord Hospital, who's the head of their trauma program. Dr. Raj Gupta from Elliott Hospital, trauma surgeon. Our trauma program managers, we have 3 with us today. Marlene Van Dyke from Concord Hospital. She lives in Wareham. Mary Adam from the Catholic Medical Center. And Adam Remebes, and I always mispronounce his last name, from Portsmouth Regional Hospital. I'd like to, and I think he's in the back row, introduce before we do our EMS providers, our trauma survivor who's been taken care of by this wonderful, inclusive system that we have in the state. He's also was an off-duty EMT taking care of a patient on the side of the road when he was injured, and he is one of our survivors of this incredible system. Leo Quirk from Effingham. Representing the EMS community today, Kaylee Eastman from my home city. She's a firefighter paramedic of Lebanon. Stacy Meyer from Stewart's Ambulance from our Great Lakes region. Michael Ronka from Action Ambulance, covering all parts of the state. Mike, you're up there. There you are. Okay, good. Carroll County. Ryan Hornblower from Henniker Fire Department and EMS paramedic. He also works at the Cheshire Medical Center in Keene. Chris Stawaz from Manchester, Keene, the great state of New Hampshire. Good to see you again, Chris. And we have 2 representatives from our state EMS staff that are here from the Bureau of Emergency Medical Services, leading and working to support this system. Your Chief, Justin Romanello, and our Systems of Care Coordinator, Vicki Blanchard. So, again, thank you all for being here today. Thank you for the work that you do every day. And colleagues, thank you for joining me in welcoming our trauma and EMS system providers. You do a great job, and we're grateful. Thank you.
Senator Prentice, Senator Hennessy.
Mr. President, please join me in welcoming several people. Dana Newt. Dana founded the Resilient Buildings Group after 12 years as the Director of Housing Rehabilitation and Energy Conservation for the Community Action Program, Belknap, Merrimack Counties. Prior to his work with the CAPS, he managed and developed large commercial construction projects throughout the Northeast and overseas. I also want you to welcome Berkeley Patino. She's 12 years old, in the 7th grade, and loves outdoor recreation such as skiing and hiking, and her grandparents reside in Whitefield, New Hampshire. Marlena Renton and Ann Dowling. They co-founded Reckless Brewing Company in 2018. Their highly successful business that started in a shed in Bethlehem has grown to $3 million a year company that employs 80 people during the busy months of the year. They have also been instrumental in the development of a popular mountain bike trail system in the North Country known as the Bethlehem Trails Association. Also like you to welcome Joel Bador, Littleton businessman who established Joel Bador and Associates, a regional accounting firm partnering with other local businesses to restore and purchase and operate the Bretton Woods Ski Area, Mount Washington Cog Railway, and the Mount Washington Hotel and Resort. Additionally, Professor Adam Finkel from Dalton, environmental scientist and political appointee at OSHA and the EPA during both the Clinton and G.W. Bush administrations, and also an AMC hut worker at the Lakes of the Clouds from 1984 to 87. And the Reverend Dr. Fred Anderson, pastor and Whitefield resident and president of the Forest Lake Association. And I apologize, I'm sure there's many, many others up there that I've missed, so I thank you all for joining us today.
Further introductions. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce the 3rd through 6th graders from Piermont Village School in the 2nd Senate District. I am very grateful for the examples that have been provided by my colleagues as to the futures that lie in wait for these young men and women as they develop through their education system. Please welcome them today.
Senator Abad.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just happened to look up into the gallery and I see one of my constituents there. She loves the state and she loves her kittens. Welcome, Julie Smith.
Further introductions? Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is Trinity Christian School in the house? Okay, well, I have the card. They're here, but apparently not in the room. Well, I hope they come in and we get to honor them sometime during the day. Thank you.
Any further introductions? Okay. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. Removed from the consent calendar. In Commerce, House Bill 1039. In Education, House Bill 1639. In Energy, House Bill 1299. In Judiciary, House Bill 254. In Judiciary, House Bill 1103. Without objection, the following bill is special ordered to the beginning of the regular calendar. In Energy, House Bill 1454. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to after the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. In Finance, House Bill 103, House Bill 275, House Bill 1604, and House Bill 1661. In Health, House Bill 1099, House Bill 1455, and House Bill 1606. In Judiciary, House Bill 1178. Senator Bradley moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Senator Susi?
Mr. President.
Senator's in recess for 2 minutes. Senate will come out of recess. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1454 FN, an act relative to permits for the siting of new landfills. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Abard for the committee.
Senator Abard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1454 inexpedient to legislate. HB 1454 would establish a formula to determine the distance for which a new landfill shall be located from a perennial river, lake, or coastal water. Currently, DES has the authority to prevent a landfill from being sited at a location that they deem could cause surface water impacts. New Hampshire regulation requires that the landfill applicant demonstrate that the proposed landfill is sited in an area where the potentially released of contaminants can be addressed beforehand to prevent impacts to surface water. The Senate and Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abard. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the body overturn the motion of inexpedient to legislate so that other potential amendments to the bill can be considered. First, our colleague from District 1 will be the first amendment to be considered if we overturn the inexpedient motion. So I ask for a no vote on inexpedient.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my colleague from District 3. I ask also that you overturn this ITL motion so that a better motion may come forward, and I look forward to speaking to the bill and to my amendment.
Senator Hennessy. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1454. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Noes have it. Senator Bradley.
I move ought to pass.
Senator Bradley moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1938S.
Senator Hennessy offers floor amendment 1938S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a better way to celebrate New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Drinking Water Week and our New Hampshire professionals and partner organizations who work to ensure we have safe drinking water in New Hampshire than to look at the legislation and pass it, and that legislation is HB 1454. Our state has paid hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars cleaning up and mitigating the impacts of PFAS contamination in communities like Merrimack. Later today, we'll take up HB 1547 and vote to spend $25 million more in order to get triple that from the federal government. Imagine if we had the opportunity years ago to put in place safeguards necessary to prevent these contaminants from entering our groundwater before they happened. That is what is at stake today, especially for towns like Littleton, Lisbon, Whitefield, Woodsville, and hundreds of private wells in Dalton, all of whom rely on safe drinking water from Forest Lake and the Ammonoosuc River. A modern landfill can produce several billion gallons of toxic leachate during its decades of operation and after, enough liquid to fill every public swimming pool in the entire United States. The scientific community unanimously agrees that landfills will eventually leak. Yes, they are more reliable than they used to be, but all landfills will fail, and many have histories of above-ground spills, accidents, or flooding. Just last year, one of our state's modern landfills in Bethlehem had a significant spill that the modern spill mitigation technology failed, and thus failed to detect and prevent this spill. When chemical and other pollutants leak from a landfill, they contaminate the groundwater, which then flows away from the site. In appropriate locations where the soil is largely made of clay and the bedrock is solid, groundwater can move away as slowly as 1 foot per year. In inappropriate locations where the soil is made up of sand and gravel or bedrock that's fractured, groundwater can move as quickly as 20 feet per day. DES has never been required to consider whether a proposed landfill site polluted groundwater will trickle away towards lakes, rivers, and wells, or whether it will hurtle towards them at high velocities. In 1991, New Hampshire established a one-size-fits-all 200 feet setback between new landfills and major surface water bodies. Unfortunately, landfill operators only have to test the groundwater at their boundary once every 4 to 12 months, allowing for a plume of contamination to travel this distance in as little as 2 weeks. HB 1454 replaces this one-size-fits-all 200-foot setback with a site-specific time-to-travel setback that many states use and that the federal EPA has recommended for more than 30 years. I'm sure all you remember HB 177 from last year and the hundreds, if not thousands, of emails we received on the two-mile setback. 14 of this body voted against the legislation, and many of those 14 asked me to come back with a scientific approach to determine what a safe setback is. After months of work with legislators, residents, and scientific experts, HB 1454 is what you asked me to come back with, and I was happy to work with Representative Tucker on this legislation. It asks DES to establish this site-specific setback distance on any proposed new landfill from any perennial river, lake, or coastal water. The goal of the setback distance is to be sufficient enough to prevent contaminated groundwater from reaching these bodies. The goal of the setback distance is to be sufficient enough to prevent contaminated groundwater from reaching these water bodies. That's the goal. They calculate this by having an independent hydrologist do a routine on-site field test of the speed in which groundwater moves in any given direction, AKA the seepage velocity. They then take this number and multiply by 5 to see how long it would take this potential contaminated water to move in 5 years. Why 5 years? Because there needs to be enough time to realize there was a leak to begin with and then to mitigate the effects of the spill. States across the country have offered a range of years. New Jersey has 5 to 12 years, Maine has 6. If this bill passes with my amendment or no amendment, New Hampshire would still have some of the most lenient requirements in our area. For the 5-year calculation, the hydrology tests are the same tests that would be done during the application process anyways. Instead, it would be required right away and with additional seepage velocity calculation so that the state and developers can know they are in an appropriate location. This due diligence upfront will save the applicant and the state time and money. Testing the soil on the first day is akin to ensuring you do not place a fireworks factory next to a match factory. This legislation does not affect the expansion of landfills who have already gone through the full approval process. This legislation does not ban new landfills. This legislation does not ban new landfills. In fact, multiple landfills that are currently sited in our state would have passed this very test. The landfill in Success that is in my district recently performed this test and reported to DES that any undetected leak at their location would be 60 to 150 years away from the nearby Androscoggin River. Let me repeat that this bill does not ban landfills. Let me also address the misinformation around landfill capacity in our state. In March, Director Wimsatt testified that there has been a narrative that there is always a solid waste capacity crisis. This is because DES posts diagrams that show the current permitted capacity when it ceases. This tends to show a drop-off that people refer to as the cliff that seems to point to a looming crisis in our state. In reality, the permits are done in phases, and applicants will apply for another permit which expands the time until this metaphorical cliff is met. That was a quote. He went on to say that he does not view the situation as a crisis. In April, New Hampshire DES did just this and authorized the expansion of Mount Carberry in Success, until at least 2041. There was no capacity crisis in March, and the state just added capacity in April. The real crisis is our negligence in not requiring a simple and inexpensive test that could haunt the state for generations to come. By the way, this test in Maine, they charge $582 for it. Please join me in voting down the, oh, we've already done that, sorry. Please join me in passing my amendment, which I'm going to speak to, and this bill. This is a very, very small step in the state that we can take to ensure our new landfills are sited in a place that will not affect the drinking water or our Granite staters. We need to prevent contamination and not put our Granite staters' health at risk and spend uncalculable funds to clean up contamination. I know, Mr. President, you work on these funds all the time, hundreds of millions of dollars. How much more are we going to spend? The amendment responds to requests from the industry to incorporate the offset concepts used in Maine's time of travel setback. It allows for a landfill to be sited closer than 5 years' time from surface water if the operator adds specific engineering or safeguards that go beyond the requirements for landfill design that we currently have. This incentivizes operators to embrace technology and better landfill design in order to be sited as little as 2 years away from surface water. In support of this amendment is the Conservation Law Foundation, the Sierra Club, Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests, and NCAB. Please join me in recognizing this is a very, very small step the state can take to ensure any new landfill are sited in place that will not affect the drinking water out of Granite staters. We need to prevent contamination and not put our Granite staters' health at risk and spend uncalculable funds to clean up contamination. And Mr. President and colleagues, please join me in celebrating Drinking Water Week. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. Senators, if you have any concerns about whether or not there's an amendment in your packet, please just stand up and address the president. We have a lot of movement going on in the room right now, and I think it's causing a little bit of confusion up here with us as to where we're going with things, because we want to make sure you have what you need to be able to vote. So if you don't have an amendment or there's a concern about something, we can always recess so that we can get it straightened out. So thank you. Further discussion. You're speaking to Amendment 1938. Senator Gray?
Thank you, Mr. President. If the senators have your copy of 1938, I'll be referring to several of the lines in there. You may want to follow along. Line 3, the department shall establish the site-specific. That's important as we go down through the rest of this particular bill. But then when we get down into lines 8 through and probably down to around 11, it talks about the applicant doing certain things. And the applicant has to hire a hydrologist, which I have no problem with, and providing certain information. But that information in 1, 2, and 3, in lines 8 through 16, are things that already are required in the Hampshire state law when someone submits an application. They have to do the hydrology report. They have to do a geological report. They have to do other things, and if you go to the rules for citing this, and I think it's like 804, I didn't bring all of the references with me because I didn't know how the senator from District 1 was going to speak about this. Lines 17, all right? And it's important through 17 through 19, no permit shall be issued by any division of the department for siting a new landfill that fails to conform with the setback distance calculated using the method set forth in paragraph A. Well, we heard testimony that we're going to give allowances. Well, that allowance information is down in lines 20 through to 28. So this would at least, if we're going to have allowances, you'd at least need an amendment to say as modified by paragraph D. But when we get down into D, on lines 25, it talks about additional years of setback. And then line 28, 3 additional years. So the way I read this, just taking it, we've got 5 already. If I'm doing additional years, it's 8 years now. And that's 8 years because I did something to improve it. Again, the way this amendment is written right now does not support what the senator from District 1 is trying to accomplish, and would need severe revisions to get it to there. And I believe that there's other amendments that I will speak about once they're presented if this amendment fails. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, just to respond to that, I do not believe the 5-year distance of travel is in current statute, just to clarify prior comments. I'm speaking as someone who has been working in the area of landfills, not really voluntarily, but since 2014, when we first identified a cancer cluster in my neighborhood. I think we really should take a lesson from Coakley. The Coakley landfill sits on the highest point of the seacoast. It's mostly gravel, has some bedrock. It is capped but not lined, and it was a gravel pit. The Pfas, 1,4-dioxane, and other contaminants that are emanating from Coakley right now are contaminating the Little River watershed, the Berries Brook watershed, and flowing into Bailey's Brook. It's a Superfund site. Were we warned? We were warned. In the early 1970s, a hydrogeologist warned DES, I have a copy of the letter, that this will have a direct impact on drinking water in the area and it could be dire. They went ahead anyway. As part of the Superfund back then, the way they did it, the remedy was a cap. It's an impressive cap. People who lived in the area at the time talk about all the dump trucks that were coming and going and cleaning that up. But it's only a cap. Modern landfills, like the ones that we see going in Rochester and other places, are lined both on the sides and bottom as well as on the top. At Coakley, we've learned that a component of the PFAS leaching from the landfill is actually coming from the cap. They've sampled the cap. The cap is impregnated with PFAS. So lesson number 1, don't site a landfill in the wrong place. Lesson number 2, we can't trust the integrity of either the landfill's lining or even the liner itself, that it won't be leaching contaminants. So what about a setback? What is the most important, or one of the most important things that we preserve in New Hampshire? That's our environment. That is the beauty of the North Country and everywhere around the state. I've been all over the state recently, and it's breathtaking. This is one of the most beautiful states I've ever lived in, if not the most beautiful, and we have to be good stewards of that. So the sole purpose of a setback between new landfills and surface water, no matter where they are in the state, is whether that setback is given in units of distance or of time, is to protect the water. I've served under the Senate President on the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund for the last several years as Vice Chair. I am more knowledgeable about drinking water than I ever thought I'd dream to be. But the sole purpose is to protect that water from the inevitable leaks and oft experienced spills. The EPA has been recommending for more than 3 decades that states use one-time setbacks, they use time-based setbacks over the distance-based ones. They're more flexible. We currently have a distance-based one. The testing is based on groundwater movement, which mostly depends on the type of soil around the landfill. Some soils like gravel allow more rapid flow than soils like clay, as the senator from District 1 spoke. It is essential that we know how fast groundwater flows in order to know how much time will be needed for an appropriate response if a leak or a contaminant is detected. That response is the remedy. In the case of my neighborhood, that response is a super fun cleanup. But we knew before, we knew ahead of time that this shouldn't happen. The more years, this is one of the things that I found very confusing until this was explained to me by multiple hydrogeologists. Years are not random. The more years that are allowed in statute, the more certain you can be that there will be enough time to stop the leak and remove the contaminant before it has a chance to reach the body or source of water you want to protect. Average migration time across the country can vary from 3 years to 28 years. The average is 8 years. Maine uses 6. Vermont, Massachusetts don't allow new landfills. Neighboring states, and this amendment actually picks one of the most lenient times, which is 5 years, and then allows for you to subtract if the person putting in the landfill is really putting in something that will mitigate the flow. The reasonable protection of our pristine watersheds afforded by this amendment will set a measurable, attainable, and standard metric for future expansion or siting of landfills in New Hampshire. This is not about one landfill. This is about making sure we learn from the past and we're as smart as we possibly can moving forward with as much flexibility as we can possibly give to the developers. So I hope you'll pass this amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The discussion is on floor amendment 1938. Senator Hennessy.
I just want to respond to some comments that were made about the amendment. Lines 8 through 19 are not in current law. This is the section that calculates the rate of flow of groundwater, setting it to a minimum of 5 years. And Section D does not add time to that. It adds specifically in line 25, adds the time to the calculated travel time. So if you have an application and you've done the test, which is inexpensive again, and it says any leak is going to take 4 years to get to a body of water where it could potentially pollute it. And DES has said, if you add an additional liner or do these other mitigating steps, you can add 1 year back, or 2 years back, or 3 years back. That is what the time is calculated to. So if they say you can add 2 years back to that travel time, and you initially calculated at 4 years, then now you have a 6-year travel time, and your landfill is legal, if it passes all the other DES stuff. So this is a simple calculation, a simple amendment that will keep New Hampshire's drinking water safe. I hope that you will pass this, and please know that if you are thinking about voting for any additional amendment and not voting for this amendment, I fully believe that despite the good intentions and undoubtedly a lot of work, any additional amendment that is proposed today that you may find in your packet accomplishes nothing and is worse for our state and pushes our states and regulations back many years. It replaces a bill that has a simple premise that there are some places in our state simply not suitable for landfills, and places it 5 to 10 years worth of things for DES to potentially consider during hypothetical rulemaking. We work closely we, the sponsors, and the scientists that worked on this bill and residents with DES and changed the initial draft of 1454 to produce a bill DES said would not require any costly rulemaking. The amendment I am proposing will require some rulemaking, but not much. The other amendment before you today will require significant, timely, costly rulemaking. It adds dilution to factors that supposedly protect people, in essence saying, we put a lot of PFAS into the groundwater, but there's a lot of groundwater between here and the lake. The most fatal flaw is something that surely must be a drafting error. The amendment attempts to have DES put forward a setback, not in statute, but in rulemaking. But even so, the setback is completely subjective and not based on science. It says that the setback should be 1.5 times greater than the time it takes to stop the contaminant plume from reaching a river or lake. Well, if you haven't had contamination yet, how will you know how long it's going to take to clean up that contamination? Look at the Valdez oil spill. Could you ever have imagined that spill happening? If anyone even did imagine that, could they ever imagine the time and money and effort and devastation on our environment that happened? You do not know how long in advance a contamination will take to clean up. That's why, friends, I hope that you will pass this amendment before you today. Do not consider any other amendments. This is the best future for New Hampshire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. Senator Carson.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. We've had testimony about an amendment that hasn't even been introduced to the body, so I don't know what is going on here.
Senator Carson, floor amendment 1938 was introduced about a half an hour ago.
When? I'm sorry, as an
Senator
amendment?
Hennessy introduced the amendment.
Well, I've been sitting here, I didn't see it. Thank you.
It's in the packet, though. We're not handing them out, so. Further discussion on floor amendment 1938. Roll call has been requested by Senator Hennessy, seconded by Senator Gaida. You're voting on floor amendment 1938. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. Floor amendment is adopted 14-10. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Motion is to table. Okay. Roll call has been requested on the tabling motion. Parliamentary inquiry?
President, if I know that we just passed an excellent amendment for the safe drinking water of our state, would I vote no on this tabling amendment so that we can pass this bill as amended and do the right thing for New Hampshire? Thank you, Mr. President.
Seconded on the roll call by Senator Bradley. This was Yep. The clerk will call the roll on the tabling motion.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
I hear talking. Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French?
No.
Senator Ward? No. Senator Ricciardi?
No.
Senator Khan?
No.
Senator Daniels?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Kavanaugh?
No.
Senator Reagan?
No.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Sherman?
No.
Senator Morse?
No. Tabling motion is defeated 3 to 21. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1454. Roll call has been requested by Senator Hennessy, seconded by Senator Bradley. State your inquiry, Senator Susie.
If we take this vote now on the ought to pass as amended, does that mean that no further amendments could be considered?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You ready for the roll call?
Mr. President, 2-minute recess.
Senators in recess. The Senate will come out of recess. Senator Gaida for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask my colleagues to join me in welcoming the 3rd through 6th graders from the Piermont Village School. And the town of Piermont, bounded in part by the Connecticut River and Lake Tarleton, in light of our previous discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
A roll call has been requested by Senator Hennessy and Senator Bradley. Any further discussion? Senator Perkins-Coker.
Us freshmen, we're tough ones. Thank you, colleagues. So I think a lot of us know that this bill has been the subject of a lot of discussion. It's been the subject of a lot of debate. There have been things that have occurred inside the State House to support clean drinking water. There have been things that have occurred outside the State House that don't support any of our goals. And so we find ourselves here today, having passed this floor amendment that was offered. We hope that this is an advancement on drinking water. We hope that this is a protection for our state. But we, under no circumstances, and I hope that everyone stands with me on this, condone some of the advocacy behavior that occurred around this bill. And I know that we all have friends and allies that advocated for this bill, and we know that there are others that advocated on this bill. So I just want to make sure that that's stated. Again, we all share the goal of protecting New Hampshire's environment. It's a wonderful place. I grew up here in these mountains. And how we do that and how we decide to pass rules and legislation around that is something we can debate here in a civil manner, and that's our job. So I just wanted to state that today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise up again against this bill, and I don't like the way the process happened. I feel like this, we had another amendment. My name's on it. Nobody talked about it. But with regards to this bill, having been the chair of Energy and listening to the discussion over 177 and over now, I just want you to understand that there is a lifespan to our current landfills. We heard testimony that Bethlehem had issues and that there were leaks. I believe Sunapee puts their trash in Bethlehem. Bethlehem has a lifespan, and eventually it will close, which means Sunapee may have to ship their garbage all the way to Keystone, Rochester, which means the lifespan of that particular landfill has now going to be diminished. There is an application. There was testimony saying that this does not target one landfill, but I beg to differ. I beg to differ. There's one in Dalton that is being proposed, and there is an application for Dalton. This is Seabrook all over again. Not in my backyard. That's what we're saying. So Dalton can send their garbage out of their town, but don't you dare put it in our town. What we're seeing right now is, again, the rug being pulled out from people that put in an application. They put in a fee for a hydrologist, engineering. They go through DES and through the process, but somebody gonna move the goalpost because they don't want it in their backyard. That's what's going on right now. I don't care where this landfill goes. I care about the process. And when we pull the rug out from somebody that wants to do business in the state of New Hampshire because we don't want it in our backyard, and you can pull on the heartstrings, wonderful, but nobody is going to do business in the state of New Hampshire if this bill gets passed. Nobody. Guess what else is on the line? Part of the application is the $100, possibly $1 million recycling plant. Heck, Let's not get a recycling plant, let's put it in the ground, because who knows? We're only going to save the landfills that we already have right now. Why do we need a recycling plant? It's part of the application, but that goes away. And so does the hope of New Hampshire dealing with it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not going to stop the people from out of state putting their garbage in our towns. This isn't going to do that. What is this going to do? It's going to say, New Hampshire, are you kidding? They are so fickle. They're so fickle. We can't do business in there. If this passes, I hope the governor vetoes it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Any further discussion? Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to echo some of the comments made by my colleague in District 21, but also my colleague in District 12. I'm serving in my 10th year in this body, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for my colleagues. But I have to say, the process surrounding this bill and its predecessor, the worst I've ever seen, the worst I've ever experienced. This legislation purports to be about protecting the environment, about protecting health, but it's got the most toxic atmosphere that has ever existed around a piece of legislation. Mr. President, I want to be clear today with each and every one of you. The vote I cast today, whether for or against, and you'll find out when the roll call is called, has nothing to do with the fact that I was bullied, that I was threatened, that I've been insulted, that so many of my colleagues have as well around this issue. I'll cast my vote and I'll do what I think is right, but be clear, everyone that's surrounding this issue. This has probably been the worst process ever seen, and you have put people in an uncompromised position. So just want to make that statement and be clear. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Hennessy. Any further discussion? Senator Bradley.
I'm going to vote in favor of the amended version of the bill. I think some of us tried to find a compromise. Let's hope for the best with the amended version of the bill. And I just want to second the words of my friend from Manchester, my friend from Portsmouth, and my friend from Nashua about the process. Let's pass this bill, and let's hope for the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I rise to speak against this bill, and I would like to echo the comments of my colleague from District 19. I am extremely concerned about this process. And also my colleague from District 12. We all know what this is about. This is not about all the landfills. This is targeted to one landfill. And let's be very, very clear about this. We all support clean drinking water in our state. Mr. President, you and a number of senators in here have worked tirelessly for hours and days upon days, ensuring that the people of New Hampshire have clean drinking water. But I can't support this because of the process. And now, after listening to the debate here today, I understand why the committee, the majority of the committee, ruled inexpedient to legislate. This is not ready to come forward. This is not ready to come forward. And I am concerned, Mr. President, if we put this into statute, we are going to be doing more harm to our state and to our citizens than we can even think about. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Seeing none, you ready for the roll call? The clerk will call the roll on ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1454.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Khan?
Yes.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Abar?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh?
No.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
No. The ayes have it, 16-8 is ordered to third. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 1165, repealing the Granite State Paid Family Leave Plan. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge the body to vote yes on the pending motion of interim study. We have had an awful lot of debate over the years about differing plans to provide for paid family medical leave. We came together in the budget to pass Governor Sununu's voluntary paid family medical leave. It's been put out to bid. The process is working. We'll see what the bids come back, and hopefully this program will work as intended. Now is not the time to pull the rug out from under the Granite State Paid Family Leave Plan, given how much work has gone into it and where it's at in the process. I think most of us would agree if we can have a paid family medical leave plan. While we might disagree about some of the details on how it's implemented, I think many of us believe it's a important public policy initiative. So repealing it, I can't support, and I ask for a yes vote on interim study. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on House Bill 1165. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion to refer to interim study is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1132, relative to applications for chartered conversion school. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1132 ought to pass with amendment. Right, Bill? That's the right one? Thank you. This bill removes certain vote requirements for the conversion of a public school to a chartered public school and adds the requirement for a 2/3 majority vote of the school district at a regular annual meeting. While New Hampshire does not currently have any charter conversion schools, there are examples of successful charter conversions in other areas of the country. For example, Washington, D.C. charter conversion schools are public schools with more community involvement from their founding. These often have set a mission and are more likely to meet the needs of unique student groups. The committee amendment makes clear the school district's obligation to provide special education services if the conversion is approved. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on HB 1132. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Guida with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of the Senator from District 1.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Can you explain why there's a 2/3 requirement at the annual meeting as opposed to just a simple majority?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. This is the language that came over from the House. We did not, I don't believe we heard testimony as to that fact. but I do believe that most towns, when they make a significant decision like this one would be, like bonds or anything or a new school, that's a very, very large decision that you would want more than just a majority in your town.
If I may, Mr. President? No, just speak, just for a moment. Thank you. In the interest of advancing choice, I think a 2/3 vote, although it's important, is detrimental to advancing the ability for schools to convert, to give parents better choice, to give communities a better choice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaia. The question is on the adoption of committee amendment. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee's ought to pass as amended for House Bill 1132. Simply, for me, the bill removes the voices of those who teach, the principal and the school superintendent. I do believe that the voice of the parents, the residents of those communities, are and will always be a priority. However, it's important not to set aside those that work in the school, many of which are residents of these communities. We would be setting aside their voices in this discussion. This action limits the voice of educators and administrators who are invested in the schools and those communities that they serve. I ask my colleagues to vote against this recommendation so I can offer an expedient to legislate. Thank you very much.
Senator Prentice. Any further discussion on ought to pass as amended? Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I rise to ask the body to support this legislation. We've seen what's happened with our schools over the past few months, where parents were not given time or even an opportunity to address the school board, especially on policies they were adopting. And we saw what had once been a very collegial type relationship between parents and schools become very toxic. And so after I attended a couple of meetings, I realized that there was a problem here. And really the problem was the parents felt that their voices weren't being heard. So I filed legislation very similar to this, which has gone to the House, and from what I understand, it has passed as well. So I think that we really do need to give parents an opportunity to speak to the school board. These are their children, and they are invested in their children's education just as much as the teachers who want to educate our children and the principals or the superintendents that are administering our schools. But it is important that we have that ability. Unfortunately, what I see happening is some school districts are adopting a committee, and it's the Committee to Counter Misinformation. I see that as a very chilling effect on free speech. If people feel if they're going to go and speak in front of their school board, their comments are going to be fact-checked, much like on Facebook or wherever else people are on social media. But we do need that free flow of ideas and conversation between parents and schools. And I think this bill will accomplish that. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Gaida. Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the motion and hope that the body will take the recommendation of my colleague from District 5 and defeat this motion and vote for an inexpedient to legislate motion which would be offered subsequently. And here's why. And I respect the opinions of our colleagues that say our parents need more voice in our schools. And I couldn't disagree with that. But your comments are about parents and school boards. And that's not what this bill is about. This bill specifically deletes 2 lines in current statute. Line 1, it deletes teacher input. Remember, this is Teacher Appreciation Week. I hoped I say that only once today, but probably not, Mr. President. This deletes their input into the process. And the process right now is really quite simple. The teachers give their input, they're supportive, the thing moves forward, essentially. I got to remind us that just last year, I know this probably isn't high on many people's memory list, but we adopted innovative schools. It passed this chamber. It's now statute. Innovative schools deleted teacher input. It was supposed to be a model piece of legislation modeled on other states, in particular Colorado. And Colorado was very clear. Teachers have input into creating innovative schools. What's the result of that alternative school model? Not any district in the state has put it to use. So all we did is adopt some idea from out of state, put it into law, and nobody's using it. And you know who approves that? The State Board of Education. Talk about simplicity. Now, we're creating a complicated process to the question of our colleague from District 2. Indeed, we are. But to delete the teachers from the process of converting a public school to a public chartered school doesn't make a lot of sense. That's what the bill does. And so I recommend that we vote down this ought to pass motion and do an inexpedient to legislate. I think there are options that exist that are simpler, and the current option is pretty simple if any school in the state wanted to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Khan, Senator Birdsall with a question of?
Can I just ask for clarification? Are we on House Bill 1132 or 1195?
1132 ought to pass as amended.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my colleague from District 10 for his comments. The majority of the committee wished to pass this, and what we took out was that 2/3 of the teachers don't have to vote for this, and that the school superintendent and principal both don't have to vote for this in writing. Particularly in my home district where my kids go to school, we see an extreme turnover of superintendents and principals. And they may not be from the community, they may not be from New Hampshire, and they may only be in our school for a year or two, which is what we've seen. But what this does do is add in the 2/3 vote from the community. And if that principal, if that superintendent, and 2/3 of the community, which can include a lot of the teachers. So if they live in your town, if they live in your city, they can vote for this. They have their input. The school board also has to vote to approve this. Teachers can have their input in the school board's vote. They can go before the school board and make their comments. They can go before the legislative body and make their comments. There's nothing that in this bill that prevents their voice from being heard, especially if they are a voter in that town. So I hope you will join me in voting for this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. Any further discussion? Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I rise to apologize to the body. I was speaking on the next bill, which is House Bill 95. Thank you.
Senator Sherman with a question of?
Senator from District 10.
Senator Khan.
Thank you, Senator.
This is kind of I could do this in two parts, one question, or I'll just say, my understanding is that the experts in the room, the people who have their master's in education or even higher level degrees, are the teachers and superintendents and the principal. This bill, just help me understand, this bill actually would allow the process to move forward without any input from them. There's no input required?
That's the way I read it.
Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1132 as amended. Seeing none, you ready for the question? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1132. Roll call has been requested by Senator Khan, seconded by Senator Sherman. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley. No. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred 1195, an act relative to public comment periods at school board or school administrative unit public meetings. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
President, I move House Bill 1195 ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires that all open meetings for school boards or school administrative unit boards have a period designated for public comment. During the public hearing, the committee heard testimony on the great need for improved communication between citizens and our local elected officials, especially school board members. While the language in HB 1195 has similarities to SB 410, sponsored by my friend from District 14, of which passed our chamber earlier this session, this bill's charge, as introduced, is too broad as it relates to public comment periods during board meetings. As the committee worked diligently to fine-tune the language in SB 410 and the parameters around public comment periods during school board meetings by striking a balance between a resident's right to come and speak before their elected officials and the need to safeguard privileged student and personal information, the committee unanimously adopted a replace all amendment with the language passed in SB 410. The Education Committee unanimously asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on HB 1195. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1195. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1397, an act relative to the length of terms for Rockingham County officers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1397 ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, establishes a 4-year term for the county treasurer, county sheriff, county register of deeds, and the county attorney in Rockingham County, as well as adding 2 ex officio non-voting members to the Gunstock Area Commission. The workload and training needed for county officials can be a time and financial burden. Establishing 4-year terms as opposed to the current 2-year terms will ease that burden and will provide for consistency in the administrative functions of the offices. The committee amendment addresses a need for impartial membership on the Gunstock Area Commission. It adds the Commissioner of New Hampshire's Department of Business and Economic Affairs or designee and the Belknap County Administrator as ex officio non-voting members. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass as amended on the House Bill 1397. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to speak.
Thanks, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment in drafting has a flaw in it. It takes out the effective date, but there is also an amendment that is going to be presented before the body that will negate the usefulness of the committee amendment. So I would ask you to vote against the committee amendment pending another motion.
Senator Gray, the question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Is there any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. You've defeated the committee amendment. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 1948S and ask to speak to my motion.
Senator Gaida offers floor amendment 1948S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is the result of a long series of events. In 1959, the legislature passed and the governor signed into law a bill that was intended to keep the delegation from interfering in the business affairs of Gunstock area, the Gunstock Resort. For 62 years, that worked. However, currently, as we speak, the delegation has chosen to appoint members not to serve the interests of Gunstock Mountain, nor the interests of the people of Belknap County, but the interests of the delegation's own intent to try to privatize this facility. Two petitions signed by 3,600 residents of Belknap County been presented in opposition to the delegation's actions, yet the delegation continues its pursuit. The amendment takes the appointment of commission, Gunstock Commission commissioners out of the hands of the delegation and puts it where it properly belongs, in the hands of the people of Belknap County. It is their mountain. It belongs to them by law. It does not belong to the delegation, whose members change and whose interests with respect to the mountain are sometimes, and in this case, almost always, in opposition to the better interests of Gunstock as a resort. This bill also establishes that the county commissioners would appoint any vacancies that were unintended or unanticipated for the duration of that term. It would be a nonpartisan election. The operation of Gunstock Mountain should not be subject to partisan divides or differing opinions on economics or differing opinions on the people who serve on that commission because of their political affiliations. This mountain belongs to the people of Belknap County. This mountain belongs, and its management in the hands of the people of Belknap County, who have overwhelmingly spoken. Over 3,000 signatures on petitions for a county in favor of this, returning control of Gunstock Mountain to the commissioners that the people want to elect, not at the mercy of delegations that change every 2 years. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I would ask for your support for this amendment so that the people of Belknap County can return the operation of that mountain to commissioners chosen by those people that own it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1948. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, the floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and/or amendments. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1397. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 490, an act relative to the definitions of game camera and hunting day and relative to the use of game cameras. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 490 ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires that hunters receive written permission from landowners if they wish to place their game cameras on landowner property. Current hunting laws permit hunters to place cameras on private property without the knowledge or permission of the landowners. Similar laws exist in Maine, Wisconsin, and North Dakota and Nevada. Landowners are concerned with the prospects of having cameras on their property without their knowledge. And Fish and Game is also concerned that technology advances will begin to see hunters simply wait for the game to pass in front of their camera before taking it, and therefore it undermines the chase. Also, there's a non-germane, or in committee, we added an amendment related to hunting. Due to the recent court findings on gunpowder guns, we added an amendment allowing black powder hunting by those with previous felon convictions. Hunters have been arrested not knowing that the courts had changed the rules. And so the people that have been felons in the past who are hunting are breaking the law and didn't realize it. And so this basically changes the language back to the federal language as far as black powder and rifles. So with that, I ask for your vote to pass.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Gaida.
Inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Is this amendment and the bill divisible?
Yeah. Senator, are you asking if the committee amendment is divisible?
No, I'm asking
if...
if...
We haven't voted on the committee amendment.
Then I'll withhold my question until we have. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Any discussion? Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise opposed to the committee amendment for just one section, and that's in section 2, if you'll find it on page 20 of your calendar. The sentence says in this chapter, firearm shall have the same meaning as in 18 U.S.C. section 921A3, as it appears on April 12th, 2022. New Hampshire firearm owners have been very protective of their Second Amendment rights. What this does is cedes the definition of a firearm to the federal government, whatever that happens to be on April 12th. I think that New Hampshire, and the way that it has acted in the past, would be better off having control of their own definition of what a firearm is, as opposed to ceding it to the federal government. So I would ask you to vote against this committee amendment for that reason. Thank you.
Further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Roll call. Roll call has been requested on the committee amendment. Seconded by, roll calls by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Daniels. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels?
No.
Senator Abard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Senator Reagan?
No.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
Yes. The committee amendment is adopted 17 to 7. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce Floor Amendment 1924S and ask to speak to my motion.
Senator Gaida offers floor amendment 1924S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was the subject of a lot of debate, and the current version of the original underlying bill has some holes in it. This amendment provides for a number of things. A large concern was expressed about personal privacy. Someone could put a camera on your property, you wouldn't know it. You might go out and be photographed and you didn't want to be. That's a valid concern. Okay? So we have concern of the property rights people. Property rights are paramount. But we also have an issue of safety. And the Department of Fish and Game talked about their concern that a landowner removing a camera potentially could be subject to violence from someone that was angry about it. So they're concerned about that. So what I've done with this amendment is several things. First, out of respect for the right to privacy, all right, I established in this legislation a boundary of 300 feet or the curtilage as defined under law, whichever is farther away from the structure, from the home. Okay? We're not allowed to shoot a weapon within 300 feet of a house. That's why I chose the number 300. Okay? 300 feet. So if an unauthorized game camera is within 300 feet of an inhabited structure or within the curtilage, whichever is farther, the owner can remove that camera. Within 300 feet of my house, that's really getting into my private space. So the owner can remove it, but they're required to tell the owner, whose name would be on this camera, and also to turn it over to the police within 24 hours or to a game warden. All right? So we're setting in law that you can remove it because it is a significant intrusion into your privacy, but you have an obligation then to give it to appropriate law enforcement for return to the owner. If it's located within 300 feet of an uninhabited structure, okay, outside the legally defined curtilage, okay, the landowner can remove it. Has to do the same thing. Notify the owner and give it to the appropriate law enforcement people because, again, that's a building that could be used by someone and their personal private space could possibly be photographed. So that's a second condition. The third says if the landowner discovers an unauthorized game camera in an area not defined in either of the other two, somewhere out in the woods, okay, and they desire to remove that camera, notify the owner and call appropriate law enforcement and let them do it. Much more likely to have an incident out in the woods than you are in your own yard, so to speak. And then last, in a brilliant stroke of common sense, for those who are concerned about privacy, this bill allows the landowner who finds a camera to put tape over the aperture on the camera so it's non-functional, protecting my privacy, and then of course that person can notify the owner and tell them, hey, come take your camera. So trying to balance the needs of concern for public safety, the right to individual privacy on a property, okay, I offer this floor amendment and ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1924S. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just rather than ask a series of questions for the Senator of District 2, I just thought I'd make a couple of comments on this and maybe you'll have some responses to it. I agree that we worked very hard on this bill in committee. It came over to the House in a very different form, and as you'll see on page 19 of the calendar, we have a committee amendment here which really tried to balance fairly the rights for privacy and also the hunting practices of people in the state, which are also enshrined in our Constitution.
So what we did in the amendment was to say, okay, we wanted to make sure the definition of a game camera was, and prohibiting that the images be used or distributed or broadcast in any way other than the particular use for hunting. And we said that if you find one out there and you haven't explicitly authorized it, you can take it down. You can take it down. And I think that was a simple and practical approach to this. What I have some questions about in the amendment is, in fact, this 300 feet and the distinction between 300 feet and not 300 feet and the different processes for whether you're going to be able to remove it. So I guess you're out there with your tape measure, but I'm not sure that 300 feet in and of itself has a lot to do with protecting privacy. It seems to me that either it's okay to have the camera out there wherever it's in your property, because you might take a walk beyond that. And so why have a different procedure if you're out after that? I think I'm also a little concerned about, starting on line 20 of the amendment, it says that if you find one outside of your property on somebody else's land, you can have it removed. So in a sense, I mean, maybe the land is not posted about for trespassing, but in a sense it's saying you can go on somebody else's property if there's a camera within 300 feet. Again, you've got to have your tape measure because you might be subject to prosecution or lawsuit if you take it down more, 301 feet. I'm a little concerned about here too that the shall request the local department or conservation officer 2324 that they remove it. I think we probably need to have some language here about that, of what the police are actually required to do under the word circumstances, especially if it means going onto somebody else's property. And then the business about putting a tape over the camera lens, well, I don't know. Either you want the camera there or you don't, remove it or not. This taping thing, I just kind of don't get it. If it's anywhere else in your property, I don't know if this has an application to be on somebody else's property that you could do this. So, I just fear there's so many questions about this, and I believe that we actually came up with a pretty good bill in the committee. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. To address some of the concerns, a game camera's focal length is nowhere near 300 feet. Nowhere near. I use game cameras when I hunt, okay? And anything outside that would be at best blurred, if even visible at all. So that's why the 300 feet. And a tape measure would quickly delineate from the edge of any building 300 feet to where the camera might be. With respect to unauthorized game cameras on other people's property, Section C refers to the limitations established in Sections A and B, which are on the landowner's own property. So it references that. And so for those reasons, again, trying to strike a balance between the hunting community and the privacy interests of the owners of the property in an attempt to avoid having landowners remove their property from the rolls of hunting by posting them, I would ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Question. Senator Sherman with a question?
President, 2-minute recess.
Senators in recess. Senate will come out of recess. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1924S. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor of 1924S, say aye. All opposed, say no. Ooh, the chair's in doubt. Here we go, that'll be the first of the year. Roll call's been requested by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Gaida. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. No. Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
No?
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley. No. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No?
Senator Morse.
Yes. The amendment's defeated 10 to 14. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 490. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1049, an act establishing a committee to study landfill siting criteria and methods for reducing pressure on landfill capacity. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1049 inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 1049 will establish a committee to study the siting criteria for new landfills and study solid waste policies to reduce pressure on landfill capacity. While this bill is good intention, the functions of this bill are duplicative of Senate Bill, or I should say House Bill 1454, which we just passed, and the existing solid waste working group that deals with these issues. The Senate Energy and National Resource Committee asks for your support on the motion of ITL on House Bill 1049. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1049. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1148, an act relative to prohibiting government entities subordinate to the state from restricting the types of fuel sources that may be used for energy. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1148 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1148, as it came to us, the House was designed to prevent local municipalities and counties from enacting ordinances to prevent certain fuel types for power production and conversion. These issues are a state responsibility, and the Site Evaluation Committee aids in making these decisions. During the hearing, questions arose about whether a municipality even has the authority to do such a thing, and how passing this legislation would potentially impact those communities who have set certain climate goals. So therefore, you'll see on page 24 that the committee created an amendment which directs the Department of Energy to answer that question about whether there is such an authority in statute at all, and that second question as well. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on HB 1148. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of what to pass as amended on House Bill 1148. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 1185, an act relative to treatment of water contaminated with perfluorinated chemicals. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1185 inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 1185 would enable wastewater treatment plants to require providers to discharge to test such discharge. The committee heard testimony from DES that the bill is duplicative of RSA 149. Therefore, it is unnecessary at this time, but I am told that there may be an amendment and request to overturn the ITO motion. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support. The motion ITL on 1185. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate in House Bill 1185. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. You defeated the inexpedient to legislate motion. Senator Bradley.
To move on to pass.
Senator Bradley moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President, but I'm going to yield to Senator from District 11.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move Amendment 1916S.
Senator Daniels offers floor amendment 1916S and may speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Later today, we will deal with a bill that has to do with testing PFAS in soil, because right now it's only tested in water. This amendment goes hand in hand with that will be taken up later. And what it does, it allows a wastewater treatment plant, many of which create compost, which they then sell. What's happening now is that PFAS is getting into that compost, so it gets spread around. So this amendment allows a wastewater treatment facility to require that a hauler of industrial and commercial waste test that load for PFAS so that it doesn't get in and contaminate the product within the treatment system and thereby the compost that comes from it. When a hauler brings in a load, the facility may require them to test. They will let them unload because it does take a while to test, to get the results of the test. But they also have to give notice to the haulers that they are going to be testing. And should the level be found to be unacceptable, then the hauler has 90 days to determine where that came from and to correct the problem. And the wastewater treatment facilities may also collect samples from septage loads originating from residential resources, but they cannot refuse those. So that is the amendment, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1916S. Further discussion. Senator Waters with a question.
Yes, for the senator from District 11.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Senator. So on 123, just a couple questions. What does it mean that determines to be acceptable? What standard would be used there?
It would be the acceptable level of the PFAS that it currently exists, which I think is around 20 or 18 right now.
Well, so if I may follow up, that's not referenced in your amendment. So I guess I'm not sure what authority a municipality would have to decide to determine what is acceptable and whether they'd be open to suit or something if a hauler says, well, you don't have specific authorization for the number you've just given me.
Well, I would think that any treatment plant, just like a business, when you go and you test for a PSAF level, that it's either acceptable or not acceptable according to what the statute is calling for at the time.
If I may, one more other question. Thank you, and thank you, Senator. So in the next section, 24 to 28 there, I just wonder whether we're getting kind of into a situation where, okay, they can test and say you can't dump it here, but then also municipality has to have an agreement with the facility that will then take septic. So are we getting into a situation where a hauler might, with a tank of septic, be driving from municipality to municipality, and each one saying, no, not here?
I suppose it could conceivably happen, but my understanding is in the agreement of things that the hauler is given a certain amount of time to go back to the facility that they collected from, and with the expectation that within the 90 days or whatever, that would be treated by the source, so that the things that's brought in after 90 days would be acceptable. But my understanding is that you can't just refuse something on the spot because it takes a while to test.
If I may, just one more, Mr. President. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the issue is seems to be a little complicated. I understand the problem here you're trying to address, but I'm just imagining here, you say commercial or industrial facility. Well, let's say there's a commercial facility like the bar or something that happens to be on a septic system. So they now are going to have to create a treatment facility before they can take their septic somewhere else?
No, I think I know what you're saying. And I had posed the question, if a hauler was collecting from two different businesses, and they tested the load, and it was at a higher than acceptable level. How do you know where that came from? And what I saw in here was the ability to go back, within that 90 days, and if it takes that you have to take a load from one facility and bring it down to have that tested individually to isolate which one is actually causing the problem. And you might have to do that with both of them. But what we're trying to accomplish here is to make sure that the PFAS contamination does not get into the treatment facility, thereby halting the problem as close to the source as we can, and pushing back if we find that there is a source that is contaminating, then letting them know so that the problem can be corrected and thereby resolved.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Perkins Spoke, a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. A question of the senator from District 11, please. Thank you for answering all the questions. I guess mine's simple. Could you clarify what the difference is between Section 2 in your amendment and Section 2 of the bill as amended by the House? Because would you believe I'm not seeing any differences?
I think my understanding is there were some things that went on in the House that Amendment 0583 was initially brought in to the House, and in the discussions within that committee, they had some issues. The representative had gone out and fixed those with Amendment 1916 S. And what they did is added in that the septic haulers, they specifically added in of industrial and commercial waste, because originally it was going to also pertain to residential. That's one of the things that took out. So primarily in the difference between what you saw in the calendar passed by the House and what you have here is just a clarification that when we talk about septic haulers, you are talking about industrial and commercial waste haulers.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on the floor amendment? Seeing none, you ready for the question? The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1916S. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, barely. The floor amendment's been adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendments. One minute. Senate will come out of recess. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1185. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1186, an act relative to companion animals during a declared state of emergency. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Perkins Quokka for the committee.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1186 ought to pass with amendment. HB 1186 requires shelters to accept companion animals during a declared state of emergency. The bill ensures that people will be able to shelter their companion animals during a disaster that requires evacuation. Currently, emergency plans exist to allow for disaster trailers for companion animals, and DHHS has an existing disaster animal rescue team. The bill designates those who volunteer with the disaster animal rescue team as emergency workers. Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on HB 1186 with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1186. Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion about to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1356, an act relative to taking of gray squirrels. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1356, inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 1356 would require the Executive Director of Fish and Game to establish a season for the year-round taking of gray squirrels. Currently, property owners may take an animal that is in the process of causing damage to their property. Establishing a year-round taking of gray squirrels in statute could decimate their population, which then could have a domino effect on other species that rely on gray squirrels as a food source. The committee, most importantly, believes in retaining the existing authority of the directors to establish hunting seasons based on scientific analysis, as is the authority of the director for all other species, rather than by legislative direction. And the department can re-examine this season or having a year-round season anytime at all. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1356. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate in House Bill 1356. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Senate will be on break until 1:30. There may or may not be food outside. The House has already been through the line. UNH is serving, but give it a shot. We're in recess till 1:30. Senator will come out of recess. Senator Rosenwald, can you hear us? Senator will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 214, an act relative to public school facility condition assessment school building aid grants. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4 to 3. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
2-minute recess? Sorry, the bill number is? Okay, Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 214 re-referred to interim study. This bill expands the usage of Public School Infrastructure Fund to include funding for the Department of Education to support the development, implementation, and maintenance of a facility condition assessment for public elementary and secondary schools. Some Senate Finance Committee members questioned why such an initiative isn't already being done at the local level, thereby holding local employees and the school district accountable to local voters. Deficiencies should already be tracked if improvements are needed. The majority of the committee members did not determine a need for the state to be involved other than to collect data from the local municipalities to develop the 10-year plan directed by Section 91:314 of House Bill 2. The Senate Finance Committee therefore recommends House Bill 214 be re-referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on House Bill 214. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to refer to interim study is adopted. Senator will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 481 FNA, an act establishing the Office of the Right to Know Ombudsman and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6 to 0. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 481 FNA ought to pass. This bill amends RSA 91A7 concerning petitions to the Superior Court regarding right to know violations and would establish an alternative complaint resolution process. The Ombudsman would be administratively attached to the Department of State, and the Ombudsman's final ruling would be appealable to the Superior Court. The Governor and Executive Council are authorized to search for, nominate, and confirm the Ombudsman to assume his or her responsibilities on July 1st of this year. The office would sunset on July 1st of 2025. House Bill 481 FNA appropriates necessary non-lapsing funds to the Department of State to fund the position for the biennium ending June 30th, 2023. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 481 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The bill is now on second. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 481. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 536 FN, an act relative to death benefits for public works employee killed in the line of duty and relative to workers' compensation offset for certain retirement system benefits. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 6 to 1. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 536 FN re-referred to interim study. This bill does two things. It expands the eligibility of a $100,000 line of duty death benefit to municipal and state public works employees and highway employees killed in the line of duty, and it eliminates any offset for workers' compensation benefits applicable to the New Hampshire retirement system accidental death benefits, which currently applies only to Group 1 employees. The workers' compensation offset is relatively straightforward and understanding. If the pension benefit paid to a survivor of a Group 1 member whose death was job-related is $2,500 per month, and the survivor is also receiving workers' compensation benefit of $500 per month, the retirement system would only pay $2,000 under the offset so as to equal the $2,500 a month. Understanding the death benefit is more complex, as a refund of the members' accumulated contributions, and I'm not sure what exactly those are, would be payable to the member's beneficiary or beneficiaries, in addition to an accidental death benefit, as I understand it, something separate from the benefit proposed in House Bill 536, payable according to the individual's personal situation. There are currently numerous questions that remain unanswered, even after the public hearing. Those questions include why the workers' compensation offset is proposed to be eliminated when so few employees have died on the job, whether or not the current method of paying benefits is financially the most beneficial for the state, why the state should pay the benefits for a local municipal employee, and if the process described in the bill could be simplified by merely obtaining a term life or accidental death and dismemberment policy on qualified employees at the local level or the state level, as opposed to having a periodic unknown amount taken from the general fund. Since the cost of such a policy is negligible, as the scope of the policy is narrow. Committee members also wondered if the elimination of the offset of the workers' compensation benefits might actually result in a greater increase. For all these reasons, the Senate Finance Committee recommends House Bill 536 be re-referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President, I hope that my colleagues will vote against interim study so that I can make another motion of ought to pass, and I'll speak to that after we've taken the vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Kavanaugh.
Mr. President, after last week's meeting, there were some questions that came up, and I did reach out to the retirement system. And the information that I received back was, in the last 30 to 40 years, there have been 12 survivor employee benefits who were killed on the job and are receiving monthly benefits. And that is out of 41,000 benefits being paid. So out of the 41,000, again, 12 in the last 30 to 40 years, and that's from the retirement system. They don't know if the benefits are related to, all of these benefits are related to DPW workers, but again, 12 out of 41,000 is how few deaths there are. I did have some questions about also the offsets for the workers' compensation. And it was explained to me that if someone's out on workers' comp and you're retired with a medical retirement, your reduction down from your retirement is the reduction down from what the retirement system pays, what you're getting from workers' comp. The answer for the life benefit is a little different, and it is more complicated, like my colleague, District 11 said. But the explanation I got is if it was a $50,000 payment and your family is being reduced down on that compensation, what's the sense of having this? This is getting the families over the hump after they've gone through a tragic loss. And I just asked my colleagues again to vote down the interim study so we can offer a ought to pass motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on House Bill 536. Roll call has been requested by Senator Kavanaugh, seconded by Senator Susi. State your inquiry.
Mr. President, if I know that there are some questions that people have asked, and I know that information is forthcoming and would be part of our debate, would I now vote against the interim study so that we can consider this bill?
If you're in favor of interim study, you're going to say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say no. Senator Daniels. State your inquiry.
Mr. President, if I understand that there are still outstanding questions, and I think the prudent thing to do is to wait to get answers to those, would I now vote yes on interim study?
If you're in favor of the refer to interim study, you're going to say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say no. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator French?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Khan?
No.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Kavanaugh?
No.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Bertzel?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
No.
Senator Morse?
Yes. The interim study motion is defeated 11 to 13. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass and would like to speak to my motion.
Senator D'Alessandro moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, for all clarifying information, I did sponsor the death benefit for firefighters or police officers killed in the line of duty. I sponsored that a number of years ago, and as a result, the losses of a couple of our guys have been taken care of, and I think that was vital. It was a vital piece of legislation that we got passed, and it was no easy task. It was a hard sell, but we got it done, and the people of this legislature responded positively. New Hampshire RSA 21-I:29 provides a death benefit for police officers or firefighters killed in the line of duty. Recognizing that these responses are put in harm's way for the protection and good of the public, the legislature granted a death benefit to their families if they were killed in the line of duty. And as I said, that death benefit has been given a number of times. House Bill 536 amends this RSA, making public works employees eligible for the same benefits afforded to the police and firefighters who are killed in the line of duty. In given weather events or other emergency situations, when the public at large is cautioned to stay at home, public employees work for the state and the municipalities. They don't stay at home. They leave the safety of their home and family and venture out to work in hazardous conditions. They do this to keep essential infrastructure open and functioning for everyone else. Many of these employees work next to high-speed traffic, a few feet away from motorists who refuse to slow down, moreover, or pay attention, putting the public employees in harm's way. I think we've all seen that. We've all been on the highway when people pay no attention to the speed limit, drive excessively, and as a result of that, cause a lot of damage. I look at the roads every day as I drive up here, and I see the sides of the roads falling apart because of accidents, people driving improperly along the roads. An industrial leader, Environmental Health and Safety, lists the 10 most dangerous occupations and related duties. Of these jobs, public works employees perform tasks directly defined in 8 of the top of the 10 most dangerous occupations. 8 of the 10 most dangerous occupations. In a March 6, 22 interview, WMUR reporter Amy Covino talks about how road service and safety is part of the mission at DOT. She interviewed a DOT employee, Chris Quimbley, who sat belted in his orange work vehicle along I-93 for 40 minutes, providing a safety buffer for a disabled tractor trailer while a crew changed 2 flat tires. Chris's DOT vehicle was suddenly struck from behind by a box truck vehicle going 70 miles per hour. The box truck driver made no attempt to stop, all captured on Chris's own dash camera. Chris, the DOT worker, is a person with a family. He sat out there along I-93, a sitting duck, while protecting the traveling public, whizzing by. And suddenly he was struck from behind by a large box truck going 70 miles per hour. The video is chilling and frankly and thankfully, he was not killed. Another report on April 28, 2002, a vehicle smashed into a DOT striping vehicle on Route 101 in Auburn. The striping team was operating in a closed lane. On June 4th, 2021, a truck driver fell asleep and struck the toll booth in Rochester. 2/28/20, vehicle drove into the Hooksett toll booth on I-93 South. Fortunately, the worker in the toll booth was not injured. Sadly, since 2000, New Hampshire's Department of Transportation has lost 8 employees who were killed in the line of duty. That's a striking memorial in front of DOT in honor of the too many people of the Public Works Department who were killed in the line of duty. Besides recognizing them on a memorial, we owe it to the families of these dedicated Public Works employees who are placed in harm's way every day to provide a death benefit to the family of an employee who dies while serving the citizens of New Hampshire. This benefit is in place for police and fire, and we need to recognize the contribution of Public Works employees. When I brought this bill forward a number of years ago, the complaint was this, that there are many other agencies who help people who lose their lives in the line of duty. That's baloney. There are agencies out there who do help, but the need far exceeds what's available. Far exceeds what's available. The families of these people recognize the fact that each day they go to work and put themselves in harm's way. And I must say, Mr. President, driving on the roads and watching those yellow trucks from DOT and the performance of their duties, the fact that the truck runs up and down the F.E. Everett Turnpike and up and down our major interstate highways for the purpose of helping people. They help people. They stop and change a tire. They stop to help a disabled vehicle. They put themselves in harm's way. In harm's way. And what we ask is they get the same treatment as we give our police and fire, who put themselves in harm's way and do it on a daily basis. We know how important these people are to the lives and safety of New Hampshire citizens. Let's respond positively by doing something that makes an impression for their family and also makes us feel better about the fact that we take care of those who take care of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is on the adoption of House Bill 536. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. You've adopted House Bill 536, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1066 FN, an act requiring the Commissioner of Department of Environmental Services to prepare a plan relative to cyanobacterial blooms in New Hampshire. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1066 ought to pass. This bill requires the Department of Environmental Services to prepare a plan no later than November 1st of 23 to prevent the increase of and eventually control of cyanobacteria blooms in New Hampshire's lakes and other waters. Such plan shall be supported by scientific data and shall include measurable milestones. The Commissioner of DES shall form an advisory committee of appropriate stakeholders which shall determine the causes and impacts of cyanobacteria, develop possible solutions, and advance ways to better communicate with the recreating public. The sum of $30,000 is appropriated to the department for the purpose of funding this study. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1066 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President, I rise in support of House Bill 1066 and the Finance Committee's recommendation of ought to pass. This legislation has a direct impact on Mascoma Lake, which is shared between both Lebanon and Enfield in District 5. It also has a direct impact on Crystal Lake, which is in Enfield, New Hampshire. We have pride in our lakes and recreation assets, which fuel our economy, our economic engine in our area, and often is a location for providing housing for our larger employers of the Upper Valley. House Bill 1066 will help reduce the pollution that leads to cyanobacteria and in the lakes and will help keep them clean and healthy for our use and for future generations. As John Klug, a selectman in Enfield, stated, we need to leave this place better than we received it, and we should be proud of what we leave our children and our grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1066. Further discussion. Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support, and I want to thank the Resources Committee and the Finance Committee members for unanimously through this Senate recommending the bill and the funding and the advisory commission to the Department of Environmental Services. There are over 950 lakes in this state. I believe I got that right, Mr. Chairman. And there are over 90 lakes in the state that have experienced cyanobacteria blooms. In my district, that is 10 different lakes. And we don't know how climate related and how human or highway maintenance behavior is contributing to this, but we need to find out, because it's certain that if they're 90 this year, it's going to be 99 next year and in this season, and it's coming to your neighborhood soon, and all of us need to be concerned about this. So thank you. This is progress, and I hope in the next legislative session we have the information that would allow us to make more progress in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Further discussion. The question is the adoption of committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1066. You ready for the question? Roll call by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Daniels. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy. Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 24-0. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1221 FN, an act relative to the rate of business profits tax and the relative to payment by the state to municipalities of the amount equal to a portion of retirement system contributions of the political subdivision employers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1221 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill reduces the business profits tax rate from 7.6 to 7.5% for taxable periods ending on or after December 31st, 2023. House Bill 1221 FN also grants a one-time appropriation equal to 7.5% of both the normal and accrued liability contributions of each municipality for benefits under the New Hampshire retirement system on account of its Group 2 members and its Group 1 teacher members. The Board of Trustees of the retirement system shall certify the amount required for each such state payment based on the actual payroll data from the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. It's the intent of the legislature that this will result in a one-time reduction in local property taxes without increasing state or local baseline spending. The committee amendment simply clarifies the term municipality included in the bill by replacing it with political subdivision. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1221 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Guida. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator D'Alessandro, did you want to speak to the amendment or to the bill? Okay, thank you. Senator Rosenwald, the bill? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I move to divide the question on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1221 FN. Request that the first vote be on sections 1, 3, and 7, and that the second vote be on the remainder of the bill, including the effective date.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The chair rules the question is divisible. The first vote is on sections 1, 3, and 7. Discussion on sections 1, 3, and 7. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose the motion of ought to pass as amended on this bill. I'm concerned about what we're doing to our business tax revenues over the next several years that will result in downshifting costs to cities and towns and increasing property taxes. The Department of Revenue Administration has told us that the changes to business tax policy made last year, most of which were bipartisan agreements, will result in a potential projected cost of $300 million over the next 3 years. Over the next 5 years, the changes we've already made will result in a cost of $620 million. And that's before the repeal of the interest and dividends tax kicks in, which will cost hundreds of millions of dollars more. At the same time we're reducing taxes and revenues, we're facing some big and potentially unknown future costs. Specifically, I'm thinking about the DCYF abuse lawsuits. We're talking a little bit later about setting aside $100 million. Will that be enough? And the education funding lawsuit will also be decided in the next few years, potentially costing the state hundreds of millions of dollars a year. We're buying Hampstead Hospital and building a new forensic hospital. The cost to operate those two facilities will be more than $50 million a year. How will we handle those expenses as we keep cutting state revenue sources? Now, I know that state revenues have been well ahead of plan this year, and that's great. But let's not forget that our economy is benefiting from over $2 billion of federal stimulus funds that are only available until 2026. Businesses are clearly benefiting from this infusion of CARES Act and ARPA funds, recording record profits and generating increased business tax revenues. But we should not kid ourselves that this will continue forever. When the additional federal funds run out in the next few years, our economic picture will look very different, and at the same time, we will be facing significantly higher costs in a number of areas that I mentioned. If we continue down this path, cutting taxes again and again, benefiting only the most profitable businesses, the one sure result will be increased property taxes on our businesses, individuals, and families. That is not what the public wants from us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. First vote is on sections 1, 3, and 7. Further discussion. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the reduction in the business profits tax. Over the past few years, we have done an outstanding job of reducing taxes. We eliminated the electric consumption tax. We reduced the business profits tax. We reduced the business enterprise tax. We're on our way to eliminating the interest and dividends tax. Tax after tax after tax has been reduced. Very, very fortunately, we've had a robust economy. If you looked at the focus for last month, you'll see that we are almost $300 million ahead of plan in terms of revenue. That's a good thing. States around the country are having the same situation. They're all accruing significant gains. In New Hampshire, we do a couple of things with our business taxes that they don't do in other states. A portion of our business profits tax is dedicated to education funding. A portion of our business enterprise tax is dedicated to education funding. We create the amorphous educational trust. Every time you reduce a tax, you reduce the amount of money that goes into the education trust. As a result of that, more pressure is put on the general fund. There is no need to reduce the business profits tax. There's no need. Our businesses are thriving. They're doing well. What do we need to do? We need to find employees for them. We haven't got any employees. In Manchester, BAE Systems needs 500 employees. I was there at the groundbreaking earlier this week. They need 500 employees. We have a 20% vacancy rate in state government. We can't hire anybody. We're down 65 state troopers. Recruitment and retention is what we should be thinking of. That's what we should be doing. Let's find people to fill these jobs. You find people to fill these jobs, the companies are more successful, they make more money, and their ability to pay a tax is enhanced. That's what we should be doing. Businesses aren't asking for a further reduction in their tax liability. We've gone from almost 9% at one time to 7.6%. How much more can we do? And as I say, the interest and dividend tax, when it gets stretched out, we're going to lose $135 million in revenue. We lose $5 million a year by eliminating the electricity consumption tax. That's already gone. That's disappeared. We can't keep doing this. We've got to come to our senses. Indeed, if we want to reduce property taxes, as we all do, let's restore revenue sharing. We did it in the last budget. We gave $40 million back to the municipalities to use however they wanted. $20 million a year. Let's be thinking along those lines. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. You know, it's always interesting when we have deja vu to where we were just a couple of weeks ago, but you know what, things have changed even in the last couple of weeks. And that's why this bill that lowers the business profits tax is even more important today than it was just a couple of weeks ago. I hope everybody realized that gross domestic product in this country, dropped by 1.4% in the first quarter. Interest rates were raised, was it yesterday or Monday? I can't even remember. It's happening so quickly. By 0.5%, the largest increase since 2000. We are looking at a recession by a lot of people's estimates. And what does that mean? It means New Hampshire darn well better be one of the most competitive states to attract and retain businesses. We're in a competition with states around the nation for exactly the kind of jobs that my friend from Manchester wants. You know, I hope you'll join with me in supporting an effort to resurrect the housing bill later. We need housing. We want employees, we need housing. That's the biggest problem for getting employees in this state, is housing. But there's a bit of revisionist history going on here. In 2015, when you and I were debating the budget, we were told there was going to blow a $90 million hole in the budget when we first cut business taxes. Guess what? Over that 6-year period to the beginning of the last budget, business tax revenue was $650 million ahead because we made New Hampshire more competitive. And I hope you've seen the latest revenue chart that came out today. Good. Right here. Right here. Well, let me get my glasses on, my friend. $82.8 million ahead in business taxes in April alone, on top of $40 million last month. Business taxes, because we are more competitive. And we have to stay competitive in an increasing recessionary environment caused by some of the things you're now proposing to vote against. You know, citing the fact that we have record high inflation caused by soaring energy prices. Not because of anything any of us have done in this room, but because of policies that we have no control over in Washington. But at least we can say they are happening, and why we need to make sure that New Hampshire remains the most competitive state in the nation. And the argument that somehow passage of this bill is going to undermine our ability to lower property taxes, I've heard a lot of smoke over my time in this building, but let me remind my friend from Manchester what you voted against in the last budget. You voted against $100 million of statewide property tax relief, $30 million going back to county taxpayers. Our friend from District 9's rooms and meals tax revenue sharing, education funding from our friend from District 1. That's real property tax relief. And if we want to continue to have real property tax relief and do what the second part of this bill is that we all agree to, we better make New Hampshire have the kind of economic growth that produces these revenues. You undermine that, you kill the golden goose, you don't get property tax relief. And the economy is what drives property tax relief. We have all said we're in favor of it, but you have to be able to vote for the policies that produce it. Lowering the business profits tax has been wildly successful. And if we continue to make New Hampshire competitive, and yes, solve some of the problems that we have, like housing, which you and I have joined together, and I hope all 24 of us do, and stand up for housing, that will be what we need to do to keep our economy strong. But raising taxes as we're going into a recession is the absolute wrong message for New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Sherman.
Defer to my colleague from District 20 if he wanted to speak.
Okay, I'll do the deferring.
Thank you.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator from District 24. I think my colleague from District 3 is eloquent. I love hearing him speak. I think it's one of the most enjoyable facets of my experience here in this legislature. Really, it's like the golden voice of the majority. I think the way to address property tax relief is to send more money back to the communities. Let's reinstate revenue sharing. Walter Peterson, a Republican governor, Royden Sanders, who headed Sanders Associates, which was the forerunner of BAE Systems, created the business profits tax. Created it. And if it weren't for Governor Benson, we wouldn't have the business enterprise tax, because he sued us because the business profits tax was only being paid by businesses, and other people were escaping paying this tax. So A number one, When the stock and trade tax was eliminated, when the inventory tax was thrown out, we had the business profits tax. It was like at 9%. It's now at 7.6. That's fine. That's a beautiful tax at that level. We don't need to lower it anymore. What we need to do is take the proceeds that I see on this sheet. And by the way, I'm going to put my glasses on because I really want to see it. We have $382.2 million more than we expected. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And why don't we ship it right back to the municipalities and say, let's lower property taxes. And at the same time, we might even think about increasing the minimum wage from $7.35 an hour. Because Dunkin' Donuts is paying $14, and Burger King is paying $15. And Manchester, and my dear friend Senator Kavanaugh, who is one of the drivers of this force, has increased the minimum wage for employees to $15 an hour. Remarkable. Manchester, the Queen City, the forerunner of great economic process. That, my dear friend from District 3, is why we shouldn't lower the tax, but we should give the proceeds where they belong, to the people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to put on my glasses. I have not spoken to a single CEO or other business person in the state, and I've talked to a lot of them recently, who say that they want this tax decrease, this tax cut, more than they want property taxes decreased. So on the property tax, last week, 24-0, we did this 7.25% give back on our pensions, which is really only a part of what we used to promise for our municipalities. But we tabled it along party lines. So in this bill, we're giving them one-time property tax relief, and we're giving them forever BPT relief. That's not the message they want to hear. They pay property taxes, and the reason they can't get employees is several-fold. One, property taxes are really high. Two, they can't find housing. Three, they can't find childcare. And four, they see that we are cutting the money going to public school while increasing the money going to religious and private schools. That's why businesses won't come to New Hampshire in the future. They want to see us invest in our infrastructure, and that's what we need to do. We need to turn that business profits tax cut, not increase any taxes, but put our focus on property tax relief, just like the senator from District 20 said. And that's where I'll put my vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Waters.
I too rise against these sections of the bill. You know, we had a debate a couple weeks ago, and I talked about how the whole nation was awash in revenues. I'm glad New Hampshire is doing well. I noticed yesterday as well the announcement that in Massachusetts there was a $2 billion overestimate in their tax revenue. So I think that what we don't see offered here is any evidence or compelling case that what we did to reduce our business profits tax had anything to do with the increased economic activity in this state, because it was a national and regional phenomenon. And I want to say something about what it means to be competitive. We want New Hampshire to be competitive. But I dare say the competitiveness and decreasing the taxes on some large corporations, mostly out of state, doesn't really do it in terms of whether there's going to be investment here. Investment here is being determined on whether they can hire workers, right? Our job growth doesn't compare that well with some of the other states around us who have made investments in education at all levels. I was in Dover last night with the Dover teachers. There's a vote in the city council. And they're having a terrible time there because of Dover having some of the lowest pay in the state. And there it is. And why was the school budget so threatened this year? Because of the reduction in the state support in the second year of the budget. And every community in my district is facing that, and they're making decisions now. And by the way, a teacher in Dover can drive not too many miles to a school district out of state, probably make $15,000 a year, have a better pension and a better health care. And so we hire great teachers, we train them, and then bye-bye. And by the way, they can't get housing in Dover anymore. They can't afford childcare, can't find it. So this is the system that we're setting up. And to correct the senator from District 3, we're not talking about raising property taxes by not voting this. We're talking about not cutting property taxes further. And I dare say that if we are going into uncertain economic times, that this is not a reason to preemptively jeopardize a system which I think right now seems to be relatively stable in terms of what it's doing for the state. And I think really it's finally is who does government serve? Yes, businesses serve the state and its economy. We know that. But businesses are not only responsible for, they're responsible finally to themselves and to their shareholders. Our shareholders are the people of the state of New Hampshire. That's who we're responsible to. And we have to make sure that we are, yes, producing the revenues and then making the expenditures that can lead to the common good. I am not voting because I'm going to be beholden to business interests above all else. I support businesses, I support their prosperity, that's what they're coming here. But I think we all know there are things that we can do to support businesses that also support the people of this state, and I don't think that includes cutting these taxes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to rise in opposition to stopping the tax cut. And I'm going to leave my glasses on. We're going to talk about some facts. Reducing the business profits tax does not downshift a penny to any community in the state. The projected cost that was given by the senator from District 13, projected cost $300 million, $620 million over 5 years. DRA also stated that's called a static estimate. Okay? That is, if our revenues don't go up a penny, we will see that amount of revenue decline. However, our revenues are going up explosively. We're setting record levels of excesses in surplus revenues because of our tax policies. Okay? So I don't worry about that because I know that the policies we are enacting and continuing to prosecute are going to continue to raise those business taxes. The stimulus funds. Those stimulus funds were not increased revenue to any business. They replaced lost revenues. So there was really, in the net, no aggregate tax cut or tax rise because of them. They replaced lost revenues. That's what they did. Reducing taxes doesn't reduce funding to the Education Trust Fund. Okay? That is set by statute. It reduces the amount of taxes that we raise, which is in a vast surplus as we speak. Okay? With respect to employees, if we reduce business profits tax, that's more money that they can pay towards higher wages. And I would parenthetically add that a $15 minimum wage has been an absolute disaster for the people it was supposed to help in every instance in this country where it was implemented, in every single case without exception. Because business people are going to put computers in the place of workers. I would call my friends' votes on property tax relief in this body to their votes against $100 million. Statewide property tax, $30 million, county taxes, $50 million, ed funding, $100 million. We keep sending money back to towns and cities for property tax relief. Okay? And for some reason or other, those who have voted against doing that are trying to hold us accountable. I don't think that's good head work. I've not spoken to a single CEO who doesn't like the idea of an additional 0.1% of a tax cut. And we come back to, again, the big businesses versus the small businesses. Okay? The big businesses pay the vast majority of the taxes in this state, the business profits tax. Okay? Housing. Okay? We have a housing bill that I hope you will support today. That's going to go, hopefully, in the direction of enabling the employers to have more housing. Okay? With respect to pay for teachers, it's a local decision to hire. That's not a state obligation, that's a local obligation. And although it might be onerous, that's what our Constitution says. Each community has the ability to hire their own teachers, and you pay them what you can. Okay? That's a local decision, it's not a state decision. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars to property tax relief and other causes, okay, for our communities and for our schools. Infrastructure and stuff over the last 6 years, over $500 million. Okay, so we are doing the responsible thing and trying to pit the interests of the people of the state against the interests of business, I think, is not a good strategy. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will take my mask off. There are just a few points I want to touch on. You wanted to get a unanimous vote in this room. Nobody wants to see taxes raised, but that's not what we're voting on. But nobody in this room, not your party, not our party, wants to see state taxes raised. The question that there is, though, before us is, do we use the taxes that we have in place for permanent property tax relief? Permanent. Not one time. Nobody can plan with one-time sendbacks. You know how the cycle works. Counties, municipalities, school districts, they all make their decisions ahead of our decisions. So we come trailing in on the backside of those decisions, and we give them one-time relief, and nobody can plan on it for the second year. That's the flaw. That's the flaw in this discussion. That's what I hear. The biggest thing that we could do in this body is to harness our resources when they're available and make multi-year commitments. Not one time, not infrastructure, but multi-year commitments for permanent property tax relief. That's what we need to do. And I am supportive of what we did with the municipal sendbacks that our friend from District 9 proposed this last year. It was a good move. It's the first thing that I'd seen in this body that was permanent in a long time relative to property tax relief. But we're not getting there. And one-time relief doesn't add up to permanent tax reductions in business profits tax. It doesn't add up. And that's where that's our flaw. It's government. It's a government thing. Quick decisions, one time, without making the multi-year planning decisions that can really make a difference at the local level. So I hope when we come back, we keep doing these kinds of conversations, we recognize those savings that we have, those additional revenues that we have, can be leveraged over multiple years, can be leveraged to help relieve local property taxation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Just reiterating, since 2015, when it was predicted that there was going to be a $90 million hole in the budget because of lower business taxes, we've actually increased business tax revenue by $650 million to the beginning of this budget. It has worked. It has worked long before the pandemic, and it continues to work as we see here. In terms of property tax relief, I love it that everybody's trying to claim credit for it after they voted against it, as many of you did when you voted against the budget last year, voted against statewide property tax relief, voted against county property tax relief, voted against inclusion of Senate Bill 99 in the budget, or $102 million for education funding. Thankfully, we've come together on roads funding, bridges funding, extraordinary grants funding, and now the $28 million that's in this bill. Let's ensure New Hampshire stays competitive so that we produce the kind of revenues that will allow us to continue to do the things that we're doing and some of us profess to do but then vote against. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The vote is on sections 1, 3, and 7. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avide, seconded by Senator Gaida. You ready for the roll call? We're voting on sections 1, 3, and 7, and the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Nope.
Senator Prentice.
Nope.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. You've adopted sections 1, 3, and 7, 14 to 10. The second vote is on the remainder of the bill and the effective date. Any further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of the remainder of the bill and the effective date as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1263, an act relative to prescribed studies on health, physical education, wellness, personal finance, literacy, and schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1263 ought to pass. The bill provides for prescribed studies in health, physical education, wellness, and financial literacy. The Department of Education shall survey school districts regarding compliance with this statute, and the Senate Finance Committee recommends passage and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gaida.
And I rise in opposition, not because I don't believe that this is a good idea, but because there's no guidance in this legislation about at what grade levels some of the materials are being presented. And I find that problematic, that I believe some of our younger children may possibly be exposed to things that are inappropriate or perhaps outside the bounds of what their parents would want them to learn at that age. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1263. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1288, an act relative to terms for certain offices and the names, duties, funds of certain divisions within the Department of Administrative Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6 to 0. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1288 ought to pass. This bill establishes terms for the Deputy Commissioner, the Assistant Commissioner, and each unclassified division director in the Department of Administrative Services. House Bill 1288 renames the Administrative Services Division of Financial Data Management and updates the responsibilities of the division. The bill changes the name of the body that provides recommendations to the department's Division of Personnel. Lastly, it increases from $20,000 to $100,000 the maximum amount that can be carried forward each fiscal year in the Education and Training Fund. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1288 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1288. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 1431 FNL, an act establishing the Parental Bill of Rights. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill ought to pass by a vote of 4 to 3. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1431 FN local ought to pass. This bill establishes a parental bill of rights, a framework for notice of and to report violations of such rights, and creates consequences for affirmative findings of violations. House Bill 1431 FN local authorizes any parent to bring an action for injunctive relief and damages in Superior Court and would authorize the court to award a parent fees and costs. The Department of Education has stated many of the enumerated rights are pre-existing by statute, school policy, or both, and the required information for parents should currently exist under existing laws or rules. This bill will require that a parental request for any of the enumerated items must be responded to within 10 business days. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1431 FN local and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise against the committee recommendation of ought to pass. As I said last week, the stated aim of this bill is understandable and praiseworthy, but the unintended consequences of the bill are really dire. I respect parents' fundamental rights, but I truly feel that this bill falsely pits the rights of parents against children's rights to be safe and healthy. And I think the language is so sweeping about parents' unrestricted rights, it also fails to consider that other people have rights as well, of course, including vulnerable children, but other parents. In addition to the significant child protection concerns raised on the floor last week, this bill contains several other alarming provisions, including requirements that parents are notified immediately anytime a student joins a club or sees a counselor, and anytime a school employee affirms a student whose gender is different from their sex assigned at birth. School faculty and staff must not be forced to disturb the private relationship between students and their parents by automatically disclosing very sensitive information to families. We know that this could cause harm to LGBT students and undermine schools' efforts to create an affirming learning environment for all students. Automatic reporting to parents when students seek counseling at school will also deter students from seeking help in some cases. The unfortunate inevitable result could be increased rates of anxiety, depression, and poor academic performance. We don't want to see that in New Hampshire schools and our youth. New Hampshire can't afford these outcomes amidst the current mental health crisis sweeping through the country and sweeping through New Hampshire. No one would argue that parents are the key to providing mental health support to their children and schools. And schools should be supportive to parents by providing these tools to youth and their families. But this law would remove schools from a very supportive role and instead force them to undermine family autonomy and destroy student trust in schools. It would also interfere with the right of students to freely express themselves at school and to associate freely at school with their peers and clubs. And it would also interfere with family privacy rights by inserting schools where they don't belong. Schools should never be in the position of outing LGBT youth to their parents. That's what this bill would do. Not to mention that this bill conflicts with existing laws. Laws that require all students to have access to equal education opportunities without respect to gender identity. And laws regarding school counselors' ethical obligations to maintain student privacy. This body has demonstrated very strong leadership in supporting the rights of New Hampshire families and protecting the most vulnerable youth among us, including LGBT youth. This irresponsible change in law would have the opposite impact, causing harm to children and families. I urge the body to vote down the ought to pass motion so that I may offer an alternative motion that will allow us to go back to the drawing board to truly strengthen parent and children's rights. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer floor amendment number 1943S.
Senator Carson offers floor amendment 1943S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a very, I thought, substantive and informative discussion on this bill last week. And before I speak to the bill, I'd just like to address the amendment. What the amendment does is makes it very, very clear that that children are protected, that DCYF can still do the job of the parent, that they can do their job, that this Bill of Rights does not interfere with them doing the job. At this point, Mr. President, I'm not going to say anything else, and I'll reserve the rest of my comments for the bill. But I would ask you to adopt this amendment that I believe will help strengthen the safety of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1943. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? The question is on floor amendment 1943. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. Amendments. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak against the legislation. And I rise to speak to you and to my colleagues as a teacher, as a coach, as a parent, as a person who's been involved with young people all of my life. I hate to reveal my age because I think people might hold that against me, but I doubt it. But I celebrated 60 years as a teacher. Now, I know there were some people in this body who weren't born when I started teaching. Well, it's one of the tragedies of life. You just have to live with it. You miss my class. But, and as a senator, I visit every school in the district every year. And I start out at the elementary schools. And I attend morning meeting, where all of the kids sit down in a circle and they talk about things that happened the day before or sometime in their time. Can you imagine the teacher would have to report back to the parent what that kid said at morning meeting? Many of you have watched that television show years and years ago when children used to come and speak, and they would say the most outlandish things about their family and so forth. And as a coach, you have an intimate connection with your players. And your players tell you things about their lives that remain very much between you and the player. Those things are very important and sacred to that wonderful sense of confidentiality, that wonderful relationship that exists. This would break that relationship. It would break that opportunity. I don't want that. I don't want it to happen to people who have a vested interest in the success of that child and who want to make things better for that child. Everything isn't peaches and cream in everybody's life. We all know that. We all know that. There are certain things that can be solved at this level. There are other things that have to be solved at another level. But again, that super relationship that you develop between the coach and the player, the teacher and the student, these are sacred relationships. And you don't want to violate these relationships because they're so meaningful. And my players come back and talk to me today. Kids, men that I had as players almost 50 years ago, come back and talk to me about things, go over things with me. And I'm going to be meeting one on the 11th of this month. That we're going to meet for lunch, a guy that played for me years and years and years ago. So, Mr. President, there are some things that are very important. Let's not fool ourselves into thinking that we can get around that. We can't. Let's not get around the fact that relationships are sacred, they've got to be treasured, and you can't break those. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in opposition to House Bill 1431. And, just to kind of step back for a moment and see what we're really debating here, I think, in this bill. I mean, the idea is about a fundamental right to direct the upbringing, education, and care of minor children. Certainly a lot of good principles and thoughts there. Then that, okay, the next step is that parents ought to know about what's going on with their school's education, and it says that even something inadvertently not revealed to parents makes you subject to litigation, inadvertently. And then the idea finally that any infringements here should be because of a compelling state reason, and yet so narrowly defined, it's hard to know how a compelling state reason could actually be sustained in this. Now, it's pretty clear that, in this debate and others, we have a kind of fundamental debate that's been going on in American political life since there has been an American political life about how do we balance the needs of the state and the public with individual rights, right? That was the ferment over those rights that gave us the English Revolution, and it propelled people of English descent to settle here. And frankly, if you look at the immigration over centuries after, it's these kinds of struggles that compelled people to come to America. And yet it unleashed a problem. How do you balance the private interests and individual rights with the public interest? Now, everybody, of course, looks at the Mayflower Compact, which was the first political document on these shores, which said that people come together to form a social contract and they govern themselves. But perhaps more extensively, the first piece of kind of political philosophy on these shores was John Winthrop's model of Christian charity, and in which he says, here we are, he's on the deck of the Arabella, the flagship bringing the people into Boston, and he says, well, okay, we got a problem. How are we going to take the diversity of all of us and accept a common authority? And he has that model of Christian charity. What it means here is that the notion of charity, that you give up some of your individual authority and power because a larger charity, and caritas is what he is referencing there, is being served. And of course, being a Christian, he uses the model of Christ's body. He says that in a church, that we are in one body. And when you enter one body, then you accept certain authority, and all the different parts and their functions serve the greater good together with it. Now, the genius of what he said was that he was able to take what had been a religious concept and say this is a functioning concept for how we form a republic, and that people need to kind of come together in these ways and give up some individual rights without abandoning them, of course. And that informed the Constitution. That's why it starts with "we the people." And of course, Benjamin Franklin looked to the Iroquois Confederacy when they finally came up with the structure of the Constitution, because there was another way of not only balancing individual rights from the Iroquois Confederacy, but also states' rights and federal rights. So we got we the people from that, and that's the foundation of the Hampshire Constitution. It's trying to balance that out. Individual groups. Now, to make it even simpler, we think of good fences make good neighbors, right? And then something there is a doesn't love a wall. So those two phrases Frost uses kind of encapsulates this struggle in character. So where does the pendulum swing? Where do we end up with us? And I think that it leads to that question of what is the compelling interest of the state in a public education that can ask that parents entrust their children to it, and that there is a balance between the individual and parents' rights and that of the society, which has a compelling interest in education. Well, why do we have a compelling interest in public education? Again, I'll go back in history. The first Public Education Act, 1645 in Boston, was the old deluder Satan Act, and it said because ignorance fuels the old deluder Satan, we have to have a public school in every community. And then Noah Webster, kind of banning the kind of religious stuff, saw the other sources of ignorance, and Noah Webster, the Blueback speller, we have for American children, now that we're an independent nation, an education which fosters citizenship. right? That's what we want. Then Horace Mann grafts the compelling need in citizenship onto the need for economic opportunity. That's why we got the common school movement. That got us up through 8th grade. But then, of course, high schools and the Morrill Act gave us public colleges and universities. That's why we have them in New Hampshire. Compelling interest in the education of all the public. And why else do we have a definition of adequacy, right, in our struggles here related to our Constitution, unless we think that there's a compelling state interest in having an adequate education for every child? Well, fine. But why then is this bill a problem? I've raised some issues about how in this bill would you ever define the compelling state interest, which would somehow kind of set a context for the right here, the inherent right of a parent to direct a child's education. What does that mean? You know, I get it in the abstract, but when it comes down to the classroom, you know, or the curriculum or anything else, what does that possibly mean? And that notion of reporting even inadvertently that the kid said something and you didn't really think about it or think of it in a certain way, and then you're up for charges because you just forgot it or you didn't think you should report that to the parent. How are you supposed to function in the classroom with that? And I think also here what bothers me as a teacher, and you know, kudos, I got 44, I didn't get the 60, okay, man? I don't think I'm going back to the classroom either. But, you know, what I think we end up doing is we end up policing curiosity. That a child who wants to explore things, think about things, maybe get together with other groups of children and talk and learn about how they are. I think of, you know, some things be targets of this. Almost, you know, most schools have the so-called DEI or inclusion club or group. Dover is the Dream Project. Students of color gather together and talk about their aspirations, their dreams, and their education. You know, or other kinds of diversities that students gather together and talk about, and are we going to police that curiosity? And then also, are we here policing the child's right to privacy? The child's right to privacy here. We're talking about, you know, the privacy respected of the parent, but what about the child? I appreciate the amendment that came in, and I do, because it recognizes, in terms of the child's body, we are recognizing a certain kind of right of privacy, and if that privacy is violated, but what about the child's mind? Does a child have a certain kind of right to privacy to explore where their mind may want to take them? And I just think that creates really a conundrum. I'd finally like to say, though, about the concept of the child here, too. Remembering from our last debate, where suddenly is a debate about who does a child belong to? And I know how we're using that word, but just think about it for a minute. Belong means is the property of, right? It means the property of. Now, nobody here is going to, you know, agree that we go back to considering the child to be the property of the parent, which then could be bought and sold, you know, with slavery. I think about just up the street here, the grave of Nancy Herbert, who was sold as a 3-month-old from her mother in Boston and enslaved up here in Concord. You know, this is horrific. And child labor, you know, in my hometown of Dover, right? 1912, trying to get the child labor laws by secret photographs taken there of the 9, 10-year-olds at the wombs. No, we don't have property in children's bodies. And do we have property in their minds? Now, it's always a struggle, you know. I remember my child Tyler saying, there's always that moment, you're not the boss of me, right? Remember? Remember that? And, you know, you understand. And our family values and our notions of education, of course, we have authority over that, but there's always that, as the child grows up, there's always that tension, right, where you know they're going to spread their wings and fly. I think what the difficulty here is we're taking a natural process of maturity that may be in a child and certainly is in the family context, and then trying to insist that every single employee of the schools, and it says any other entity, right? The bill isn't just schools, it's any other entity, any end of the state, you know, that we have to insist that those values get spread out to everybody. Now, I think here the final consequences of this is that, you know, you all know Gresham's law, right? Bad money drives out good money. And what I'm afraid here is that this kind of policy, where we, you know, in the rights of an individual child's education to be directed by the parents, and all this bill entails, means that every other child in that classroom, that school, may not be able to get the education, the common education, the public education, which schools are supposed to be out. So if bad money drives out good money, I think bad policy drives out public education. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know about you, Mr. President, but I always enjoy listening to the senator from District 4 talk about history. I'm a history professor myself, so it's always good to get a refresher from him. But you know, it's interesting. He talked about the social compact from the Pilgrims that they enacted, but there was another side to that. And that, if most people are not aware, during the first year or so of the Pilgrims settling here in Massachusetts, most of the women passed away, and the population was extremely uneven. So they decided they were going to do something, and William Bradford on Plymouth Plantation talks about it, how they were going to now share these women. And it was share women's work, because the men needed to be taken care of. Their clothes needed to be washed, they need to be fed, so on and so forth. It didn't really work out, folks, because as you can imagine, the women were not happy with all the extra work that they had to do, the ones that survived. So that part of the social compact failed, so I just want to let everybody know that. But this bill really speaks to who has responsibility for the children. It's not about who owns the children or their property. Who is responsible? Is it the parents? Is it the government? Is it school? Is it a combination of all? Because there are times when, as a parent, I would have liked to have known I'm not responsible for this. But we always look to the parents to be responsible for their children and their actions. I happen to believe that the parents are responsible for their children. Now, we've heard a couple of things today, and we've talked about the sacred relationship that sometimes will exist outside of the parent-child relationship. But shouldn't we respect the fact that the parent-child relationship is the most sacred relationship of all? Why would we have people interfering in that relationship? You know, our good friend from District 21, maybe 20, Senator, yeah, you got it, talks about being a coach. He was a positive influence in a child's life. But the senator isn't responsible for that child. The parent is. And it's good that the child had someone they could go to talk to. But again, the parent is the one who's responsible. And we need to understand that and respect that. I would also bring up the fact that I don't remember when I was a parent bringing my children to a public school system, signing away my rights as a parent and signing those rights over to the school. If that document was included in all the forms I had to sign, I never saw it. And I don't think that's the case, Mr. President. I truly don't. I would hope that we could be a partner with schools and parents working with schools, and many do. Because what you're there for is ultimately the well-being of the child. You want that child to grow up to be a good citizen, well-adjusted, and the more people that can help, that's a great thing. But at the end of the day, it's the parents, and they need to know what's going on in their children's lives. Now, we heard not testimony, but people speaking here today about our LGBTQ kids. By not informing the parents, are we taking away the parents' opportunity to embrace their child? Because not all parents are not happy with their kids if they come out. But by hiding it from the parents, how can they support their children? How can they hug them and embrace them and tell them, look, we love you. We love you. That's what matters the most. You're taking that away from them. And what if that child is being bullied in school? Their grades are going down. You don't know why. Because you haven't been informed. How can you help your child if you don't know? Keeping secrets from parents about their kids is not the way to go. It is not conducive to that sacred parent-child relationship. And let's not forget that if a teacher suspects that a child is being abused or neglected in any way, they are mandatory reporters. And the amendment we just passed recognizes the authority of the state to step in. I think that we need to be a lot more cautious. We've got to stop tearing down the parent-child relationship. The school is not responsible for your child. They are not. The parents are turning their children to the schools to get an education. And that's it, to get an education. But the parents are the ones that are ultimately responsible. And they can't help their kids if they don't know what's going on. And I guarantee you, you talk to parents and they would say the same thing. I know, I've talked to parents in my district. And they care passionately about this issue. They want to know what's going on. And too often they're shut out and they're tired of it. They want to know. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Perkins Coker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think this has been an interesting debate, but I guess I'd like to share a little personal perspective on it. This looks to be, and I don't know where it came from, some model language that, maybe is some kind of one-size-fits-all, parents' Bill of Rights that's going around the country. But, on page 3 of the bill, it talks about the right for parents to be notified promptly, when a student joins a class or athletic team or extracurricular activity, seeks medical treatment, including psychological or counseling services, and a right to be notified promptly, with anything related to a child's gender expression. So I don't think anybody here is debating whether parents are responsible for their children. I think we all agree on that, and I'm only a new parent. I think probably almost everyone in this room has more experience with it than I do, but I do have the perspective of going through learning to love someone different than who everybody expects you to. And I think that as a person who's a member of the LGBTQ community, you may come at it different parts of your life. You may do that as an adult. You may do that when you're young. As a teenager, part of what you're probably trying to figure out is, why are my reactions a little bit different than those around me? There might be comments made like, oh, which boys in your class do you like? Or something innocent that, it just doesn't feel the same to you. And so as you figure out what that means, I think all we're saying is kids might need a little space to do that. It's not that their parents are not important. It's probably that their parents are so important that they just need someone else to turn to, someone else to kind of practice that conversation with, to have a relationship with that isn't that paramount relationship in their life, so that they can kind of figure out where they are before they have to either put something at risk or do something scary. So I'm not trying to say anyone here, is not well intentioned, but I want to share that, I have a friend in the district too, and we were just catching up over coffee. She actually had a unrelated legislative idea, and she talked to me about how her son had just gone through a transition, and she said, we were the last to know, and we absolutely love her, and we want the best for her, and that hurt a little bit, but I'm really just glad that she's happy now, and I just want her to be happy. I just want her to be herself, and I think that's the ending we want out of all this, and so I don't know that we need to legislate to get there, and I guess I just wanted to share that because I don't think there's a way put down on paper how we hope that our children, have the opportunity to have someone like a Lou or some other special coach or teacher in their lives who, they don't replace your parents. They're just also there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Coker. Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise against the bill again, as I did a couple, I guess, last week. And it's the vagueness and expansiveness of the bill that makes this so unwieldy. One can't begin to define how it's going to be used. It makes statements that the bill requires prompt notification, not prompt notification, no definition of it, on everything and anything that happens to the child in the school, anything. A schedule change, a change in the school activities, a change in a disability accommodation that might be in a classroom, a dress code violation, a gender identity question. It's as was stated before, a student might join a club. It might be a DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It might be LGBTQ club in a school. It could be, and if the student drops out, is that a second notification? Students do need the space to explore, to begin to understand themselves, to begin to understand and seek, are there people like them in the school? These are important developmental questions. And does every move need to be reported? And that's what's unclear about this legislation and being as undefined as it is. I'm thinking of the 3 times that I had a reason that maybe a school would have wanted my family to know, but I was given the option of doing that. I transferred from an inner city school and to a suburban school. Boy, that transition was hard. Those kids had advantages that, I appreciated what there was there, but it took me a long time to catch up. And the best teacher I ever had is the person in 6th grade who helped me catch up on some things, and reading skills and writing skills. She was wonderful. In 7th grade, I'd never had how to diagram a sentence. And that teacher, I was failing. I was failing that class. And by the end of the class, I had an A. But it wasn't graceful. and that F to a C was really hard. And somewhere along that time, I said to my mom, Mrs. Vedrell is really doing something for me after school. I got to keep going to do this. It was my choice as a student. It was my opportunity to say, hey, I'm gaining enough confidence about this that I can talk to you. That was important. That was an important developmental moment for me. The same thing in high school biology. I was failing in there. And by the end of the semester, I had the A again, but I got a C for the semester, but averages. But it worked out because I took on the challenge, and boy, that made all the difference for me. We have an opportunity here to just turn down the temperature, turn it down. Not everything in schools is adversarial. And that's what this is doing. It's taking something that worked out of state, maybe in Florida, taking it and bringing it to New Hampshire. We've heard from people that are concerned about the LGBTQ community in the state and kids who are challenged with those questions. And is this the Don't Say Gay bill of this legislative session? Because it looks like it. It says you got to report it. Don't say gay, because you're going to get told on. There's a lot wrong in this, and eventually perception becomes reality. We know that. We're all victims of it. But that's what the perception of this bill is, that it's vague, expansive, impossible to live up to the expectations. A clear book to write about lawsuits that you can bring against schools, which, by the way, our divisive concept bill hasn't brought a single complaint to the Human Rights Commission. But here we are trying to amp it up again. And we can turn down the temperature, have dialogues about things that are important for kids' development without putting on a constraint that nobody can define. And that's why this bill is not ready for it to be passed. It does not have a New Hampshire stamp on it. It is something that we need to put to interim study, and that's the motion that I hope we're able to offer after we defeat the ought to pass motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Senator again.
Thank you. I'll be super brief. Thank you, Mr. President. Anyone who's been in my office sees all the pictures on the wall of my kids. I'm sorry, I don't have a good voice today. And they see the colleges they've got into. I'm the one who cares where they go. I'm their big supporter, and I want the best for them. And so if it meant keeping me in the loop, I want to know what counselors they're seeing. If they have a gender identity problem, I want to accept it. I'm not going to be harsh or treat them bad. But the roots in my family are the most important thing to me. And I want to be in that loop. I want to know what's going on in their lives, and I want to participate. And I think this bill is going to keep me in the loop so I can do the best job as a parent. Without this bill, I think you're cutting the parents off. That's all I have to say. That's all I can get out. Thank you.
Senator Carson.
Mr. President, as usual, I think we're having a really great debate on this particular issue, as we did last week. I've heard this be called the Don't Say Gay bill. Absolutely not. I don't even know why anyone would ever think that that's what it is, but I guess for politics it works. But I want to assure the body and the people at large that this is not the case. I'd also like to point out that paragraph G of the bill, and excuse me, it's only triggered when a school employee, not a parent or anybody else, but a school employee initiates, investigates, or finds the need for action by school employees. Don't you think parents should know? I do. I wouldn't like to be the parent who comes home, gets the mail, looks at their, a charge has been made to their insurance or health care for their child and not have any idea what it's for. Who are you going to ask? Who are you going to get the information from? Do you think the child is going to tell you? Or the school now? Because I think, according to some of the testimony, the school doesn't really talk to the parents. Well, it's in the best interest of the child, we're not going to tell you. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. Parents are going to be there for their children until they're gone. They're going to support their children. They're going to love their children. Does it always end up that way? No, it doesn't, because we're human beings, and we all have different personalities. But we love our children, and we respect our children. We want our children to grow, to be happy. And if they're having a period in their life where they're just confused, they don't know what to do, what better person to turn to than your parent, rather than a school official? Yeah, it might be okay to talk to somebody, but the parent is going to be the one that's going to be there for their child for the rest of their lives. I don't think this is vague. There's a lot of things that are spelled out in here that's very, very clear about what parents have a right to, have access to. If my child belongs to a club, I'd like to know what club they belong to. And as a taxpayer, I'd like to see a list of clubs that the school offers. Because guess what? Our tax dollars are paying for that. Why hide it? Why say, parents, you don't need that information? If my child is in a club and they want to go someplace, I want to know, what is this club all about? Where are you going? What are you doing? Those are the questions that parents tend to ask. But instead, it seems like you want to kind of foster this secret that you're keeping from the parents. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? As a parent, I know I would be furious. I have the right to know that is my child. I'm responsible for that child. If someone else wants to accept responsibility for that child, let's go to court. But that child is my responsibility. I'm going to do what I think is best. I think I said last week, there are times when I was raising my daughters that I fully expected someday I'm going to find myself on Oprah's couch with my daughters telling me all the things I did wrong. No parent is ever perfect. But the vast majority of parents love and care for their children, and they want the best for them. But in order to help them, in order to be there for them, you have to know what's going on in their lives. And know that, yeah, there's some times you're not going to be able to know some things, but don't shut parents out. And that's what this bill is saying. Don't shut them out. Parents want to be a child of be a part of their child's life. Don't do things that weakens that sacred relationship between a parent and child. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1431. Senator Whitley.
President, I just find the need to rise again because I do agree with my friend from District 14 that most parents, and I certainly know firsthand that all the parents in this room care so deeply for their child and their children, and that if they learn that their child perhaps had a different sexual orientation than they expected, or perhaps had a different gender identity than expected, that you would love your child and you would accept your child and you would welcome your child and you would walk with your child. But unfortunately, and I know this firsthand because I have worked with children and families my entire career, not all families are like that. It is true that there are some families that cannot accept their child who has a different gender identity than they are born with. There are some parents who cannot accept their child who has a different sexual orientation that they agree with. And for some children, it might be dangerous for that fact to be disclosed to their parent. That is not to say that there are not loving parents, right? Just because there are also parents who perhaps don't having that loving environment, we need to be able to protect those children, particularly if they have found someone in school who is a safe adult. We know from all the data of adverse childhood experiences, children only need one caring adult who thinks that when they walk in the room, they are the light of the whole entire room. Most times it's a parent. For me, my child is the light of my life, but that's not the case for every child. Sometimes it's a coach. Sometimes it's a teacher. Sometimes it's a school counselor. We have to have environments where children feel safe, and it's just not always the case. So I think what we're trying to do here is find that balance, and unfortunately, this bill is out of balance. So again, I don't think anyone would say that we don't want parents involved in upbringing. We don't want parents involved in education. In fact, what I hear from teachers and educators and administrators, they crave parent involvement. They want more parent involvement. They are seeking more parent involvement. But doing it in this way is going to have the opposite effect. It's going to be pitting parents and schools against each other, pitting parents and teachers against each other. The last thing I think it's important to mention is that in addition to, what I had mentioned before about safety, we have to understand how sweeping this bill is. This bill gives a parent the right to object to instructional materials. Instructional materials. Well, what happens if I object to one particular instruction in my son's second grade class? Another parent has another objection. What happens then? This is not how we foster a productive learning environment. What we need to do is go back to the drawing board. We need to, just as my friend from District 14 said, listen to the parents about what is not working for them. Let's go back to the drawing board in a way that works for our New Hampshire schools. This is not that bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Whitley, Senator Carson with a question up.
My friend from District 15?
Senator Whitley.
Absolutely.
Thank you for taking my question. Senator, do you believe that the vast majority of parents who do the right thing for their children should give up their rights and their responsibilities to their child because of a small group of parents who do not honor their children and don't take care of their kids?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass on House Bill 1431. Further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avon, seconded by Senator Gaida. Senate will be in recess for 1 minute, maybe 2. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1431. Senator Bradley.
Very much. I just need to respond to one thing that was said from our friend from District 10 when he compared this bill to the Florida bill and used phraseology that's not even accurate about the Florida bill. The Florida bill is not a don't say gay bill. And linking this bill that has nothing to do with, you know, the controversy in Florida is just flat out wrong. And you should know better. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1431. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 11. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1476, FN, an act relative to release of defendant pending trial. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1476, FN, ought to pass. This bill lists certain offenses which, if committed by the defendant, create a rebuttable presumption that the defendant is a danger to the public and shall be detained for up to 36 hours. Arraignment shall occur no later than 36 hours after arrest. These 36 hours exclude Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. Although the fiscal impact of House Bill 1476 is indeterminable, it is potentially significant. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1476 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to introduce, I believe it's Amendment 1941.
Senator Bradley offers floor amendment 1941 and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a technical fix somehow in the translation between myself and the House and trying to come up with something that can pass both bodies. Lines 9 through 14 were inadvertently dropped from the Senate passed version of the bill last week. So this amendment adds the language 7 through 9. It just talks about what happens in a detention. It was inadvertently dropped, and it should have been in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1941. Senator D'Alessandro for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In our gallery, we have a former state senator and a former Superior Court judge and a distinguished American, a great friend of the Senate and a great friend of New Hampshire's, former Senator Ned Good. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Susie.
Of the senator from District 3.
Senator Bradley.
Senator, just to be clear, the lines that you just referenced in your floor amendment were in a version previously adopted by this body.
I believe that is the case.
Thank you.
Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1476. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1503FN, an act exempting the developer, seller, or facilitator of an exchange of an open blockchain token from certain security laws and adopting the Uniform Commercial Code relative to controllable electronic records. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1503FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill exempts the developer, seller, or facilitator of the exchange of an open blockchain token from certain securities laws. House Bill 1503FN also adopts the Uniform Commercial Code on controllable electronic records. This legislation has a total fiscal impact of less than $10,000 in each of the fiscal years 2022 through 2025. The amendment adopted by the committee revises the effective date of the legislation as recommended by the Uniform Law Commission. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1503FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer floor amendment 1974S and would like to speak to the amendment.
Senator Sherman offers floor amendment 1974S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am offering the same version of the bill known as Buy America that is co-sponsored. This amendment is co-sponsored by me and Senator Carson. The goal of this is to be sure that this bill actually makes it through the legislature. The 4 companies that are represented in this are integral to several of our communities. This is something we passed as a voice vote, and unfortunately over in the House it is not likely to move forward. So I'm asking the body to again, on a voice vote or however you want to do it, move this through as an amendment to this bill so we can ensure that we are supporting our steel fabricators and making sure that they know that we have their backs, especially in public works projects that are funded by state taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1974. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Amendment 1974S, as said by my good friend from Senate District 24. This was a bill that we had all passed. It was on a voice vote. It came out of ED&A with an ought to pass. So as we all know, it's kind of like the silly season around here where things are being attached left and right. And this is an important bill. This is a Buy New Hampshire bill. And this can only help our businesses that do steel fabrication, and I think we all here can agree that we want to do that and we want to support New Hampshire businesses. So I would ask for your support in passing floor amendment 1974S. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gaida.
I have to rise in opposition to this at a time when we're looking to keep property taxes down passing this bill will, in effect, attempt to mitigate tariffs at the federal level that are driving the price of steel up. And so when we say we're going to require the payment of higher prices, we're putting it on the backs of taxpayers and property taxpayers and businesses in the state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I have to disagree with my friend from District 2. This is about jobs. And we want to support people working, don't we? If they don't have fair access to a market, how is their business going to survive? How is their business going to grow? How are they going to provide jobs? I think we talk a lot in this chamber about providing jobs, and I think it's important. So again, I will ask for your support for Amendment 1974S. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 1974S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1503. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1513 FN, an act relative to the definition of child with disability for purposes of special education. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1513 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill changes the definition of a child with a disability under special education laws to include students between the ages of 3 and 21 inclusive. The committee amendment provides funding for the upcoming school year for special education costs for students over the age of 21 until their 22nd birthday. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1513 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1513. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1526 FN, an act relative to income eligibility for in and out medical assistance. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1526 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill repeals Chapter 91:424 Laws of 2021, a provision in the budget trailer bill that suspended changes to the Medicaid in and out program for the fiscal years 22-23 biennium. House Bill 1526 FN restores the changes effective January 1st, 2023, and appropriates $2.685 million to the Department of Health and Human Services for this purpose. The committee amendment makes it clear the department may accept and expend matching federal funds for this purpose without prior approval of the fiscal committee. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1526 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Just so everyone knows, that's Senator Rosenwald. When she's speaking, you shouldn't be in front of Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Khan.
Mr. President, I rise to offer Amendment 1956.
Senator Khan offers floor amendment 1956S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We passed Senate Bill 397 that asked the state to enter into a mental health counseling compact. As you may recall, it takes a minimum of 10 states to enter into that compact. That process is well underway. In fact, I think New Hampshire will be state number 10, which will activate the compact. We were notified, the director of OPLC, the chair of Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator from District 14, and myself as the sponsor of the bill, that there is one line that is not consistent with all of the other states, has to do with the executive committee and its duties and the way in which the commission would remove any member of the executive committee. That's the extent of the change. That's it. So this amendment is only going to be effective should the governor sign SB 397, which I understand has passed, at least for the compact as it was submitted from the Senate, passed in the House. So if the bill gets into law, then this contingency would be activated at 12:01 of the next day after the bill was signed. That's how we fix things, I guess, Mr. President. And I appreciate the indulgence of the body to do this and get into conformance with the other 9 states. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1956S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended in House Bill 1526. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1535 FN, an act relative to a one-time allowance for certain state retirees. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4 to 3. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1535 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would create a one-time additional allowance in the amount of $500 to retirees or any beneficiary of such retiree in the New Hampshire retirement system who has an annual retirement allowance of not more than $30,000 on June 30th, 2022, and has been retired for at least 60 months prior to July 1st, 2022. House Bill 1535 would make an $11.75 million general fund appropriation to the New Hampshire retirement system to fund the one-time retirement payments. In addition to the cost of this bill, the bill is inequitable to retirees, as it gives an allowance to some retirees, but not to others, without regard to the individual retiree's assets, financial needs, and employment situation. A COLA was just passed for retirees during the last term, again based solely on the retiree's pension without regard to their assets, financial needs, and employment situation. Mr. President, all of my constituents have been affected and continue to be affected by the soaring inflation we have experienced over the past year, the cost of gasoline jumping 48%, and food and energy prices skyrocketing. They too would like a quote-unquote one-time allowance, But no, we are not considering them. Neither do I hear about private employers giving their retirees COLAs, because businesses are not exempt from the inflationary pain we are experiencing. Yet here we are, debating whether or not to add more financial burden to others simply because they were not state employees. At this time, in this environment, it creates a somber moment when considering the inequity proposed by this bill. For all of these reasons, the Senate Finance Committee recommends House Bill 1535 be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, to my friend from Nashua, I apologize for being so rude. And just, I don't want to stand in front of you. I'm not used to this virtual world still. And please, Mr. President, don't tell my mother about that one. Don't report that one.
You weren't the only one.
So about House Bill 1535, I just want to, originally this was for anyone making under $30,000 and making a COLA payment of 1.5%. And I do agree with the inflation we're seeing, but the people at this scale are the lowest paid retirees we have in the state. I think we've dropped the ball the past few years and not given them their COLA, and it was reduced down to a one-time payment of $500. I think it's something we should honor with this and give this group at least a $500 one-time payment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I too rise in opposition to the pending motion. Find it curious because this body on a voice vote enacted this legislation before, supported this legislation before. So I don't know what's changed in this short a period of time. But one of the things that I think we need to all remember is that this body, along with our colleagues on the other side of the wall, about 10 years ago, endeavored to try to deal with a number of changes to the retirement system. And legislation has come forward and changes have been made to the retirement system. But one of the recommendations of that decennial commission was that this chamber, as well as that, come up with a way to provide retirees with a consistent COLA, that we provide a mechanism that would ensure that on an annual basis and every 4-year some basis, we recognize the fact that if pension can't be frozen in time, that we have some way to ensure that our retirees see even a bit of increase. Our Social Security system can do it. People see increases in their Social Security, maybe not as often as they'd like, maybe not as much as they need, but there's a mechanism to do that. These retirees have no mechanism. They're depending on us today to provide them with this small increment. Now, we're calling it a COLA. I would suggest to you, not only is it a diet COLA, it's a diet COLA in a small can. It's a little amount, but it's symbolic, and it will help those retirees who, as my colleague from District 16 said, many of whom are living on a fixed income, and it's fixed. It's fixed unless we do something today. So I think we need to recognize what we did previously, support this legislation, and support our state's retirees. These are people who gave their lives, who worked for the state of New Hampshire in public service. It's the least we can do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Reagan.
So I think what's important to say here is what's not being said. So the retirees who make more than $30,000, we have no way to know how much other income they have. And every time you do a piece of legislation like this, we never ask that question. We never say how much in need, but instead we make this case that these poor people are all going to starve to death if they don't get this COLA. When you don't ever account for all the other income that all these other people have. You just say automatically, everybody under 30,000, we're going to give you money. But you don't ask the questions that a responsible fiduciary would ask. So what other income is there? And the way you do this and the way you guarantee this is when you establish your annuity plan and you put enough money into it so that as time goes on and you have government-fueled inflation like we always have, which has led to the downfall of every empire ever on earth, you put more money in so that it's there so that it can grow to counteract the effects of erosive inflation. So ask all the questions, get all the honest answers, and act on that basis. This is the correct recommendation on this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of the legislation to give the $500 stipend. When I first came here, we had people who were labor grade 1 and labor grade 2. Labor grade 1 and labor grade 2. And these people have retired. Those people who were in labor grade 1 and labor grade 2, do you know what they were making? Less than $10,000 a year. They were the people who were cleaning this building. The people from Suncook. Bobby Plourde, God rest his soul, got them all jobs. And they were there cleaning and serving. In the old days, we used to serve tea to the council. How about that? And they would do it and clean up the council and do all of these things. You know, there is a beatitude that says, blessed are those who hunger and thirst for justice sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. We don't want people hungering and thirsting for justice sake, waiting for heaven. We'd like them to get their reward here on earth. This is a way for us to do it. God rest his soul, Michael Downey, who sat in that seat for a number of years by me, was the best thing since sliced bread. I want to tell you all of you right now. We had a plan, what we brought before the Finance Committee, to create a COLA, following Senator Reagan's idea. We were going to create a COLA. It was going to be self-funded, and everybody would get a COLA based on what they contributed. That lost out. That would have been, I think, the greatest tribute to Mike, who was the best, right? He was absolutely the best. We failed there. This is an attempt to make up for that. People need it. And indeed, we have the ability to pay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. There was one more seat over, Senator D'Alessandro. There was another seat over where Michael sat.
He was close.
Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I rise to ask the body to overturn the inexpedient to legislate recommendation. We've been here before, Mr. President, and I've stood here before, and I have argued to get this $500 payment. I've been successful, and I'm hoping today we can get there as well. We are not talking about a lot of people. We are talking about people that are in Group 1. Now, who's in Group 1? But our teachers. But our teachers. We know that they don't make a lot of money. If you go to your town meetings or whatever they are, and you discuss, you can see how much the teachers make. But we're talking about people that retired 20 years ago, 25 years ago. They weren't making that much money, and they really retired on a very, very fixed income. You look at today, and we look at inflation. How are these people supposed to survive? Are we supposed to say, hey, you should have thought about this 20, 30 years ago when you retired? Really? Is that what we as a state want to tell people? Many of them did plan, but they didn't plan for the economy. Think about it. 2008, we went into a deep recession that lasted for a number of years. It hurt the state. It hurt the state retirement system. How are you going to get these people, how are they going to survive? Are we going to have, a 75, 85-year-old person working in McDonald's selling hamburgers? Too bad you didn't get enough money. I don't think that's right. There are years and years of honorable service to this state and to our communities, and we need to start doing right by these folks. We talked about this extensively during the decennial commission, and I think it's time that we step up and we come up with a program so we don't have to keep fighting this every single year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since Social Security was brought up by one of the speakers, I want you to know that the federal government has struggled with this issue also. And right now, if you're a civil service retiree, not a FERS retiree, Federal Employees Retirement System, because the civil service people did not pay into Social Security, they calculated my Social Security different than everybody else's. Social Security is based on your earnings, and for the lowest bracket, most people get 90% of that bracket in payments. Go up, and the percentage comes down. But that's not the same for people who are also drawing a federal retirement, a civil service retirement. So, can we come up with a formula that takes care of what the good senator from District 17 is talking about? I don't know. And will that system be fair to everyone? I don't know. But right now, it's a long, tall order, and it's not something that you're going to solve today. But no matter what system you come up with, there's going to be inequities. There's going to be people who don't make out as well as everyone else. So if you want to try to live on the $650 that I get in Social Security income, good luck, because that's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gray, further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call. Roll call has been requested by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Carson. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is defeated 9-15. Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I move ought to pass.
Senator Susi moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Roll call is requested by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Carson. The motion is ought to pass. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
I'm going to keep that. Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 17-7. The motion about to pass is adopted. Let's go into third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
She needs the key. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1547 FN, an act relative to perfluorinated chemical remediation in soil and procedures for certain hazardous waste generators. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1447 ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires the Department of Environmental Services to initiate rulemaking by November 1st, 2023, specific to the application of New Hampshire's drinking water, groundwater, and hazardous waste statutes to the regulation of PFAS, including establishment of soil standards for the 4 PFAS compounds that are currently regulated in groundwater and drinking water. House Bill 1547 also clarifies language describing certification requirements for certain hazardous waste generators. The committee amendment makes a $25 million appropriation to the PFAS Remediation Loan Fund. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of House Bill 1547 as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise in support of the amendment, and I also want to thank the body and you, Mr. President, for this continuing work to try to make sure that we have clean and healthy water for the state. We took some action a couple years ago on funding for PFAS, and being able to add this additional funding here, I think, is a really important step forward, because goodness knows we're going to see a lot more problems and a lot more needs for municipalities to get some help from this fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Waters, the question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1547. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. It is ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1548L, an act relating to the sale of the Lakes Region facility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1548 local ought to pass. The process for the sale of Lakes Region facility is contained in RSA 1011, enacted as part of HB 2 last year. The property is currently being marketed. A portion of the property includes the parcel identified as 50 through 67 Communication Drive, which contains the state's 911 call center and the Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid. If this portion is sold with the property, then ARPA funds or a portion of the proceeds must be used to relocate this facility to a new location. Relocation shall include purchase of land, renovation, or construction of a new facility if necessary. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1548 local and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1548. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1584 FN, an act establishing a capital improvement grant program for the benefit of state fairs and agricultural fairs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1584 inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to establish a capital improvement grant program and fund for the benefit of state and agricultural fairs. As proposed, the state treasurer would transfer $250,000 from the state general fund into the grant fund each fiscal year. There are currently 12 members of the New Hampshire Fairs Association. If the funds were distributed evenly, a minimum of $20,833 per year would be available to each fair if all fairs submitted applications. It is likely, however, that the funding will be distributed on a competitive basis. In its consideration of the bill, committee members expressed some concerns. Number one, that the state would start subsidizing these fairs after all the years the fairs have been self-sustaining, the oldest being Deerfield Fair, which is celebrating its 146th anniversary this year. Secondly, that smaller fairs could be neglected to the benefit of the larger fairs. And finally, there was a reluctance on the part of some committee members to have an annual ongoing appropriation. For these reasons, the Senate Finance Committee recommends House Bill 1584 be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Hennessy.
President, I rise in opposition to the committee's motion of ITL in hopes that I can bring another motion and an amendment. A little history on our fairs. From 1937 through 1987, when parimutuel betting at Rockingham Park occurred, all bets were placed in a pool from which a percentage of the pot was taken by the state of New Hampshire. Annual distributions were then provided to support capital improvements at New Hampshire's summer fairs, of which 13 remain today. In '79, the distribution to asset capital cost of fairs amounted to $275,000, and in some subsequent years, the amount dropped to $50,000 and eventually stopped when Rockingham closed. Many of the fairs, such as the North Haverhill Fair, are now struggling to keep up with the maintenance on their aging buildings and infrastructure. The pandemic only heightened this when many of our fairs had to be closed for multiple years, some of which weren't able to receive CARES Act or ARPA funding to help them out. The grant created in perhaps a proposed amendment of this bill would provide funds to repair these buildings and will assist in bringing the buildings up to current codes, and would only result in a one-time funding and not in continuous funding. The funds would be managed by the Commissioner of Agriculture with reporting requirements from the fairs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to the committee's recommendation of ITL on House Bill 1584. I am proud to represent the town of Cornish, New Hampshire, which is in Sullivan County, where the Cornish Fair has been held for over 70 years. Fairs, as we've already talked about, is part of our state's culture, agriculture, economics, and education, as well as are also important to our 4-H programs for our youth. Over the years, as my friend from District 1 has mentioned, there have been changes in how we conduct state fairs, including necessary safety and health measures, fire codes, more utilities, and support services. With this comes increased costs. At this time, travel and tourism dollars come into our state directly from these events. There is and there will be a return on our investment. During COVID-19, many New Hampshire families relied on the local farm stands, on produce, dairy, meats, and goods grown and cared for at our New Hampshire farms. This just reminded me and reinforced for me how important farming remains central to New Hampshire. Supporting our 13 fairs, the future of these fairs, will only strengthen this agricultural community and help to continue to feed our families. By establishing this capital improvement grant program, we can support not only the tradition in New Hampshire, but invest in our state's agricultural community and economy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Would anyone like to make a PI? Senator Hennessy.
Mr. President, if I know there is a better solution to an ITL motion and an amendment that will come before this body, which I think all of you can support, would I now say no to this pending motion? Thank you.
If you're in favor of inexpedient to legislate, you're going to say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say no. The question is on the adoption of committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1584. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. Good job. Senator Hennessy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass.
Senator Hennessy moves ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce Amendment 1954S.
Senator Hennessy offers floor amendment 1954S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. For all the great reasons the senator from District 5 just mentioned, this amendment would create a one-time fund of $250,000 to be managed by the Commissioner of Agriculture to help our state fairs. I hope you can all support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1954. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1584. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 1587 FNA, an act relative to determination of average final compensation under the retirement system and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-1. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1587 FNA ought to pass. This bill modifies the calculation of average final compensation for Group 2 retirement system members who commenced service on or before July 1st of 2011 and who had not attained vested status prior to January 1st of 2022 by including the highest 5 years of the member's service. Assuming an annual rate of return of 6.75%, wage inflation at 2.75% a year, and a 20-year amortization period would be added to the June 30th, 2023 actuarial calculation. This would result in a total of just over $43 million. The bill also requires the proposal to be terminally funded. The New Hampshire retirement system's actuarially determined to terminal fund the proposal or have it funded through general fund appropriations or surplus funds from the current biennium to the New Hampshire Retirement System Board of Trustees. The New Hampshire Retirement System's actuary estimated the impact of this bill on the present value of future benefits for the current population. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion. Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was discussed in the Finance Committee that this bill will not add any amounts to the deficit that we currently have in our retirement fund.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. As the author of Senate Bill 3 in 2011, which a few of us remember, I'm going to stand and ask the body to support this bill. It only deals with people that were in the system as of the date of retirement reform, which I believe was July 1st, 2011. I'll tell you why I'm going to support it. We're having a problem with retention of first responders in Group 2 in particular, police and firefighters. It is a problem of public safety. As our friend from District 1 said, this is a general fund appropriation, will not increase the unfunded liability, will not increase costs to property taxpayers in cities and towns. The way the bill was originally introduced would have done that, but people read it carefully and realized what it was going to do, and it got narrowed down significantly, even though the actuarial cost is higher than anticipated. It gets back to the discussion that my friend from District 20 and I were having an hour ago about how you're able to do things like this. A growing economy has produced revenues that allows us to help retain police and firefighters without a tax increase on property taxpayers. That's a good thing. My friend, let's keep the economy humming, despite the fact that we're looking at a recession right in the face. Let's keep New Hampshire humming so that we can retain the people that protect us every day, those firefighters and police officers, prison guards, and other Group 2 people. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a roll call.
Second.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. A roll call by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Gaida. Senate will be in recess for 1 minute. Senate will come out of recess. The question is on the adoption of committee recommendation of what to pass on House Bill 1587. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Who's talking?
Senate is in recess. Senate is out of recess. Clerk will call the roll.
Do you want me to just start up with Prentice? Okay. Senator Hennessy. Yes. Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
And Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 24-0. The motion about to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1597-FN, an act permitting arraignments for felonies and preliminary examinations to be heard in circuit court. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-1. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1597 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would give the Circuit Court District Division jurisdiction to arraign defendants charged with felony offenses, to hold a preliminary examination to determine whether probable cause exists to believe the offense was committed and the defendant committed the offense. If so, the defendant would be bound over to the Superior Court for further proceedings. House Bill 1597 would provide that the jurisdiction of the Circuit Court would be notwithstanding RSA 592B1, which gives the Superior Court exclusive jurisdiction over felony complaints. Once enacted, virtually all felonies would be initiated in Circuit Court. Committee members noted the fiscal impact of the bill is potentially significant, between $400,000 and $500,000. It would appear 4 new full-time administrative court assistant positions would be needed, along with the conversion of 2 part-time domestic violence registry assistants to full-time positions. In addition, it is unknown whether or how many new judges or other resources would be required. It was suggested this type of initiative might be better suited for next year's budget process. The Senate Finance Committee recommended House Bill 1597 be found inexpedient to legislate. However, subsequent discussions with the courts determined that with a change in the effective date of the bill, the courts could manage this transition without a fiscal impact to the current budget and be prepared to submit the request for additional staff in the next budget. The committee therefore asks that you turn down the ITL recommendations so that an amendment can be brought forward to change the effective date. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1597. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. You've defeated the inexpedient to legislate motion. Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass.
Senator Daniels moves ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1918S.
Senator Daniels offers floor amendment 1918S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. All this does is move the effective date so that the act will take effect on January 1st, 2024. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1918S. Any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1597. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 624 FNA, an act relative to students with disabilities participating in co-curricular activities and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
1624.
1624, did I say that?
Yep. Senator Hennessy.
Move House Bill 1624 FNA ought to pass. This bill appropriates $50,000 of general funds for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 23, and each biennium thereafter to the Department of Education for distribution to school districts for the purpose of funding the initial equipment and/or uniform expense of establishing unified co-curricular activities. Any funds remaining shall be distributed to school districts with existing unified co-curricular programs to fund grants to replace existing equipment and/or uniforms for existing unified co-curricular programs. Funds deposited are non-lapsing. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1624 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1624. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1627 FNA, an act establishing an education freedom account program administered in the Department of Education and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Mr. President, I move House Bill 1627 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill creates an education freedom account administrator position within the Department of Education and provides an appropriation therefore. The amendment to HB 1627 FNA approved by the committee members requires the full cost of the new position to be paid for by the Education Freedom Account administrative fee by fiscal year 2027. The EFE administrative fee shall not exceed 10% annually if EFA is approved. For the fiscal year ending June 30th, 25 and the fiscal year ending June 30th, 26, the department may withhold up to 50% of the prior year's costs associated with the Education Freedom Account Administrator. This amount shall be provided to the scholarship organization, which shall include the amount in its calculation of costs of administrating the EFA program. For the fiscal year ended June 30th, 27, and each year thereafter, the department may withhold up to 100% of the prior year's costs associated with the EFA account administrator, which the scholarship organization will again include in its calculation of cost of administrating the EFA program. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 1627 FNA as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1627. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1662 FN, an act relative to privacy obligations of the Department of Health and Human Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5 to 1. Senator Gaida for the committee.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1662 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes a Data Privacy and Information Technology Security Governance Board within DHHS to oversee data privacy risk calculation and risk mitigation efforts. House Bill 1662 FN establishes 2 full-time classified positions for the purposes of implementing mitigation efforts and other necessary updates. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of this bill and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the body to move ought to pass on Amendment 1969.
Senator Bradley offers floor amendment 1969 and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm going to yield also to our colleague from District 19. I believe this is Senate Bill 333, which deals 355, which this body adopted unanimously. It deals with online marketing and transparency of information as it gets to third-party marketers to try to prevent theft and abuse of process. So if I could yield to Senator Birdsall, I'd appreciate that.
With all this yielding today. Senator Birdsall to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder, this body passed Senate Bill 355 by a voice vote back in February. I don't know if you saw the Union Leader article by Nancy Kyle, who's wrote an op-ed regarding this, but this bill went through the Senate, passed, went to the House. They interim studied it yesterday. But this is really a Consumer Protection Act bill. It covered when online marketers go ahead and bring in third-party vendors. It requires them to get some information from these third-party vendors so that states like New Hampshire, things like bank accounts, name of the payee for payments issued on the online market, contact for high-volume third-party sellers. This allows, if we get this passed through, this allows the Attorney General in New Hampshire to get information from the online marketers, because without our authority, the online marketers will not give the information. I've had experience working with the online marketers, trying to get legal information from them when they hit my car. They will not give you any information. With this, they will do that. But in addition, there's been starting a real problem with some of these third-party vendors putting counterfeit products online, including supposedly medications that people can buy. We don't know what's in this medication. People are purchasing it. A lot of the smash and grabs that you're hearing recently in the news, a lot of these people are doing smash and grabs and selling these products online through these marketings. So I know the argument in the House was, well, if I'm unsatisfied with the product, then the online marketer will give me the money back. That is fine. However, what if someone is hurt by the online prescription drug? Are the online marketers going to go ahead and pay for their hospital bills? No, there's a lot more at stake. This is a $500 billion problem in this country. So with that, I ask for your vote on ought to pass on Amendment 1969. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. Just so everyone understands, we're going to have a lot of amendments coming up as we go into the evening. We will read a statement at the end to stack these amendments up properly with the clerk, so I wouldn't worry about that. And I did go over that with Senator Soucy earlier. So the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1969. You ready for the question? Roll call is requested by Senator Gaida. Seconded by Senator Avard. Roll call is requested on the question of the adoption of Floor Amendment 1969. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. You've adopted Floor Amendment 1969, 24-0. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Khan for a floor amendment. Senators in recess for 2 minutes. Senate will come out of recess. Senator Khan for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce Amendment 1905.
Senator Khan offers floor amendment 1905 and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said the Senate would have an opportunity to consider housing support for the state's homeless population, and I appreciate having the opportunity for the Senate to consider a proposal today. I appreciate the suggestion you offered that I talk with the majority and minority leaders about the goals of this amendment. And Amendment 1905 proposes a means for helping the state's homeless population during this time when housing supply and affordability can't meet the state's needs. The proposal before us today modifies the proposal submitted for consideration by the Finance Committee in Senate Bill 415. During that debate on adding to the daily reimbursement rate to homeless shelters of $8, currently $8 per day, it was suggested that not every community has a homeless shelter, and many communities are subsidizing homeless accommodations in local hotels or overnight rooms. I can vouch for that. Even in towns with homeless shelters, they are subsidizing homeless accommodations in local hotels because most homeless shelters that provide congregate beds are not suitable for a family needing shelter. Recently, I asked an elementary school counselor if they had a child experiencing homelessness, and she told me a story about a boy in second grade, same as my grandson. And the mom and two children were living with mom's boyfriend in an apartment. The boyfriend moved out. Mom could not afford an apartment on her own. Mom and two kids moved into an apartment with her parent, and the apartment was operated by a community action program in my region. That violates the lease, that no others can move into the apartment or they lose their housing. So now mom and two children are living in her car. Mom drives son to school, drops off the other child with her parents in a different apartment, and she goes to work. An 8-year-old son is not doing well in school. When he experiences anxiety, begins screaming, requiring an escort to the counselor's office, resulting in lost learning time for the entire class. Mom does the same thing in reverse when school concludes, and the child will sleep in the car. That's the story a month ago. This is the problem faced across our state when families can't provide for the most basic needs, a need for shelter. We won't be fixing the housing supply and affordability problem today, nor during the 6 months while we're out campaigning, but homelessness will still be a problem, an underfunded problem, and kids will still be sleeping in cars unless we do something today. So let's provide local communities with the resources for them to determine who best qualifies for a housing subsidy. Towns can determine the housing provider and the homeless that will benefit. It's hard to calculate exactly the cost benefits here, but if you take a town like Winchester with their allocation for homelessness, they could be providing shelter to about 25 people with that grant, and in each class, those children, which would be at least 20 classes, that would be 300 students that are beneficiaries whose classes would not be interrupted because of students that are experiencing extreme anxiety and homelessness. This is a great return on investment, and in addition, the parent is getting directed services which they can qualify for additional benefits like job training. We win many times over when basic needs can be met. I ask the body for your support and appreciate this consideration of Amendment 1905. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Further discussion. Senator Bradley. Senator Bradley with a question of Senator Khan.
Yes, and hopefully I'll phrase this in such a way we'll get a yes answer or a no answer. How's that? So, this is a one-time expenditure in FY23, is that correct?
Correct.
And
yes.
You used percentage of Medicaid as a proxy for per capita.
That's correct.
We're doing well here. Third question, you did it exactly the way I suggested that you do it when we spoke about this a month ago.
Oh, yes.
Would you believe I'm going to vote for this, Senator Khan?
I'm glad to hear
Would you
that.
believe?
I'm glad to hear that.
That's
Yeah.
more than yes.
But I'll give you a yes.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1905. You ready for the question? Senator Hennessy, do you speak?
Yes. Sorry, I had already asked. Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to thank my colleague from District 10 for bringing this forward to us. I know we had some great discussions about this, and you really addressed my concerns about how we fund homeless supports in our state, and all of my little towns in the North Country will be very happy. Thank you.
Further discussion? The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1905. Who requested the roll call? Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Gaida. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 24-0. You've adopted floor amendment 1905. Before Senator Bradley introduces a floor amendment, Senator Bradley's floor amendment that he's going to introduce is not intended to wipe out what you've accomplished so far. Does everyone understand that? Senator Bradley's floor amendment that's coming, if you vote for it, we will stack the bill up properly so that it can be accounted for. Yeah. Senator Bradley for a floor amendment.
Thank you very much. I rise to offer floor amendment 1952.
Senator Bradley offers floor amendment 1952.
I apologize for not remembering what bill number this is, but it deals with employees being paid by pay cards. I think there was some discussion of it in the Commerce Committee, but as I recall, it passed the floor on a voice vote, and it allows a business to pay their employees via pay card with certain protections. It was Senator Carson's bill, and perhaps she would like to speak to it.
Senator Bradley offers floor amendment 1952. Discussion. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of amendment number 1952S. What this does is it really helps employees access their pay. We're so used to a paper check. Here it's a card, and a card that can be recharged over and over and over again. It gives ready access to their money. They don't have to go to a bank and cash a check. The money's already there on their card. So I think this is a case where technology got out ahead of us, and I think it's time we catch up to the technology and make things easier for the people that work for us here in New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Further discussion on floor amendment 1952. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1652. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've adopted 1652 as amended, and it's ordered to third reading. Senator Susie, I'm going to read this statement now because I think based on our actions, 1662. Didn't I say that? Okay, I meant that. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to make technical and administrative corrections which are necessary to reflect the intent of the Senate. The intent of the Senate on this last bill was to adopt all three amendments that were voted on. All three amendments replaced all. So that wasn't your intent. So your intent was to pass the bulk of all three amendments, and that's what the clerk will do. And we'll do that for the rest of the evening because we have a lot more of this going on. We're going to take a break till 6 o'clock. There's pizza down in room 100, and we'll come back at 6. We have 24 bills left. My guess is we're going well into the evening. So. Attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1677 FN, an act relative to administration and settlement claims of abuse at the Youth Development Center and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with a vote of 5-2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald, can you hear us?
She's frozen.
She's nodding her head, yeah. Yeah, I can see the nod.
She's frozen again.
May I?
It's frozen. Do you want me to call her again?
Can hear you, but I can't see.
No.
Have the option. I didn't pass. I passed here. Passed here. The house closed. We're living in the twilight zone. Shake your head no. But we're doing it here.
Can I speak? And speak. I don't know what to do. Oh, and then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay, little Wordsworth. Is that good enough? I I can hear everything, I just can't see anything, but that's fine with me.
Can you just restart your laptop, like shut down and
Yes,
put it back on?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, that's Jack. There's Jack. Every minute we're getting The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1677 FN, an act relative to the administration and settlement of claims of abuse at the Youth Development Center and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5 to 2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1677 ought to pass. This bill creates a dedicated non-lapsing fund administered by the New Hampshire Department of Justice to address claims of abuse at the Youth Development Center. Although the settlement process itself will be handled by the judicial branch, the bill directs the DOJ to make payments and pay for the administration of the process from the Youth Development Settlement Fund that this bill creates. House Bill 1677 further authorizes the Department of Justice to enter into a memoranda of understanding with the judicial branch or any other state agency as needed to compensate them for services performed in furtherance of the bill's objectives. To enable payment for the administration and settlement of claims, House Bill 1677 makes a non-lapsing appropriation of $100 million for the biennium ending June 30th, 2023, to come from the Revenue Stabilization Reserve Account, also known as the Rainy Day Fund. Because the state is in the middle of litigation, and the advice of counsel was that outstanding issues should be resolved between the Attorney General and the plaintiffs, not the legislature, the majority of the committee heeded the advice of counsel and rejected any attempts to amend the bill. The Senate Finance Committee therefore recommends passage of House Bill 1677 without any amendments and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer Amendment 1961S and speak to my amendment.
Senator D'Alessandro offers floor amendment 1961S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill amends RSA 21M:11-A, Roman 1, and inserts by inserting Section 2 of the bill and replacing it with the following. Sexual abuse and the definition of sexual abuse. We amend RSA 21M:11-A, Roman 5, by talking about the claims and saying that individual claims shall be paid but not more than $2 million in the settlement in aggregate, and that all claims for physical abuse only, no individual claim paid, will be more than $200,000 in the settlement of all physical abuse claims in aggregate. The other amended section talks about claims should be submitted under oath. Claims and all documents and information in connection with the claims shall be confidential. And when a claim requests that the administration decide the claim, the administrator shall schedule the claim for a resolution proceedings according to the procedures approved by the Joint Fiscal Committee. This, in essence, deals with the amount of money in aggregate that can be spent, the $2 million or $200 million, and the claim, individual claims, no more than $200,000. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1961. Further discussion. Senator Bradley.
Excuse me, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment, though I think it is well intended. We don't know what we don't know. And while there may be claims, and I think Senator Rosenwald outlined what some of them might look like in the Finance Committee the other day, I would remind the body that the Attorney General has the authority to settle claims on a whole range of things, not just claims related to the Youth Development Center, but on a whole range of things. The Attorney General has that authority. So again, not knowing what we don't know and how many of these there might be, I think it's appropriate to just sit tight and wait before we broaden the scope of House Bill 1677 and the settlement. I think it's important that, and what this amendment will, or what the bill will do, is it starts the process of recovery, in a monetary sense at least, for the victims. And I think, you know, what I've read in the press, it was egregious treatment that happened years and years and years ago many times. And I think it really is a credit to the Attorney General, to the Governor, to Senator Morse for taking the lead on this legislation and shaping it so that we address the wrongs that were committed. $100 million is a significant amount of money, and we don't know what the end results will be, but it is nevertheless an admission that we as a state need to address the claims that, at least what we know about the claims, and again, there's a lot that we don't know, and $100 million is a major, major, major commitment to doing that. But in terms of this amendment and broadening the scope without the parties, either the plaintiffs or the Attorney General agreeing to it, I think somewhat oversteps the role of the legislature at this point in time. Our most important role is authorizing the funding, and the bill does that. And again, I think it's a credit to Mr. Formella, Governor Sununu, Senator Morse, the sponsors of the bill, in stepping forward. But given the fact that the Attorney General has this settlement resolution authority, and the Attorney General can settle these types of claims outside of the process that's being envisioned in 1677, I don't think we need to do it at this point in time. It may be because, as the Attorney General has said to me, 1677 and the negotiations that have gone on are the start of the process. It's not the end of the process. So let's let the process work and try to bring the parties together and start with the bill without these amendments, because I don't think they're necessary given the settlement authority that the Attorney General has. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1961. Further discussion. Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of this floor amendment, and I do so for a number of reasons. First, I want to comment on what my distinguished colleague from District 3 said. And one thing he said that I completely agree with, and that's that the legislature's role is to fund this settlement. But what I don't agree with is it's the legislature's role to create the settlement. I think we need to step back and look at how these things occur. And if you look around the country, and there's certainly precedent, there have been other awful circumstances, it's been courts that have established these settlements. It's been judges, and there's been a process, and then if it's the state that's involved, then the money follows. By setting this up the way we are without this amendment, we're going to be establishing a precedent. We're establishing a precedent by creating a legislative settlement fund, and it's going to have ripple effects around the country. Now, we might like to be first in a lot of regards, but I don't know that without this amendment, we are acting in the best interests of everyone involved. Last week at the end of our session, I had a moment of personal privilege where I talked about one of our colleagues who had recently passed, Representative Kathy Rogers. One of the very last conversations that I had with Representative Rogers. As you know, she was a long-term legislator. She was also a prosecutor for a number of years. More importantly, she was a county attorney. She was involved in the Finance Committee. The last time she came to the legislature, it was to work on this bill. And when we talked about it, it was critical, and she asked me to say something, and she asked me to fight for two things. One, to ensure that we include the emotional abuse that these youngsters at the time in state care, some of these children didn't have families even, but were entrusted to the care of the state and were emotionally abused, that we expand that definition as it does in this amendment. And the other thing is that we increase the cap on what these claims can be. It was critical to her. She literally, from her deathbed, talked about how important it is that we make these changes. I think it would be a mistake if we don't adopt the amendment. I think every one of us wants to stand with victims at the end of the day, but I don't think we're doing it correctly if we don't adopt this amendment. For all of those reasons, Mr. President, I think we need to adopt this amendment this evening at this point. Thank you.
Further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call is requested by Senator Susie, seconded by Senator Bradley. You're voting on the question of adoption of Floor Amendment 1961. Senator Hennessy.
Senator Hennessy?
No.
Senator Gaida?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator French?
No.
Senator Ward? No. Senator Ricciardi?
No.
Senator Khan?
Yes.
Senator Daniels?
No.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Senator Reagan?
No.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Bertzel?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Sherman?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
No. Floor amendments defeated 10 to 14. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator D'Alessandro?
Mr. President, I'd like to offer Amendment 1967S and speak to my amendment.
Senator D'Alessandro offers floor amendment 1967S and may speak to his amendment.
This amendment calls for an appropriation of $100 million for the biennium ending June 30th, 2023. It's appropriated to the YDC Settlement Fund established in RSA 21M:11-A for the purpose of administering and settling claims as provided. The governor is authorized to draw a warrant for the sum of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated. The appropriation shall be non-lapsing, provided that any monies in the YDC Settlement Fund not expended as of June 30th, 2032 shall lapse to the Revenue Stabilization Reserve account unless the fund is earlier terminated by the Attorney General in consultation with the Administrator or is otherwise provided by law. This calls for a general fund appropriation. We have the money. The money should come out of the general fund and not out of the Revenue Stabilization account. The Revenue Stabilization account was formed for one purpose, formed in 1986, and I'll go over the details of that when I talk later about the piece of legislation. This calls for a $100 million appropriation from the general fund from funds not otherwise appropriated. There's a period of time that the funds remain in place, and they would lapse into the Revenue Stabilization account if not all used. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator D'Alessandro, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1967. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, you can't see me rising, but I am. And I rise in support of this floor amendment, which speaks to the settlement funding source. Now, since the Great Recession of 2009, we've worked hard together to rebuild the rainy day fund. This is critically important because the bond rating agencies look at our cash reserves as they determine our bond rating. And our bond rating is essential in determining how much interest we have to pay on our capital bonds. Our rainy day fund is still not as high as it should be, and as written into state law. But even so, this bill takes the $100 million, more than 1/3 of the assets, out of the rainy day fund in defiance of state law and against the concerns expressed by the state treasurer. And it's also unnecessary, given that we have enough money in the current year's surplus already to cover the cost. The other day in finance, the treasurer reminded us that our bond rating is dependent on how the rating agencies take our rainy day reserves into account as a critical measure of our state's financial health. She stated that taking more than a third of the assets out of the rainy day fund could cause our bond rating to be lowered, meaning that borrowing money for capital projects will cost more, which is not a good idea, especially now as interest rates are rising. And I'm sure you saw that just yesterday the Fed raised the interest rates by 0.5%. To take this money out of the rainy day fund, which is already too low, when we have enough money to fund it out of surplus, and possibly make it more expensive to borrow money from Wall Street, is reckless and completely irresponsible. We would not do so in our own financial lives, and we should not do it with the state's finances. I hope my colleagues will agree and vote this amendment ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Floor Amendment 1967S. The severity of this situation with YDC makes it very prudent for us, as a statement of our commitment to resolving this thing, to dedicate funds already there. The general fund can fluctuate, recession comes, things can happen. Dedicating funds already reserved is a good signal that we intend to make sure this thing is resolved right. Okay? Secondly, any surplus, okay, that's continuing to accrue is going to wind up ultimately, a good part of it, in the revenue stabilization account. So we'll be adding to that, I'm sure, this fiscal year, and I'm pretty sure next fiscal year. So I think that if we were to pass this, it would send the wrong signal. It would say that we think this out of general operating funds, you know, we're going to take care of this problem, when in fact, I think it's the more prudent and I think responsible societally to show that we consider this such an important issue that we're dedicating those funds to resolve it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Senator D'Alessandro.
President, I think at this time, one should get a little history of the revenue stabilization account. There isn't anybody in this chamber that doesn't want to take care of this problem and do it properly, fund it properly, and make sure that those who are aggrieved are taken care of. But let's talk about a key element of the financial success of a state. The revenue stabilization account was formed in 1986. It was formed to create a revenue source that would come into play whenever the state had a deficit. The fund has been used twice to take care of a deficit. The first time was in 2003. It had a balance of $55.2 million. $39.7 million had to be taken out of the rainy day fund to handle a deficit. It was again used in 2009 when it had a balance of $89 million and $79.7 million had to be taken out of the rainy day fund to deal with a deficit. That deficit came about, obviously, because of different things that happened in the government, but because of the nature of this fund, it takes a certified financial statement of the state that says we have a deficit, and then a process by which the governor goes to the fiscal committee and asks that money be taken from the rainy day fund. In order to take money out of the rainy day fund under any other circumstance, you need a 2/3 vote of each branch of state legislature, the House and the Senate, and you need approval by the governor. That's the only other way to take money out of the revenue stabilization account. The account today is at about $250 million. It has grown over the last 2 bienniums. we have repeatedly increased the amount of money that can be put into the revenue stabilization account through through session laws. Session law after session law after session law. You know, beginning in 2011, in 2013, in 2015, 2016, and the current situation allows for more money to be put into the revenue stabilization account. And that happens at the end of the biennium after we've had a certified statement of where we are financially. The treasurer of the state of New Hampshire came before us and said, the bond raters look at the revenue stabilization account. It's very significant in terms of the sales of bonds. New Hampshire's bonds are very desirable. Why are they so desirable? Because we pay 75% up front. We front load our bond redemptions. So when you get to the tail, that's all we're paying is principal because the interest has already been taken. These bonds go to market once a year. The treasurer has to certify what's in the rainy day account. I think it's very important. We're talking about fiscal stability here, but we're also talking about revenues at this point in time that are 300 million plus beyond what we had projected. That money is there. It's there and it's available. We could take 100 million very easily, and set it aside to deal with this situation. The rainy day fund has always been sacred. Been around here for a long time. We've screwed it up twice. I don't want to see that happen again. You, Mr. President, have spent most of your time in finance doing a great job, and I appreciate that. I've always appreciated that, the work you've done. You have spent most of your time with these session laws that increase the rainy day fund. We want to increase the rainy day fund all the time. We shouldn't be going to the rainy day fund. We have money available. And that money, as I said, it's there, and we all want to take care of these claims. There are over 500 claims as we speak. And one thing that boggles me is we got the Attorney General who has to defend us and prosecute. How do you do that? How do you do both things at the same time? Defend the state and prosecute the state. It's a difficult situation. And this particular problem, the settlement of this problem, this is the first time this has been faced. We are going to set a standard. This state is going to set a standard as to how we handle this, how we handle it justifiably, how we make things as good as we can for those who are so egregiously affected. 500 cases are currently before us. We all have a responsibility. Let's take it very, very seriously and move it in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1967. A roll call is being requested by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Bradley. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy?
No.
Senator Gaida?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator French?
No.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Rishardi?
No.
Senator Khan?
Yes.
Senator Daniels?
No.
Senator Abard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Senator Reagan?
No.
Senator Susi?
Yes.
Senator Bertzel?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Sherman?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
No. Floor amendment is defeated 10 to 14. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the committee recommendation of ought to pass on HB 1677. Mr. President, the goal of this bill is incredibly laudable and something I know we all deeply support. The accounts of the victims who were brutalized as children at YDC are the stuff of nightmares, and I cannot fathom the pain and trauma that these victims live with. When we heard this in Senate Judiciary, we knew that the bill had shortcomings, and I joined my colleagues in a bipartisan fashion in not only passing the bill, but in remarking that the bill needed more work and closer examination, particularly around the troubling narrow definition of sexual abuse contained in the bill. Members of the Judiciary Committee agreed that the bill needed more work, and we expressed our hope and our request that the Senate Finance Committee would take up the work of refining the bill. Unfortunately, that work never took place. In its current form, many victims who experience horrific acts of sexual violence as children in the state's care are purposely prohibited from participating in the settlement process. This includes children who were forced to view pornographic materials, children who were subjected to acts of indecent exposure, and children who were filmed while being sexually abused. To truly rectify this situation, the definition of abuse in this bill must be expanded so that any child who is sexually abused at YDC is eligible to participate in this settlement process. We cannot choose winners and losers here. After the vote in Senate Finance, one of the individuals who was abused as a child in state custody at YDC said he felt re-victimized by what was passed, specifically by the exclusion of the definition of sexual abuse. He was quoted as saying, "We were children. We didn't know anything. Half of us didn't have families. They were able to do whatever they wanted to us." Colleagues, these were our most vulnerable children. This is not a partisan issue. I know that everyone in this room is appalled and devastated by the revelations of what took place over 4 decades at YDC. And I, as much as anyone, want to pass something as soon as possible to bring relief and closure to these survivors. But as my colleague said, the eyes of the nation are on us. If we pass this today, it will be the first legislatively created and endorsed victim fund of its kind across the country, the first. We are setting national precedent here today, and we have heard loud and clear from victim advocacy organizations at both the state and national level, telling us this bill, this response is inadequate and will set a damaging precedent. Because of that, I cannot in good conscience vote for this bill today. These victims deserve better. We need to go back to the drawing board, get all the stakeholders around the table, including, this time, the victim advocacy community. And we need to get this right. It's not just the right thing to do, it's the least we can do for these victims. I would urge my colleagues to vote down the OTP recommendation so the subsequent motion can be made and we can come back together as a body and get this right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1677. Further discussion? Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to rise to second what our colleague from District 15 has just said. I remember us talking in the Judiciary Committee. We said, yes, let's move this along. We've got to move this along the process. Let's get this to the Finance Committee. That'll give us another month to get some work done. I remember talking with the Attorney General during the meeting or just after and saying, is that going to be feasible for you? Will you be able to get together with the other party representatives and sit down and get to this question about the definition of victims in this bill? And he said, yes, I think that's fair, and we'd be able to do that. And now today we're here without any movement in the direction of mental harm that was emotional abuse that occurred at the center. This is an issue I'm kind of new to. I haven't spent my career at this the way my colleague has, but and others who have been close to this in their Manchester communities. But you know, this issue needs better resolution, and so I will join the no vote on this today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Further discussion? Ready for the question? Senator Bradley?
Let me try to respond to a couple of things that have been said. Number one, we're appropriating $100 million. So by any way of looking at it, we are meeting our responsibility to these victims. And we all believe that they are victims, and this wrong needs to be righted. But as the Attorney General, I think, has said repeatedly, this is a starting point. It's not an end point. And negotiations have to occur between the plaintiffs and their representatives and the Attorney General's office. Our primary job is to appropriate the money, and we are doing that. And it's a credit, again, to the Attorney General and to the Governor that they have brought this forward. Negotiations will continue to occur for the potential victims of sexual and emotional abuse. The settlement process, as I outlined, outside of this legislation can occur, or if there are negotiations between the plaintiffs' attorneys and the Attorney General's office, those of us that are here next year can address it at that point in time if it should be brought under the rubric of this fund. So with that, Mr. President, I urge a yes vote, a strong yes vote, because we need to stand with righting this wrong. This bill does that. Thank you.
Senator D'Alessandro.
I, too, want to see justice done. But I'm going to give you 7 reasons why I cannot support this piece of legislation. In its current form, House Bill 1677 is an incomplete and inadequate response to the extensive and horrific abuse of children that was allowed to take place for decades at the Sununu Center. Number one. Number two, I don't feel that the definition of sexual abuse in the bill adequately captures the atrocities we understand took place at the Sununu Center for decades. Number three, the bill as written will not ensure that all victims can access this process. And the whole point of this bill is to ensure, to the extent we can, that the state is making these people whole. Number four, the bill has the Attorney General's office playing 2 roles, one of seeking justice for victims who were abused at the hands of the state, and the other that is representing and defending the state. This is an inherent conflict of interest, and I don't know how these dual roles can be fairly balanced. Number 5, the bill as written requires victims to waive their rights to pursuing other remedies against the state, keeping these atrocities out of the courts and the public eye. This seems self-serving to me and not in the victim's best interest. Number 6, for these reasons, and despite testimony we've heard, I do not find this bill to be victim-centered or trauma-informed, which should absolutely be our overreaching goal. And number 7, while I'm disappointed that I cannot support this legislation as written, my vote today is on behalf of those victims who were horrifically abused as children. I cannot fathom the pain and suffering they have endured, and this is simply too much not to get right. For those reasons, I will not support the bill, but I will support the children and support those who follow my lead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Waters with a question of?
15, please.
Yes.
Thank you. My question. We heard from the senator from District 3 that we are trying to meet our commitment by appropriating the money, and that of course is. I'm sorry. We heard from the senator from District 3 that we are trying to appropriate money and meet some responsibilities there, and that is a good thing. But we also heard that the Attorney General would be able to negotiate, perhaps, and as I understood it, to include areas of abuse, which you articulated and outlined there, that are not necessarily covered here. But would it be your understanding that since the bill does not include those other areas of child abuse, that this fund actually could be used for those purposes?
Thank you for the question. I think it's an important one because we also heard some testimony about how, look, it's not for the legislature to do this. But that's the whole point of this bill. This is a legislatively created fund, first in the nation. So why wouldn't we include something that we know is already documented? There are claims. So if we know it's documented, there are going to be claims. The legislature is creating the fund. We're defining all the terms. Why wouldn't we put it in there? Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1677. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, our friend from District 3 said that our primary job was to appropriate the money. And I agree with him on that. But if that's all we were doing, this would have been a very short bill. It would have created the fund and it would have appropriated $100 million. But instead, it goes far beyond that and creates the policy, and that is the legislature's purview. We set public policy. And the public policy this bill creates is we are shutting the door on young victims of sexual abuse. And it's intentional on our part, because not only are we excluding some victims who were subject to really awful acts of abuse, but we're also saying if you take this settlement, you cannot then go to court and try to get redress for the other abuse that you were subject to. So we are setting a policy that really shuts the door on young children in the state's care. We are going far beyond just appropriating the money and setting up the fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Further discussion? State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that I don't have the fact...
Mr. Speaker's on the other side of the wall.
Oh, sorry.
He's actually on a plane.
Mr. President, if I know that I don't have all of the facts on both sides of this issue, and I have been advised by counsel that this is an issue that should be resolved between the AG and the plaintiffs, not the legislature, would I now vote yes on this bill?
If you're in favor of ought to pass on House Bill 1677, you're going to say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say no. Further discussion? You ready for the question? Someone asked for a roll call. Can't remember. Senator Avard, Senator Bradley, Senator Susi. Senator Avard and Senator Susi. You ready for the roll call? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
And Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The ought to pass motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 1022, an act permitting pharmacists to dispense the drug ivermectin by the means of standing order. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1022 ought to pass with amendment. This bill allows pharmacists to dispense ivermectin pursuant to a standing order by a licensed healthcare provider. As amended by the committee, House Bill 1022 would authorize standing order for ivermectin for 2 years while the study commission researches the data and makes a permanent recommendation. The majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on amendment of HB 1022. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of the business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Whitley?
Thank you, Madam President. Kind of like saying that. I rise against the committee amendment on 1022. I want to just provide a little background and give the body some context about what this amendment actually does and how it is vastly different from what we have done with other standing orders in New Hampshire. So what this amendment does is create a standing order for 2 years while also creating a commission. So this dual process. But we are creating a standing order without going through this robust process for evaluating the standing order. In New Hampshire, there are only 3 medications available in New Hampshire via standing order. Narcan saves lives. Nicotine cessation also saves lives. And oral contraceptions helps women like me come here and have a career and build a career and do all the things that, you know, I'm able to do. Okay? All 3 of these standing orders had a very vigorous approval process that included all stakeholders, regulators, doctors. A pharmacist dispensing via a standing order requires protocols established by a broad consensus of providers. Unfortunately, that broad consensus just does not support the use of ivermectin for COVID-19. Contrast that with the standing orders for oral contraception, Narcan, smoking cessation medications. All are broadly supported by our medical community, New Hampshire's medical community. So I ask, why would we allow an order for ivermectin when it hasn't gone through the rigorous process of other standing orders and when our New Hampshire medical community is advising against it? What are we doing here? And then furthermore, the FDA has not authorized or approved ivermectin for COVID-19 in humans. The issue isn't whether ivermectin is safe or not. It's just not proven to treat COVID-19. It's that simple. Studies published by the National Center for Biotechnology Information, JAMA, Internal Medicine, and the New England Journal of Medicine independently determined that ivermectin did not help COVID-19 patients. My friends, this bill is reactive to the ongoing pandemic. It's politically driven, and it's not grounded in science. Is that how we want to be legislating in this body? Is that what we want to be known for on the regional and national stage? Legislating on anecdotes rather than data? Rather than science? Legislating against the recommendations of New Hampshire's medical community? My friends, let's not lose the respect in the eyes of the public and the broader community by allowing this amendment or bill to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Senator Gray?
Thank you, Madam President. Certainly, I think I can respond to some of the questions that were put forward. People right now are using ivermectin, whether it's prescribed or not prescribed. It's available at animal hospitals, dispensaries. It is available off the shelf in various countries, available through the internet just by asking for it. But what happens is that these people don't get the benefit of the conversation with the doctor, the conversation with the pharmacist, the conversation with others. If I were diagnosed with COVID, I probably would take the antivirals instead of ivermectin. But that's me. There are people out there who swear by this drug, who will do anything to go get this drug without the benefit of anyone helping them along. So, what do? The drug has proven itself across the country, across the world, to be safe. There are restrictions. Our good doctor will tell you that it's not, pregnant women probably shouldn't take it. It will reduce your blood pressure in some cases. It will do other things. But getting it prescribed and available to that people will allow those people to talk to that pharmacist, to get educated on what's going on, to know what symptoms that they have where they should go to the doctor if it doesn't improve. Aspirin. Was that ever decided when they started this that it was going to be good to take for your heart? Rogaine. Your hair, okay? Was that, when they first did that, was that cream, was that prescribed for the thing? No. And even Viagra was never a prescription use. It was discovered that after these drugs had been out there and used, that they had other uses. And that's what the people believe about ivermectin. So let's give it to them safely, and get on with it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sherman?
Thank you, Madam President. He stole everything I was going to say. There is a process nationally, historically, clinically, scientifically that we go through with every drug. There is a process that we go through to make sure that drugs are safe, and that's called FDA approval. New Hampshire allows us to take drugs that are FDA approved for one thing and use them for others, and we address that. It's called off-label use. We made a process available so that if a patient really wants ivermectin and their doctor feels like it's appropriate, that can be done off-label. But there is a world of difference between coming to me as your doctor and going to a pharmacist and saying, I want ivermectin. It's not FDA approved. Studies, as the senator from District 15 said, the first study that is the only study that showed benefit has been redacted, retracted, taken back by the author. Why did he take it back? It was a compilation of smaller studies, one of which was fraudulent. Not his fault, but the study was fraudulent. The best studies have been published in the last 2 months. It's what everybody demanded, including the people who were advocates for ivermectin. Just you wait until those studies are out. Good, double-blind, controlled studies show zero benefit. Published in little-known journals like the New England Journal of Medicine and JAMA, Journal of the American Medical Association. That would take one hell of a conspiracy to get them to do that falsely. It's real. It is the latest clinical evidence. They're safe. Wrong. They are not safe. Every drug has potential side effects, including aspirin, as we all know. And ivermectin, I'm going to say this word only once this time, the side effect is diarrhea. In an elderly, fragile patient, that can be deadly. And I can tell you in my career, I've seen elderly, fragile patients who have had loose bowel movements, ended up getting dehydrated, fallen, broke their hips, and ended up dying. These are not benign drugs. We have much tighter FDA controls than any other country, and there's a reason for that. It's because we want to make sure things are safe before we, as a government, say they're safe. So what is the state of New Hampshire doing by making ivermectin okay for a standing order? It's saying it's safe. No doctor from the state of New Hampshire that is practicing clinical medicine in the appropriate field would ever say that this is a perfectly safe drug and it's useful for COVID. My wife says it's pretty good with lice. It works for lice, it's actually an indication, and it's good for parasites. But the side effects are real. There's a protection in here. Can't give it to pregnant women. A lot of women don't know they're pregnant. Could be right before their first period would have occurred, right? They don't know they're pregnant. It's category C. C. That's dangerous. That means we don't know, and it could be very dangerous to the developing fetus. We have a lot of people in here, all of us, who care very dearly about a developing fetus. And finally, we have a tried and true system for approving drugs for a standing order in the state of New Hampshire. It's a commission. Senator from District 3 and I, and perhaps Senator Rosenwald, worked on the Narcan issue. We're in the middle of an absolute opioid epidemic. 400 to 500 people dying a year. Did we rush in with Narcan, which we were pretty darn sure worked? It was FDA approved. No. We did a commission. That's the appropriate approach. No matter what, before the state puts its official stamp of approval on this, we do a commission, and I will vote every day for that process. I don't know what the outcome will be, but if a commission says ivermectin should be the standing order, I'm okay with it. But other than that commission, we are acting like we know best. And I'll tell you, there is zero well-controlled, well-designed studies that show that this is effective. But there are a lot of studies that show that there are side effects that could be dangerous and potentially deadly. And for everyone who votes for this bill, you're responsible for that. Because you're saying that you know better than science, you know better than the New Hampshire Medical Society, you know better than the New Hampshire Hospital Association, you know better than all the pharmacists in this state. And you're going ahead and you are bypassing the commission and you're saying, I'm an attorney. I don't know what everyone does in here, but there are a lot of attorneys, so it's a safe bet. I'm an attorney and I know better than the entire medical community. I know better than the FDA, and I'm going to put the New Hampshire seal on ivermectin. You have to live with that. I can't. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gaida?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Let's talk about process. Let's talk about something that's falsely called a vaccine, which the federal government redefined to make it fit what they wanted to do. Untested, the process was totally circumvented and rammed down the throats of millions of Americans, killing hundreds of thousands of them. We're still getting results of the negative effects of an mRNA that's not a vaccine, it's gene therapy. This bill gives a citizen the right to choose how they want to live, or if they so choose, how they want to die. They don't have a choice right now. The mRNA serum that's required as a condition of employment in our hospitals and in our businesses for if a business so chooses did not go through the protracted required process for certification as safe. So if we're going to allow the government to force people to take a shot that's not proven, that does have definitely defined and shown negative results, including death and myocardia and all the things that the good doctor would probably be better qualified to talk to than I, then I think our citizens have the right to choose themselves a drug that has saved hundreds of thousands of lives in India, because the Journal of the American Medical Association and the New England Journal of Medicine don't look into India. Okay. We owe our citizens the right to choose how they want to live, and if it's their choice, in this case, an option from a mandated government serum that is causing definite harm and death to our citizens, we owe them the opportunity to say, I choose something different, and I'm willing to take that risk. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sherman?
President, I can't sit here, even though this bill has nothing to do with vaccines, and let that go unchallenged. The vaccine is FDA approved. mRNAs have been around for over a decade. They are not new technology. And there is no study that would corroborate most of what you just said, Senator. This is about a process in the state of New Hampshire, not the federal process. This is about a process in the state of New Hampshire that we have chosen not to follow today, that we followed when people were actually dying in large numbers in the state of New Hampshire. We knew we had to have answers really quickly when it came to Narcan. We knew that. People were dying. We had a whole joint task force to deal with it. But we followed the process. That's what we need to do. This has nothing to do with vaccines. And by the way, if we want to make the argument that these should be made available because people want them, oh my gosh, what is the slippery slope there? People want digoxin. People want nifedipine. These are drugs that have been around for years. They're safe when they're prescribed, but let's take them off label. Let's just let them use them anyway. Isodil, nitroglycerin. If anybody has chest pain in the state of New Hampshire, let's let them go to any pharmacy and pick up a little white pill called nitroglycerin. Why not? Put it under their tongue. It's been used in other countries, probably available without a prescription in other countries, and it can kill you really quickly. Also gives you a massive headache. Bottom line is there is a process that we are going around that is there for the safety of New Hampshire people. I will go along with what a commission says, but I can't bypass a commission and put the seal of approval from the state of New Hampshire on a drug that's not FDA approved, that does not show efficacy, and has not, at the very least, gone through the commission process. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ricciardi, you have a question of?
The senator from District 24?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
You may want to talk to the mic.
Oh, sorry. Well, beside my back to you. Sorry.
That's all right.
You have referenced the FDA several times. Can you answer the question for me? Has the FDA ever approved a drug that has ended up causing harm?
Of course they have.
Thank you.
Senator Guida to speak.
This is a bill that is more about the rights of New Hampshire citizens, okay, than it is about the medical efficacy of the drug. Ivermectin works. I have friends that are alive today because they took, in the first week or two, ivermectin. I'm alive today because I took hydroxychloroquine. 10 days, within the first 10 days that I was sick with COVID, the original COVID, okay? Those were, by the way, as I understand it, those were prohibited or restricted in use. So yes, I got mine from an MD that decided he was going to violate whatever the state's ordinance was on that. I'm alive because of that today, and I believe that. Okay. If we believe that the vaccine is so good, why did we indemnify the companies or the businesses that are requiring their employees to use it? Why are the hospitals immunized from litigation for forcing the use of an unproven, in terms of the entirety of the process, mRNA vaccine? Right? This is about the rights of citizens. That's what this is about. Okay? And I find it interesting that the good doctor would, in fact, sanction the use of marijuana, a Schedule I drug, unapproved by the federal government, while at the same time denying citizens the right to choose how they want to be treated for a disease in our state. I just am appalled. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? Okay, so a roll call has been recommended, as asked, for Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Guida. The clerk will call the roll. Oh, not yet?
No, I don't. We have missing people?
No, I don't think so. Senator Morse is going to sit down, and I'm sitting. That's my chair over there.
That's right. I'm thinking you're gone. I'm tired. Jeez. Okay.
The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy. Yes. Senator Guida?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator French?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Khan?
No.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Kavanaugh?
No.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Morse?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. Step out. Okay. Are you going to come back up here? Yeah, they can come back. Thank you. You're welcome.
You're taking Deb's
Reading. Open for further discussion or amendments. Senator Sherman. You have two. Can you state the one you're going to present? Senator Sherman.
22S. 1922S.
Senator Sherman offers floor amendment 1922S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am introducing floor amendment 1922S to try to recapture our responsibility and not allow a standing order of a drug that has not been FDA approved, has a pregnancy category C, studies show no benefit, it has dangerous side effects, diarrhea, dehydration, and it does not follow the system of commission. This is something I can vote for. This is where we can get a unanimous ought to pass with amendment. This is the commission. This is the way New Hampshire does things. We do things based on our process. We do things based on careful consideration. This is the way we get a unanimous consent. I hope you all can vote for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1922S. Further discussion. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. I would just remind the body that the commission that is in this amendment 1922S is in the committee amendment. Obviously, the committee amendment differs in that there is a temporary standing order, but for the sake of brevity, we've kind of already debated the commission. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1922S. You ready for the question? Roll call. Roll call has been requested by Senator Susie, seconded by Senator Gaida. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avar.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Nope.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. Floor amendments defeated, 10-14. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm introducing floor amendment 1977S.
Senator Sherman offers floor amendment 1977S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the practice of medicine, and you know, I do your favorite procedure, colonoscopy, we have something called informed consent. And it's a huge component of not only making sure patients understand what we're about to do, but also a part of our liability. And since this body has embraced the notion of taking a non-FDA approved drug, pregnancy category C, dangerous, and doing it outside of our standard process of a system of commissions where studies show no benefit, we should at least hold ourselves to the same standards, which is informed consent. What this very brief amendment does is it says that any person who receives ivermectin through a standing order shall sign an informed consent stating that there's no proven benefit to treating COVID-19 with ivermectin. I want to be clear, that does not mean that you or someone you know may feel that there is a benefit. That's called an anecdote. It's fine. What this says is that you understand essentially that the state and you recognize that right now there is no clinical evidence in any studies that show benefit from this. That is a protection of the state and the liability of the state if you're going to put in place a standing order. If I do a colonoscopy without informed consent, I'm automatically setting myself up for unnecessary liability. This is the responsible step that the state should be taking if they're going to move forward with a standing order before they have a commission. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Further discussion? Senator Bradley.
When I first saw this amendment, there were a couple of other provisions in it. I asked Senator Sherman to write it in the way that it is, and I agree with what Senator Sherman just said about informed consent. I'd urge the body to adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion? Question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1977. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and/or amendments. The question is the adoption of what to pass as amended on House Bill 1022. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Sherman, seconded by Senator Avard. Question is on the adoption of what to pass as amended in House Bill 1022. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy? Yes. Senator Gaida?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Nay.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator French?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Khan?
No.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Kavanaugh?
No.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
No.
Senator Morse?
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. You've adopted the ought to pass as amended motion, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 1080, an act relative to the rights of conscience for medical professionals. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move interim study on House Bill 1080, and let me speak to it. I believe the bill is well-intentioned. That being said, there are a number of pretty significant flaws in the bill. First of all, it applies to a broad range of services: abortion, contraception, and sterilization. And the way the bill is written, every person, whether it's in a physician's office or whether it's a clerk at a pharmacy potentially, could be subject to being able to exercise this right of conscience. So it is extraordinarily broad. Secondly, and I think of significant concern, there are no provisions in this bill for emergency situations. The Health and Human Services heard extensive testimony from an incredibly well-respected attorney from Manchester, Ms. Haynes, about what can happen in emergency situations if the services are not available. And so in rural areas where a provider had potentially exercised their right of conscience, there could be, in some circumstances, no ability to provide those emergency services. And the bill, that is in my opinion, a significant flaw, and really almost a fatal flaw in the bill. A third problem in the bill is that there is blanket immunity for providers, but there is no recourse for a patient that may be harmed in the circumstance I just spoke of, where emergency services are not provided because a provider has exercised his or her right of conscience. And lastly, there are protections under federal law. It's contained in Code 42-300A-7 that any healthcare provider that's accepting federal funds, i.e. Medicare or Medicaid, has a right of conscience already under federal law. So for these reasons, I hope that the body will uphold the 4-to-1 committee vote of interim study, and I ask for a yes vote on interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gaida.
I rise to ask the body to overturn the interim study so that I may introduce a floor amendment, 1950S, which will address the concerns expressed by the senator from District 3. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Further discussion? Senator Avine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my colleague from District 2. Let's turn down the interim study so that he can introduce his amendment, please.
The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study. Further discussion? Seeing none. A roll call was requested by Senator Gaida, seconded by Senator Avard. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on House Bill 1080. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes. Senators in recess.
Yes. Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes?
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The ayes have it. The referred interim study motion passes 14-10. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 1210, an act relative to exemptions from vaccine mandates. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Seems like we've already had much of this debate on House Bill 1022 regarding the efficacy of vaccines, and we're probably going to have it again. I would ask the body to support the motion of interim study, and if I could, let me speak to that.
Refer to interim study. Senator Bradley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know that there's been a more difficult issue that we've had over the last couple of years. We heard the passion in the debate on the ivermectin bill. I think you have to respect both sides of the debate on this. I will say from personal experience, I'm fully vaccinated, proud to stand up here and say it, fully boosted. I think it made sense. I did my own risk analysis and research and determined that that was the best course for me. I don't agree with people being fired who don't want to take a vaccine that, even though it has been FDA approved and seemingly has been proven both to be effective and safe for the most part, it's still fairly new technology. So I get it. There are those competing points of view. But what's problematic and why I'm asking the body to interim study this is the way the bill is written. It creates a so-called right of conscience so that somebody under New Hampshire law could exercise their right of conscience over and above the ability that people currently have right now for medical and religious exemptions, to have a right of conscience to refuse the vaccine. Again, I don't believe that people should be fired for not taking the vaccine, but this subject has been the subject matter of two separate United States Supreme Court decisions. The first Supreme Court decision held that the Biden administration that was ordering mandatory vaccines for companies of 100 or more was unconstitutional. In a separate decision, it ruled that the administration had the authority to order any recipient of health care funds from the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, CMS, which means Medicare funding and Medicaid funding. The United States Supreme Court upheld the mandatory vaccine. Those are the facts that we deal with. So we're in a dilemma, a quandary, an enigma. Call it whatever you want. But this ain't a quandary, an enigma, or a dilemma when we lose $2.3 billion of funding, which would be at risk for hospitals alone if we say we're going to give people a right of conscience. Sometimes you're faced with those situations in life. And I look around the room. Yeah, you're beautiful, man. And you're probably not 65. Almost. But some of us are in this room. And we have a lot of constituents that are. You know what that means? Captain, what does it mean? You're on Medicare. Proudly so, I bet. So I'm sorry, I can't urge that we vote for this bill when I think there's a realistic chance, because of enforcement actions that have started to take place in Kansas, a realistic chance that Medicare or Medicaid funding will be curtailed. Now, it won't happen overnight. There's a process that it happens, but I think that based on the policies of this administration, whether I like them or not, it's likely to be enforced, and we will lose Medicaid and Medicare funding. The hospitals testified on Senate Bill 378 because I asked the question, and again on House Bill 1210, how much funding was at risk. That was the answer. That's a fact. I try to deal in facts. And so, my friends, I can't ask you to do anything other than vote yes on the motion for interim study. That's the way it is. Now, somewhere in this volume of paper, God knows, I need my glasses. No, I really don't. It's right here on the top. Go figure, right here on the top. Last year, we passed House Bill 220. Same sponsor as House Bill 1210, sorry. We threaded a needle. It was actually written by Dr. Marsh in the House, Representative Marsh. We made a few changes to it, and it threaded the needle. It said the government wasn't going to order a vaccine, but we were going to leave it in the hands of employers to determine their policy. That was before a mandatory order by the current administration. That was a realistic compromise. But now we're faced with something different. And I don't believe we should undermine health care for our senior citizens and people on Medicaid. I just don't believe we should do it. So that's why I'm asking you to vote yes on the pending motion of interim study. Thank you.
Great. Been looking forward to this all day. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask my colleagues to vote down the interim study and pass the bill. Start off with Bugs Bunny. When I was a kid, I watched cartoons, and I remember watching a Bugs Bunny program where Manhattan was sold for some beads and a song. It's tongue-in-cheek, but really, New York was sold for some beads and a song from the American Indians. Where am I going with this? A few years back, we made a decision, both locally and nationally, to adopt the ACA, or the Obamacare, and allowed the federal government to take over our health care. And along with that came a lot of federal money. And that money came to the states. And the states became dependent upon this. Part of the purchase, though, with this, was something that I hold dear, and it's called my inalienable rights, guaranteed by the Constitution. And I think we sold some of our freedom by adopting these policies, by accepting this federal money. Now the federal government is saying, hey, you want to exercise your inalienable rights and refuse a vaccine? Go ahead. But we're going to take away the money. And this administration, the Biden administration, tried to do it through executive order. That didn't work. So now he's going to do it through withholding money from those that are on Medicare and Medicaid. I find that appalling. I find it appalling. This bill basically says an employee's written request for an exemption shall state, I hereby submit a request for medical, for religious, or for a right of conscience exemption from the mandated vaccine or inoculation. That's all it's asking for, is an exemption. Instead of holding somebody's career, their employment as hostage for taking something against their will. It's appalling. We had some history lessons here about our founding. I'm going to go back a little bit further. There was a place called Babylon years ago. It was impregnable. The Assyrians could not go over that 80-foot wall. They couldn't go over the 80-foot wall, and they were celebrating one day, and they took that which was holy. As they were partying around, they defiled and desecrated something that was holy. And then there came a handwriting on the wall, and it said, "You are tried in the balances, and you're found wanting." Shortly after that, there was a river that went under that impregnable wall. It got all dried up. And the Medes and the Persians, they marched in, and they overtook that impregnable city. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a constitution that is even stronger than that wall. It's impregnable. But there's a river that runs under through it, and it's called the Department of Bureaucracy and the federal government. And we're letting them march right underneath, and we're surrendering our inalienable rights of conscience, of freedom of religion, and medical exemptions. That's what this bill does. It just reinforces our liberties. There are many in the Christian faith that believe your body is the temple of the living God. And it is holy. And it is holy. And in some sects, this is a violation of their religious liberty. There are some people that believe that these vaccines, pharmakeia, are part of this end thing, the end times. But that's their religious belief. And they have a right to that. And they have a right to refuse these vaccines and still have an opportunity to work. One thing that I've learned in testimony in committee was the fact that if you're vaccinated, guess what? You can still spread the vaccine. I know so many people that have been vaccinated, triple vaccinated, and they still got COVID. And if you're unvaccinated, you can still spread the vaccine. What are we accomplishing here? What are we accomplishing here other than submission? 30% of our workforce in the medical field dropped out because these people refused to receive the vaccine. They lost their career. Yes, they were in the battle fighting this disease, and when they're all done with you, guess what? You got to get vaccinated or you're out. Intelligent people, smart people, people that have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in their education and put their lives at risk, but they decided, I don't want it, for whatever reason. And it cost them their jobs. We're fighting for a bill that just is reconstituting here statewide. Hey, look, we want to protect your individual liberties. We want to protect them. That's all this is saying. And we're asking you, look, turn down the interim study. Allow the people to have their voice. The people want this. They don't want the government telling them they don't have a right over their own body. I'm sure we'll be talking about that again. Let's be consistent anyway. Please turn down the interim study and let us pass this bill. Let's protect the individual citizens' rights. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ray. Senator D'Alessandro? No? Senator Gray?
Thank you, Mr. President. I am one of the committee members who voted with the prevailing motion. When Senator Avar read you a portion of the text in here about the applicant, the employee, a written request for exemption shall, and he quoted there, but he stopped. And the next words in there are what made me vote the way I did on the bill. It says the request for the exemption shall be granted. That's telling the employer that you have to grant the request. Then it does go on to talk about the employer may then work with the employee for a reasonable accommodation. I spoke to the author of the original bill, the sponsor, and I said, I've got problems with those words that it shall be granted. And he says, if you take those out, I can't live with it. So we came to an impasse. I couldn't live with those words. He couldn't live without them. And that's why in committee I voted the way I did, and will support the recommendation of the committee here.
And again, much briefer, as the good senator from 6 sort of hit on my points, but that's okay. I have in Danville a friend of mine who owns a small business. She's had cancer twice. She's very paranoid that she has to accept as an employee someone who has COVID, someone who's not willing to take the vaccine is going to present a higher risk, she feels. Whether or not that's true, whether or not the risk is higher, I think it is, but whether it is or it isn't the material matter. It's just that she should have a right. It's her small business. She has 5 or 6 employees working there. If she feels it's a risk to her, it's her business. I don't feel I should be telling her what to do with her small business and her personal safety. So I appreciate the 2.3 million the good senator mentioned. I appreciate Senator Avard, but I have to go, the 1210 should be ITL'd because you are going to put this woman at risk who doesn't feel that she should be. Thank you.
And again, Senator Avard with a question of...
Senator Gannon, if I may? Senator Gannon?
Yeah.
Question of Senator Gannon?
Sure.
Thank you, Senator. It has come to my understanding that both people that are vaccinated and unvaccinated can still spread the disease. There's nothing that contradicts that. Are you aware of that?
What I'm aware of, Senator, is that I have heard from all the medical institutions say that your risks of getting the virus are lower. So that person, the employee who won't vaccinate at all, has a higher risk of getting the virus. Therefore, would have a higher risk of also spreading it.
One follow-up, if I may. Thank you. And so also you expressed the fact that you don't want the state coming in and telling these people what to do. Isn't that kind of like right to work? The state coming in and saying, hey, you shall have right to work or not have right to work one way or another, yet it might not, you know what I'm saying? The state's coming in and telling you how to run your business.
You're looking to, you can look at it one way. I'm looking to, I appreciate your right not to take the vaccine.
Yeah.
I also appreciate the small business person's right to work in an environment that they feel safest at. So I'm willing to, I feel it's a conflicting problem here, but I have to go on the side of the business making their personal choice. I always try to let businesses regulate themselves in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the senator from District 3.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. It was my understanding that we already have exemptions for medical and religious exemptions against vaccine. Am I mistaken?
That's true. They do have to be granted and approved. Some are, some aren't. It's been somewhat contentious, but we do have that right under the communicable disease statute.
Thank you.
Further discussion? You ready for the question? Senator Gaida.
Mr. President, Article 4 of our state constitution says, rights of conscience unalienable. That among the natural rights, some are in their very nature unalienable because no equivalent can be given or received for them. Of this kind are the rights of conscience. Tonight we make a choice with a vote yes or no. The choice is simply this. You stand for the Constitution and for the individual rights for which millions have given their lives, or you stand to subrogate that for the sake of $2.3 billion. That $2.3 billion will not be taken away by turning off the faucet. It will require legal action and so forth. If we don't pass this bill, we are ceding our obligation to support the Constitution for our citizens for money. That money may or may not be taken away from us, but there will be a process that will take time. I'll be voting for this bill because I believe that the challenge needs to be leveled. Okay? We level the challenge, and if perhaps a court of competent jurisdiction finds that we are in error, at least we will have fought the fight. We won't lose a penny, but we will have stood for the Constitution that we swore an oath to uphold. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Guida. Further discussion? Senator Rashadi with a question of?
Senator from District 3.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to be clear about the potential harm to our Medicare and Medicaid patients, because I do believe in the intent of the bill. I believe in what my other colleagues have said. I believe that people should not be vaccinated if they choose not to or lose their job. But I'm wondering, if we pass this bill, would we then be irresponsible to the Medicare and Medicaid people in our state?
Thank you very much, Senator, for the question. I believe that based on the CMS guidance that was published as recently, I believe as April 5th, there was a very clear indication in that guidance, which if you give me a moment, I'll find it in the stack of papers that I need my glasses to find, but there is no other option than denial of funding. I agree with my colleague from District 2 that it won't happen overnight. It is a process, but the likelihood of that process happening, I think, is very, very real, given what's happening in Kansas. Now, I believe I have it. And so I'm quoting on page 2 of the April 5th CMS guidance to all of the states. And it says on the bottom of page 2, the sole enforcement remedy for non-compliance for hospitals and certain other acute and continuing care providers is termination. Then it goes on to say, however, the primary goal is to bring facilities into compliance. But it's pretty obvious. If you don't comply, you're subject to termination. What does termination mean? It means at some point in time, a loss of funding for Medicaid and Medicare. After school funding in New Hampshire, Medicaid is the largest expenditure of state funds for people that are eligible for Medicaid. It's a 50-50 match. Medicaid expansion is a 90-10 match, 90% federal, 10% state. Medicare is senior citizen health care policy. God help me, I qualify. When did I become a senior citizen? But I am. And a lot of other people in this room are too. Right, Captain?
Absolutely.
All right. I don't want to put your health care at risk.
It's the daughters that I worry about. Come on.
I don't want to put Senator D's health care at risk and a lot of other people in the state of New Hampshire. And the uncertainty for hospitals that, and it's not just hospitals, they're the ones that testified to the $2.3 billion of what loss of Medicare and Medicaid funding would do to just the hospitals. But it's the whole range of providers that accept Medicaid and Medicare funding, so it's much broader than that. I think the threat is real. I think the uncertainty that our constituents would be facing is real. I wish it weren't so.
Thank you.
Senator Abad with a question of?
District 3.
Senator Bradley.
How are you? Well, I'm processing this whole thing, and I have been for a while. And bottom line is, it seems as though that the federal government is dictating to us how we make policy in New Hampshire. Where does this end?
So, Senator, my good friend, Medicare and Medicaid were passed, I believe, in 1964. They've been part of the landscape of American policy for health care for almost 60 years. So it's not just the Affordable Care Act. When you talk about federal funding, it goes back to Medicare and Medicaid. And I think that if you query most people, geezers like me, they're pretty happy with Medicare. And I don't think they'd want it under. I wish it weren't so, but it's so. And if we put the health care of those folks at risk, those are real consequences for those people. Real consequences, real health care consequences. I understand because, you know, I've gotten countless phone calls and texts from people on both sides of the issue. And unlike the discussion that we had about a landfill bill this morning, I will have to say this. Every text and phone call I've gotten has been,
Cindy Tripter?
every phone call, every text has been totally respectable. The way that people should contact us. I appreciate that. I've read them all. I've listened to them all. But I can't agree with those people that tell me we should potentially end Medicare. I just can't do it, my friend. Can't do it.
A quick
And
follow-up?
I hope you don't either.
A quick follow-up, if I may? Who is putting at risk if we're exercising our independent rights, our inalienable rights of conscience, according to the Constitution? Who's putting at risk those funds and the Medicare? Is it us or is it the Biden administration?
Well, I think I just quoted from the CMS document. CMS is the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services. They are enforcing the mandate ordered by the administration, but upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. Those, you know, sometimes you just have to deal with the facts that are in front of you. And those are the facts in front of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a name for the process that the good senator from District 3 was talking about. It's called blackmail. It's very interesting the path that this bill has taken. House Bill 1210 came through the House with the possibility now that we know now of us losing $2.3 billion, but there was not an FN on that bill. And it got through the House, the Policy Committee, didn't go to Finance, and we didn't hear about $2.3 billion until it hit the Senate. So now we're put in a situation of, okay, it's going to cost us $2.3 billion if we pass this bill. Let me ask you this. What's the price of liberty? You know, Ben Franklin said, those who will give up their essential liberty for a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. You know, that's a question that we're faced with right now. You know, so I just pose it to you. For what price will you sell your liberty? Thank you, Mr. President.
From 12, if you take it? Sure. I just want to make sure I understand what we had our discussion about earlier. Are you not then mandating to my female small business owner who's in her second round of breast cancer and is very scared of getting COVID, she's immunocompromised, You're mandating that she has to let this person in that she feels at a risk. Aren't you taking away her rights?
Thank you for the question, Senator. No, I think I'm protecting the rights of somebody else from being discriminated.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Guida.
Mr. President, I would dispute the cost of Medicare. That's something we've all been paying into for most of our adult lives. That's not a gift. We're entitled to that. And I'm willing to fight, okay, for the elders, myself among them, who are on Medicare. It works well, but that's not a gift. We paid into that program for decades, okay? And I'll be damned if I'm going to get a shot to be able to get those services. At the end of the day, this is about liberty. This is about whether we choose to be bribed, I should say blackmailed, okay, into subverting the Constitution that we swore an oath to uphold for the sake of a threat, a risk that, while administratively spoken and written, I think deserves to be challenged in the interest of liberty. We continue to submit, we continue to give up incrementally pieces and bits and pieces of the liberties that many have died for. This is about injecting a serum into your body as a condition of employment. I find that anathema. I understand, okay? I understand the both sides of the argument, but that argument has never had its day in court. That argument has never had its day in court. The unconstitutionality was about mandating for businesses of 100 or more in the private sector. But this is a bigger question than that. This is our Constitution. Okay? We make a choice today: liberty or tyranny. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Guida. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll keep this brief. I'm going to support the motion for interim study, and I just want to comment on three things: responsibility, challenge, and jeopardy. So let's talk about responsibility. This is about a responsibility that we have as elected officials for all Granite Staters, whether we like the challenge that's been put before us in terms of the funding that's in jeopardy for our healthcare system for all Granite Staters. This is a responsibility that we accepted. So when we're here, we have to deal with this for everyone, in my opinion, and protect the entire system. So I'm willing to take that challenge, accept that responsibility, and not put our healthcare system, our now Granite Staters, in jeopardy. We can continue to have this discussion, but we know what's at stake. It's a little bit like Groundhog Day, and I'll say this briefly. As a city councilor in Lebanon, we have a regional airport. We accepted federal money for that airport the day we opened the door, and anytime an item came up where we disagreed with the federal government, they would come back to us and say, if you don't do this, we will pull that money from you. And we knew they were serious, and they took us to task on it, and we decided to take care of everyone in the city rather than put federal funding and actually increase for them their tax dollars that they'd have to pay and the risk that they would accept in liability to keep that airport open if we walked away from the federal money. So I want you to think about responsibility, the challenge that you accepted, and all that we would be putting in jeopardy for Granite Staters. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pose a question to all of us here tonight. Are we voting for ourselves and our liberty here tonight, or are we voting for our constituents? Because if we're voting for ourselves and our own liberty, Senator Avard, I'm with you 100%. But we don't have that luxury. We're voting for our constituents. We have the elderly who depend on Medicare. We have the financially disadvantaged people who depend on Medicaid for their health care, children who depend on health care, their Medicaid for health care, and the handicapped who depend on Medicaid for their health care. What do we say to them? How do we explain to them, my liberty, I really think this is the right thing to do, But what do we say to them when they come to us and say, I don't have insurance anymore. I can't get my drugs. I can't afford these things. What do we say to these people? We have this responsibility, and it's not easy. And sometimes we have to make tough decisions. And unfortunately, for me, this is a tough decision. But I have to think about what's in the best interest of my constituents. I was contacted by a number of elderly citizens in my community who are scared to death of losing their Medicare. Don't put us in jeopardy. Don't. I can't afford to lose this. I can't afford health care. I can't afford the other things that come along with this. So I think we just need to really think about what we're doing here this evening and who are we actually voting for. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study. Senator Gaida?
The sky is not going to fall if we kill interim study and assert the challenge of liberty versus money. Okay, they're not going to stop the payments tomorrow. There will be a process defined in law. Injunctions are there. The question is, what are you willing to fight for? What are you willing to fight for? I did not take an oath to uphold your health care. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and our entire republic is in jeopardy because of the health care systems and the progressive elimination and eradication of our individual rights for the sake of health care. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Senator Waters?
Madam President, with apologies to the senator from District 12, it's not all about the Benjamins. I don't know how this got into discussion that we were selling our liberties. To me, it's about liberty, but it's also about life. This is about health care. This is from the CMS because there's an understanding that in a health care situation, hospitals and elsewhere serviced by Medicaid and Medicare, there are people whose lives may be lost if they're exposed to this vaccine. You say don't put a price on liberty? How about putting a price on life? Those are the rights here that I think this legislation would threaten. And that's why I think we should sustain the vote of interim study. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on House Bill 210. Are you ready for the question? Okay, a roll call has been called by Senator Gaida and Senator Avard. You can come up. Yeah.
Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on House Bill 1210. Ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Rosenwald. She didn't text me that she's not there.
Sorry, yes, yes.
Okay. Whew. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 19-5. The referred to interim study motion is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
There we go. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 238, an act prohibiting provocations based on victims' actual or perceived gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, from being used as a defense in manslaughter cases. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
We have a 2-minute recess, please.
Senator Senators, please take their seats. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
What? I already read it in, but you want me to read it again? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 238, an act prohibiting provocation based on victims' actual or perceived gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation from being used as a defense in manslaughter cases. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to find my voice. It's come back, I think. I move House Bill 238 for interim study. This bill would prohibit provocations based on a victim's actual or perceived gender, gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation from being used as a defense in manslaughter cases. Although the committee understands that some individuals have concerns about this defense being brought forth, New Hampshire Article 15, the right of the accused, says every subject shall have a right to produce all proofs that may be favorable to himself and to be fully heard in this defense. Categorically prohibiting defenses through legislation may be a feel-good measure, but it's a misguided impulse. President John Adams brought forth this concept back when he was defending British troops after the Boston Massacre. He felt that every defendant is entitled to the best defense in all cases possible in any manner. This bill would prohibit and undermine the constitutional right to prevent a defense. The constitutional right of every accused person to present a defense must be assured by the assiduous application of existing rules of evidence and principles of relevance and materiality. Categorical legislation of not allowing specific defenses falsely presumes that the judge is not capable of determining that which is relevant and admissible evidence, when in fact judges who have heard the evidence are in the best position to make such a judgment. To remove this as an option of defense would be antithetical to our constitutional rights, and therefore the majority of the committee asks for your support in the motion of interim study on House Bill 238. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of interim study on HB 238. As I'm sure you all know, having met my wonderful wife and daughters last week, I am a proud member of the LGBTQ community. We have made significant strides over the past few years to codify protections for LGBTQ Granite Staters. HB 238 is simply another level of basic protection. HB 238 would prohibit the use of the gay panic defense here in New Hampshire. For those who may not be familiar with gay panic defense, it is a legal strategy that asks a jury to find a victim's sexual orientation or gender identity expression to blame for a defendant's violent reaction, including murder. In historical context, Aaron McKinney, one of the two men who kidnapped, beat, tortured, and murdered Matthew Shepard in Laramie, Wyoming, attempted to use the gay panic defense during his trial. Currently, under New Hampshire state law, a perpetrator could use a gay panic defense to claim that a victim's sexual orientation or gender identity not only explains but excuses a loss of self-control and subsequent assault. My friends, this is a simple bill, but it holds enormous significance to the LGBTQ community in the Granite State. Passing this bill would be a statement that not only do we see our gay, lesbian, bi, trans, and queer friends, family, and neighbors, but that we, as a body, will not tolerate violence rooted in hate and intolerance. I urge my colleagues to overturn the motion of interim study so that I may offer an alternative motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too hope that we will overturn the motion of interim study so another motion may be brought forward. And I just wanted to say a few words about this. In terms of reference to the Constitution, many other states that have similar constitutional references have passed this legislation, because what are we actually getting at here? Are we going to justify somebody's prejudice and fears of someone based on gender as a just defense for killing that person. Is that what we're saying here? And I don't know what the number is as of today, but around Transgender Rights Day, I think it was 32 people this year, transgendered, who had been murdered. And the count goes on in other categories here as well. I heard the reference from the senator from District 23 to John Adams. I think that's been invoked often. And I mean, what an interesting case that was, the Boston Massacre, and that he took up the defense of the British troops there. But most people don't actually read the court transcript about what he was using as his defense there. He was saying that Crispus Attucks, who was the first to fall in freedom, who was had an African-American father and a Pequot mother. That's where the Attucks comes from. Crispus was his enslaved name. And John Adams said, how could you blame these troops from firing on such a beast? And that's what got them acquitted. So just as I think we wouldn't want now to have a defense for manslaughter because someone was African American or because someone was Native American and therefore a beast, that we'd want to have here this provision that allows the use of this defense in manslaughter because someone has a different gender expression than we may like. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Further discussion on the referred interim study motion. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be really brief. This body, I believe it was unanimous or almost unanimously passed protections for minorities and for the LGBTQ plus community throughout our public school system to make sure they were never discriminated against. This is no different. This same body really needs to reaffirm that you cannot use a person's race, gender, or sexual identity or sexual preference as an excuse for any behavior that is hurtful to others. Any. Otherwise, what kind of society are we? Really think about it. Suppose we turned it around. Suppose all of us were in the minority. Suppose our child was trans. Senators, think of it. Feel that empathy. Feel what it would be like if your child were killed because they love someone of the same gender, but you love them so powerfully. And they were killed, and the person who did it says, I wasn't comfortable with them. I didn't like the fact that they liked someone of the same gender. And you, as the parent, are going to say, that's okay? We said 2 years ago, that's not okay. And let's do it again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Senator Gaida.
I rise in support of interim study. I will not sign on to a law that is in direct violation of the constitutional provisions established in our system of justice. If you want to fix it, do a constitutional amendment. This will lose in a court case that goes to the Supreme Court because a defendant has every right, even to lie, even to be untruthful. It's up to a jury to decide. We have hate crimes laws that we passed, which I opposed because they changed prosecution into persecution. You're taking what a person thinks and adding a sentence because they were thinking something you find reprehensible. Instead of defending their right to think it, we now add penalties because they thought it. I stand in support of the interim study. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I had to respond to that. I rise against the interim study and have to speak to this constitutionality because the Judiciary Committee actually discussed this. Not only did we discuss it, but we discussed it with the Attorney General's office, who came in and discussed the provisions of the bill, and we specifically talked about this issue. So if you look at the bill on line 12 through 14, the sentence that begins, "Nothing in this paragraph shall preclude the jury from considering all relevant facts to determine whether the defendant was in fact provoked for purposes of establishing subjective provocation." That makes it constitutional. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Whitley, the question is the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study on House Bill 238. Further discussion? Ready for the question? Roll call. Roll call has been requested by Senator Sherman, seconded by Senator Perkins Coker. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French. Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No?
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coker.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The motion fails 12-12. Senator Bradley.
Table, House Bill 238.
Motion is to table. Ready for the question? All in favor of tabling, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. You've adopted the tabling motion on House Bill 238. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1101, an act relative to a forfeiture of personal property. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1101 for interim study. This bill would limit the conditions under which seized property may be transferred to a federal agency. Although we have done vital and crucial work to reform our state forfeiture process and to ensure due process rights, this bill will adjust how forfeitures adopted by the federal government are handled. The majority of the committee believes that state forfeitures should remain within the state, but federal government, when they become involved, their forfeitures should go to the federal. Consequently, the majority of the committee does not believe it is necessary to move forward with this change at this time, and therefore ask for your support in the motion of interim study on House Bill 1101. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study on House Bill 1101. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of refer to interim study is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1280, an act prohibiting a parent's refusal to vaccinate a child pursuant to an order of the state or federal government to be used as a basis for terminating parental rights. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1280 ought to pass with amendment. As amended, this bill prohibits a parent's decision not to have their child vaccinated from being used as grounds to terminate parental rights, and provides for the adoption of the 2009 edition of the Interstate Compact for the Placement of Children, and exempts certain child placements from the Interstate Compact on the placement of children in RSA 170A. Although there have not been efforts to do so at this point, this is a prophylactic measure to ensure that a decision to not vaccinate a child shall not be used as evidence in any proceeding to terminate parental rights. The decision to terminate parental rights is one of the gravest decisions that can be made by our courts, and therefore the evidence submitted in those cases must reach a threshold that is appropriate. There are many reasons a parent may choose not to vaccinate their child, and it is not the role of the state to question a health decision such as this in the context of terminating rights. Further, the bill adds in the interstate compact for the placement of children, which the Senate supported earlier this session with Senate Bill 397, but the House is in the process of killing this particular section. This compact is vital to ensure there's communication between states when engaging in the placement of children across state lines, and the inclusion of this language in House Bill 1280 will ensure we will have a Senate position to work from come the Committee of Conference process. In order to support these important measures, the majority of the committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1280. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Carson offers ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to divide the question on the committee amendment 1859. The first vote would be on sections 1 and 7, and the second on the remainder of the amendment.
Chair rules the question is divisible. The first vote will be on sections 1 and 7. Discussion. Senator Carr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish I could be real succinct with this. Sorry, colleagues. Lost my testimony. But it's in here somewhere. Hey, here's the thing. This is an important bill. We've got to do something for making sure that the sections of this bill that deal with child custody, with the interstate compact, that has to pass. But this section about vaccines is just not a correct position, and here's why. First off, this isn't just about an anti-COVID position. This is dealing with all vaccines that are covered under 170 in our statutes, all vaccines. That's mumps, measles, chickenpox, measles, rubella. Thank you. Keep going. It's every vaccine. All right? That's number one. Number two, this is amending the health section, but it leaves out entirely what the court's responsibility is. I have to, our colleague from District 23 just gave us a description of what every defendant is entitled to, and that's a defense based on the rules of evidence. You can't even present. This bill says you can't use a vaccine, the vaccination of a child, as even, you can't enter it as evidence. You can't ever, I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, that's not right. Of course it's evidence. Why wouldn't we allow a judge to consider it? And here's the kicker, is when you get to 461, which is what is the custody question about parental rights and responsibilities, we say it's in the best interest of the child. And the judge, the court shall consider the following factors: the relationship of the child with the parent, the ability of each parent to assure that the child receives adequate food, clothing, shelter, medical care, and a safe environment, that the child's developmental needs and the ability of each parent to meet them are both present and in the future, and that the quality of the child's adjustment to the child's school and community and the potential effect of this change. You can't enroll in school if you don't have those mandatory vaccinations. So all of those conditions that the court is supposed to make the determination of what's in the best interest of the child, they still stay in place. But you can't enter the evidence that a child hasn't had their vaccinations. There's just a conflict here. We can't change this one little section in 170 that says you're not going to be able to use this as evidence and then leave for the determination of the court in a custody case questions about medical care, questions about a child's school and community. And I can just imagine that some parent says, well, I have to, and we all know in judiciary, we have heard alimony issues like every week, right? And what if a parent no longer can work because they've made the decision, well, I'm not going to vaccinate the child. Well, I'm going to homeschool. Now all of a sudden, half of the family's income is lost, right? And somebody's going to go back to court, and the court's going to use these statutes in 461 to determine custody. And and alimony. This is, it's just not conceived well. It took a section, thought it could make one change, and it doesn't negate what the court sees as its responsibility, and the court needs to introduce the evidence of whether a child has been vaccinated or not. So I just have to thank you, Senator from District 18, for dividing the question, because we need to vote down Section 1 and Section 7, and then vote to adopt the remainder of the bill, because it's important for us to join a child safety compact with other states. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. With discussion sections 1 and 7, Senator Carson.
Very much, Mr. President. I'd like to remind everyone, we're not talking about the custody of a child, nor are we talking about alimony. We are talking about the termination of a parent's right to a child. That is an extremely serious issue, and it should be an extremely high bar for terminating a parent's rights. The issue, as we've heard today, the issue of vaccinations, people are divided on this issue. But what this says is that a parent's decision to not vaccinate their child shall not be used in evidence in any proceeding to terminate parental rights. I would sincerely hope, Mr. President, that if DCYF or the court was attempting to terminate a parent's right to their child, that they had something more than the fact that the child wasn't vaccinated. The termination of parental rights happens quite a bit in this state for a variety of different reasons. Drug abuse, physical and sexual abuse of a child, neglect, not feeding or caring for that child. Those are serious issues. Whether or not a child that gets vaccinated, and it's a parental choice thing at this point, I would hope that parents would do the research and they make an educated decision about wanting to vaccinate their child. So we're going to say, well, we didn't like that, so we're going to terminate your right to be a parent. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard someone speaking. Okay, so please, Mr. President, I would ask the body to seriously consider this. I know that the Judiciary Committee, we had, as always, a very good and very spirited discussion, and support the majority of the committee. And Mr. President, are we going to be allowed to speak on the second part of the bill, or would you prefer that I wait?
I'd wait to speak on the balance of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Question of Senator Carson. Are you aware, Senator Carson, of RSA 141C:20-C exceptions that allow specifically for not just COVID, because it's not a mandatory vaccine, it has to go through the rules process, but all the other vaccines that were listed by our colleague from District 12, that New Hampshire statute specifically gives the opportunity for a religious exemption or a medical exemption?
Yes.
So my question then becomes, if we do not pass, right, if we go with our colleague from District 10's point of view, would not that undermine the rights that parents have under existing law for medical or religious exemption?
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Hennessy.
Question of the senator from District 10.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I'm trying to follow what we're saying here and not being on judiciary. I'm confused as to why, one, the committee changed the language that was brought over by the House. Two, why voting your way would undermine anything that's an existing statute if we do not pass Section 1. If you can explain that to me, I would appreciate it.
I can thank you for asking the question. And I may ask my colleagues to answer your first question. I'm not exactly sure why we, about the amendment, but the amendment was specific so that we could introduce the compact on this bill. That was the primary purpose for the amendment. The wording of this bill is that it says a parent's decision not to have their child vaccinated shall not be used as evidence. It doesn't say that it's the cause of termination. It just says introduce as evidence. Our colleague just said that the rules of evidence, the judges are in the best position to make a decision as to whether that's the best defense for somebody's position. How do we rectify this if we believe that the judge is in the best position to make a decision of whether information should be used as evidence? So that's why I rise against this section, is because of those words, and that's the significant change in this, is it shall not be used as evidence, not as cause, just introduced as evidence.
Yes, I have a further question of somebody else. Thank you, Senator Khan.
I did my best to address that.
Senator Hennessy for a question.
Thank you. For the senator from District 14. I am trying to figure...
Yes.
Thank you. In the House version, it says a parent's decision not to have their child vaccinated pursuant to an order of the state or federal government or any agency or person of the same shall not be used as grounds to terminate parental rights. In the House version, it says a parent's decision not to have their child vaccinated shall not be used as evidence in any proceeding to terminate parental rights. I'm trying to figure out why the Senate changed those two.
Thank you for the question. If I remember correctly, during our discussions, we wanted to send a strong message that this is something that we felt very strongly about, that it shouldn't even be a factor when you're looking at terminating a parent's parental rights.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion on sections 1 and 7. Seeing no further discussion, you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Khan, seconded by Senator Susi. The first vote is on sections 1 and 7. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avon.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. You've adopted sections 1 and 7. The second vote is on the remainder of the committee amendment and the effective date. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the body to support the rest of the bill and the effective date. I cannot impress upon all of you how important it is that we get a seat at the table for the next ICPC doctrine that's going to be compact that's going to be put together. I've spent some time today here reading this document. This was the report from the OCA of Massachusetts about what happened with Harmony Montgomery in Massachusetts. The system failed this child. It failed in the most horrible ways. And they did not abide by this agreement. New Hampshire did the right thing, and New Hampshire asked the right questions. But we need to strengthen this compact. And the way that we strengthen this compact is to get it passed, get a seat at the table, and start working on this. We've got to do better about protecting our children. Parents today are very mobile. They move around a lot. And we've got to make sure that if a child comes into our system of care, for whatever reason, that no matter where that child goes to, that their New Hampshire records and what happened to them here in New Hampshire follows them, and that we are assured that that child is safe and being taken care of. There's a continuum of care plan that's being followed. We have that responsibility, so we need to be at this table, and I urge all of you to adopt this. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The second vote is on the remainder of the bill and the effective date. Is there any further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. We're now on the ought to pass as amended motion. Senator Susi.
I would move to divide the question on the motion of ought to pass as amended, the first vote to be on sections 1 and 7, the second vote on the remainder of the bill.
Chair rules the question is divisible. The first vote is on sections 1 and 7. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion on sections 1 and 7 are adopted. The second vote is on the remainder of the bill and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of the remainder of the bill and the effective date as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Yes.
I request just a 2-minute, literally 2-minute recess.
Senate will come out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1625, an act repealing the prohibition on entering or remaining on a public way or sidewalk adjacent to a reproductive health care facility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Sherman? Senator Gannon.
He was just trying to help. I move House Bill 1625 ought to pass. This bill repeals the prohibition on entering or remaining on a public way or sidewalk adjacent to a reproductive health care facility. The Supreme Court ruling of McCullen v. Coakley overturned the Massachusetts buffer zone and ruled that people are allowed in that space as long as they are not impeding traffic. Massachusetts lost the case because the buffer zones burden substantially more speech than is necessary to further those interests. New Hampshire may not be a duplicate, but it is strikingly similar to that and therefore unarguably is also unconstitutional. Here's the basic Coakley analysis for you, just so everyone understands it if they haven't read it. The court said that sidewalk counselors do not simply have a right to protest, they also have a First Amendment right to engage in personal, caring, consensual conversations. And for a very good reason. It is easier to ignore a strained voice or waving hand than a greeting or an outstretched arm. It is thus no answer to say that petitioners can still be seen and heard by women within the buffer zones. We as a state cannot hold laws within our books that we know to be unconstitutional, laws that only remain enshrined due to loopholes in our court system. The buffer zone has never been demarcated, and therefore abortion clinics continue to engage in the chilling effect of free speech by holding this law way up as a way to prevent peaceful protesters from engaging in their constitutional rights, all while never putting it into practice. Free speech is fundamental to our union, and the current law serves nothing more than to privilege one speech over another, preventing individuals who are simply there to counsel and offer their support to women and are not there to engage in these unsubstantiated and patently false accusations of peaceful protesters harassing abortion clinic patients. The removal of this subjugation of our fundamental rights as American citizens must occur, and therefore the majority of the committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1625. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge you to adopt Floor Amendment 1971.
1971? And may speak to her floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor Amendment 1971 is previously known as the language of SB 436, also known as the Access to Abortion Care Act. The Access to Abortion Care Act is a thoughtful, necessary, and popular bill. At the public hearing on January 19th of this year, over 1,600 people signed in to support the language, while only 138 signed in to oppose the bill. The language, now in Amendment 1971, is very simple. It essentially codifies into state law Roe v. Wade, the landmark case that made abortion legal in all 50 states nearly a half-century ago. If passed into law, abortion would remain safe, legal, and accessible in most cases in New Hampshire, regardless of what is currently happening at the at the U.S. Supreme Court. I've heard from many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that they support Roe v. Wade. Well, this is your chance to show that support through action. Earlier this week, Governor Sununu stated that if legislation reached his desk codifying Roe, he would sign it in a second. This is our chance to send him that legislation. For years, I have heard, we don't need this in New Hampshire. And for many years, that was indeed the case. But my friends in this room, times have changed. We do need these protections now. Earlier this week, a draft majority opinion was leaked to the public which confirms what we have known for months, that the Supreme Court may be on the verge of overturning 50 years of the constitutional right to a safe, legal abortion and sending the decision of whether to restrict or protect abortion to the individual states. When we originally debated this language, the overall message I heard was wait and see. We should wait because we couldn't possibly know what the courts were going to do. Well, we waited, and now we are seeing the worst. On Tuesday, within 24 hours following the release of the opinion, Oklahoma signed a 6-week abortion ban into law, which immediately took effect. If Roe falls, up to 26 states will severely restrict or outright ban abortion. 13 of them have already had trigger laws on the books, which will immediately take effect if Roe is overturned. We are a unique state, and we value privacy. We have a long bipartisan history of support for abortion rights, and that's why we need to take action today. There's no more time to wait and see. We know what is coming. The writing isn't just on the wall, it is published and confirmed. The time to act is now. Our constituents, absolutely shaken by the news earlier this week, are watching. Abortion is a deeply personal issue for so many of us in this room and for so many women here in New Hampshire. I can't help but think about Lisa and Michelle, whose brave stories of their need for abortion care inspired this legislative body to act and make necessary fixes to the 24-week abortion ban signed into law last year. Our job again today is to do what is best for our constituents and for the future of our state. We must trust women and healthcare providers. We must remember our Granite State values of personal privacy and individual liberty, and we must recognize that the vast majority of our country and New Hampshire support abortion rights. Most importantly, this is about real people, like Lisa and Michelle. This is about future generations, like my daughters, knowing that they live in a state that values and actively protects people's dignity and their privacy. By passing this amendment, we will show Granite Staters that we understand what is at stake in our country, that we understand that it is not the job of politicians to be making these personal decisions for constituents, and we are saying that we value and protect women. Please vote to adopt this amendment. There's no more time to wait. It's time to decide. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Cook. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1971. Senator Gannon with a question of?
The good senator from 21.
Senator Perkins Cook.
Sure.
I haven't read Roe in 2 or 3 weeks. But what I do remember is it was talking a lot about viability, which was around 24 weeks, where medical science in the last 50 years has progressed greatly. It's probably around 21 or 20 weeks. I know we've saved 21-week-olds. So would you also be wanting to move the 24-week that we passed recently to 20 weeks? Because that would be the Roe standard now with modern healthcare?
Thank you for the question, Senator Gannon. What the language of the amendment in front of you does is it protects a person from interference from government except as has already been passed into existing law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to further expand on that, you'll notice in the amendment, in the language of the original bill, there's nothing about viability. So this is protecting the right to abortion up to what we already have in existing law at 24 weeks. Doesn't change existing law in the existing abortion ban. I rise today to urge the body to adopt Amendment 1971 to protect the future of abortion access in New Hampshire. Mr. President, colleagues, I, like many of you, are very tired. But for me tonight, I am particularly tired of fighting this fight over and over again. I'm tired as a woman of having to beg for the right to make my own decision when faced with the most personal, difficult decision of a woman's life. I'm tired of fighting for my fundamental freedoms. And I'm tired of being told to wait and see what happens. Because, as my friend from District 21 said, we have waited. We waited despite knowing the path this nation was most certainly headed. We waited as state after state instituted trigger laws, preparing for what we all knew was coming. We waited as thousands of people find their access to reproductive health care quickly diminishing. We have waited and we have watched, and now we can all see what we have been waiting for. The draft majority opinion leaked earlier this week from the U.S. Supreme Court should scare everyone who believes in a person's right to choose. It should raise every alarm, should sound every siren, and should be the definitive proof that the attacks on abortion care are not stopping and will not stop. Over the summer, we watched Texas set the stage for what was to come. My good friend from District 21 mentioned Oklahoma's brand new 6-week abortion ban. To argue that we can continue to wait, to continue to just watch and see, would be to ignore what is right in front of us. The time to act was months ago, but we have the opportunity tonight to fix this. I think it's important to note that we have never lost a constitutional right, like we are on the verge of doing, like I am on the verge of doing, like my friend from District 21 is on the verge of doing. And while it's been a decades-long systemic effort to take away our right to abortion, it's no less devastating. As someone born after Roe was decided, not being able to access reproductive health care truly seemed unthinkable to me. But here we are. It is clear it is up to the states to protect access to abortion care. Now, I know I have colleagues in this room who will never agree with me that abortion care is health care. I understand that this is a deeply personal issue that has divided this room so many times during my first session. But what I hope you all will understand tonight is that this issue goes beyond the right to abortion. It's about who has power over you, who has the authority to make decisions for you, and who can control how your future is going to be. That makes access to abortion care inextricably linked to our equality and our right to self-determination. So I urge you, my friends, think about this issue in terms of liberty and freedom. It seems every week and even today, our liberties and freedoms are debated as this body works to determine the best course of action that will allow every Granite Stater the opportunity to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. I believe, and I think we all do, that pregnant people deserve those rights just as much as anyone else. And that includes the right to make personal medical decisions about their bodies and about their futures. I am deeply saddened to be having this conversation today. I grieve for the women who came before me, who fought this fight thinking that their daughters and granddaughters would never have to. I grieve for my contemporaries and for the generations of women behind me who might lose their fundamental freedoms. That if the Supreme Court goes through with this decision, which they most certainly will, where you live will decide what you can do with your own body and your own life. But I'm also standing alongside this generation of women who are ready to pick up the torch and continue to fight, hoping that our daughters and our granddaughters never know a nation where a pregnant person is forced to carry a fetus against their will. Colleagues, it's time. It's time to stand up for freedom. It's time to stand up for the right to self-determination. If you believe that every individual should have the right to make personal, private healthcare choices, you should support this amendment. If you support nearly 50 years of Supreme Court jurisprudence on abortion access, you should support this amendment. If you are pro-choice, you should support this amendment. And if you truly care about privacy, you should support this amendment. This should be an easy vote for you. Granite Staters are counting on us, and they're watching us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think all of us can agree on one thing in this room: the fact that the first draft of a Supreme Court decision that was leaked to the public is reprehensible. It is entirely irresponsible. And why was that done? Except perhaps for personal or political reasons. But it was a huge disservice to our country. Huge. And I sincerely hope whoever did that is caught and punished to the fullest extent of the law, because we as the American people deserve better than that. We deserve better. Now, I've listened to my colleagues on this amendment, and I'd like to bring out just a couple of points. New Hampshire removed the ban on abortion in 1997. I also sit on the Rules Committee, and Mr. President, since this document was leaked, we haven't convened. There's been no late introduction of a bill banning abortion in New Hampshire. That has not happened, nor do I believe we have any amendments in front of us this evening banning abortion, or even rolling back the 24-week ban that we put into place. None of that has happened. Not one thing has happened. Why? Because when we passed this, we were careful and we were deliberative. That's the New Hampshire way. We are not impulsive. We are not going to react to this. That law is in place, and it's going to stay in place for at least a year. So if a young woman who is 15 weeks pregnant, 20 weeks pregnant, wants an abortion, she can get one safely here in the state of New Hampshire. That does not change with anything that we do here this evening. So I want to make sure that we're very, very clear on that, and we send the message that what we did was we banned late-term abortions, abortions that are performed after the 24 weeks. But I'd like to talk a little bit about this amendment, Mr. President, and bring what I see are some, in my opinion, some real flaws on this. The first is on line 14, where it says, "The state shall not restrict or interfere with an individual's exercise of their private decision to terminate a pregnancy." So does that mean that we require physicians to be licensed, or anyone who's going to be performing abortions that we can't require that they're licensed, because that can be viewed as an impediment? We cannot license the facilities if it's appropriate? Big question. Secondly, if you look at what looks like, quite frankly, is a carve-out, where it says on line 15, except as provided in RSA 329.44 and RSA 132:32 through RSA 132:36. You would expect that you would have some sort of a carve-out, but you would have really expected to say RSA 329:43 through RSA 39:50, as the Fetal Life Protection Act consists of those 8 sections. So those are not included. Instead, this amendment only refers to RSA 329:44, the part of the Fetal Life Protection Act explaining what is prohibited. While this isn't a direct attack on the Fetal Life Protection Act, it appears to design to leave room for judicial confusion about the status of the Fetal Life Protection Act. Otherwise, there would be no reason not to list all the sections, as they did, again, for the parental notification law. So, again, I understand why this has come forward, because this is a reaction. This is a reaction to what happened this week in Washington. We shouldn't be reacting to this, Mr. President. We have a good law on our books that allows a woman to get an abortion to the 24th week. I don't see the need for this amendment, and I would ask my colleagues to vote it down. We will wait for the Supreme Court decision. We will wait to see what the parameters are and what it says before we act. That is how we do things here in New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to talk about the definition of concerned and committed. There was an old story so far back in my memory, I don't know where I first heard it, but somebody was trying to describe the difference between concerned and committed. Said, well, think about breakfast. Your ham and your eggs. The chicken is concerned, but the pig is committed. The pig is the one that gives up their life for your breakfast. And part of what we're talking about here is the concern of the woman. Okay? Let's also talk about the commitment of that baby. You may want me to call it a fetus. Earlier stages, you may want me to call it a zygote. Where does the baby come in? Thank you.
Question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1971. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the floor amendment. I believe that timing is everything. With the reversal of Roe versus Wade pending, it's up to the states. It's up to our state. It's to pick up the torch to protect safe and legal access to reproductive care, to abortion care. The key word here is safe. We would be codifying, we would be bringing into law what the current practice, what is currently legal but not in statute. But with the reversal at the federal level, there's a responsibility, I believe, and I ask you all, I'm urging you to think about the proactive measure here to protect our state, to protect the women, the families, and the medical care providers in our states. We will, I believe, go back in time, and we should never go back, because before safety was at the forefront where there was legal access, women, especially women of lower income, would take measures into their own hands to try to end a pregnancy that was unwanted for whatever reason, okay? And what we know from medical history is that that was not a favorable outcome, that lives were in jeopardy, and that women actually lost their lives or lost their lives or became gravely ill. Why would we want to go back? Why would we want to go back to that place? So I urge you all to think about safety, to remember that timing is everything, and now is a time to be proactive, to codify this practice, to protect our women, to protect families, to protect care providers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1971. Further discussion. Senator Guida.
President, I rise in opposition to this amendment. We're presented with the specter that the sky is falling, that women's access to safe abortion is in jeopardy. Absolutely not true. We passed a 24-week bill, and the law in this state is absolutely silent on anything else, which means the status quo remains. What's the rush? The rush, I think, is a political ploy to try to split and pinion Republicans who are pro-life into having to defend an action that could be presented as not supporting the right to an abortion. You have that right. That doesn't change with the Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court decision, if it happens, when it happens, will merely state that it is an issue to be decided by the states, and we already have. This is an unnecessary bill. I think it's divisive. If you don't mind, I'm going to talk about the issue of abortion care. There's nothing caring about an abortion. I would say that the language might say access to abortion. I would say access to prenatal care. but abortion is not an act of caring on the part of one of those parties. This bill is totally unnecessary because a woman's right to an abortion, safe, legal, and otherwise, is protected under current law. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 1971. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Birdsall, seconded by Senator Susi. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The floor amendment is defeated 12-12. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Sherman.
It's 1980.
Senator Sherman offers floor amendment 1980 and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer floor amendment 1980. We have talked tonight about a simple 24-week abortion ban, which, by the way, did not have a public hearing, but was put into the budget. So just to clarify that. And it's not a simple abortion ban. It has actually some continuing chilling components. One of which that it doesn't recognize that some women are victims of sexual assault and become pregnant. Many of them are very young. Or they may be a victim of incest. That's banned in the third trimester. We also recognize that any termination of pregnancy not accepted under these conditions results in felony conviction for providers. That's chilling. We do not have a simple abortion ban in place right now. We have a chilling ban that continues to be cruel. It took the courage of Jennifer and Lisa to show us the flaws in the bill, and we've made some changes in response to that. Do we need to have a woman who's a victim of incest and rape come before us and share their intensely personal pain and tragedy for us to correct these continued problems with the statute? Is that what we need? Do we need to inflict that on women of New Hampshire? I would ask you to pass this amendment, which will leave us with a 24-week ban, a simple 24-week ban, without felony conviction of doctors and providers that has already had a chilling impact on the program in maternal fetal medicine at Dartmouth-Hitchcock. It's opposed by our hospitals, and it never really had a great hearing, did it? So I hope I can get your support. It will leave the 24-week ban in place, but it will finish the job of making this a simple 24-week ban, which is the way it's been portrayed by so many of the members of this body, but it isn't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Senator Gannon with a question of?
Sure.
I'll be good, Senator.
Yeah.
From 24. So if I understand you right, and we talked a little bit earlier about this, your amendment is going to allow abortions of healthy babies at 7, 8, and 9 months, because you're going to say exceptions for rape or incest go 7, 8, and 9 months. Is that correct?
This would allow a woman whose pregnancy is the result of sexual assault or incest to terminate that pregnancy.
Follow up?
Although, if I could finish.
Sure, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
There is currently no doctor that does that in the state of New Hampshire, and it has not been done in the state of New Hampshire per the testimony that we've heard. So that's not the point of this. The point of this is to make sure that women have a right after a sexual assault or incest to have the appropriate intervention that they feel they need.
So my follow-up? So you're saying in the first 6 months that wasn't enough time, you need that now in months 7, 8, and 9?
I'm saying that this is a woman's decision to make with her provider, and it's not my decision or your decision when a woman has been raped or is a victim of incest. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find that we're debating things that we've already debated on numerous times, whether we were sitting in here or we were, I guess, Airbnb-ing the chamber from the House while they were off doing their thing someplace else. We've already discussed this at length. A person, a woman who has been the victim of a rape or incest has 6 full months to decide whether or not she wants to carry that child. At 7 months, that child is now viable and is capable of living on its own. With a lot of medical intervention, by the way, but it does have that capacity. And that's what the law that was passed recognizes. 6 full months to make that decision. We've also discussed the criminal penalties for doctors that violate the law. We're not doing anything atypical. Most states that have passed late-term abortion bans like we did have penalties for physicians who break the law. Just because you're a doctor doesn't mean you're above the law. You must obey the law like everyone else. And there are penalties if you do break the law. And that's what's in here. But why are we redoing this? For what purpose? We've already acknowledged that we have 24 weeks, the end of the 6th month, safe access to abortion. But now we're going to start chipping away at it. And once you start chipping away at it here, somebody else is going to try to chip away at it over here, and over here, and over here. What we have is a common sense approach that, quite frankly, I've been told 80% of the people of the state of New Hampshire support. They don't like the idea of a late-term abortion. We're not telling young women or any woman, you can't have an abortion at all. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we're giving you 24 weeks to make up your mind about what you want to do about your pregnancy. But once you hit that mark, that child is capable of living outside the womb. You had a window of opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Birdsall for a question.
From District 14.
Senator Carson.
Thank you for taking my question. Looking at this amendment, Senator, with regards to the penalty, doctors, it says doctors performing an abortion, they can now perform an abortion up to the moment of birth. They would not be charged with any penalties. Doesn't this basically functionally legalize late-term abortions again?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been around here for a long time, and this issue has been debated for the last 50 years. I'm old enough to say that I've been around for most of those debates. We have a governor who says he's pro-choice. We have a governor who says he will sign any bill that we send to him that emphasizes the fact that we're pro-choice. Why is it so difficult to protect a woman? And why is it that men always make these decisions? You know, I have a wife that I have a lot of confidence in. All right, we have 3 kids. I've got 3 kids. I've got a son with 5 kids. I've got a daughter with 2 kids. I've got another daughter with 2 kids. I got a granddaughter with 2 kids. What's so evil about letting a woman make a decision? Where's our confidence? Why is it that men make these decisions? I find that abhorrent. I have ultimate confidence in my wife. Listen, my mother died on an operating table because she was pregnant. She had a tubular pregnancy. She died at 33 years of age, having a child. She already had 4 boys. Huh? Why in God's world do we say that men make these decisions? As I say, I find it